looks like Tofu's TP gets canceled as well, so 3 dead as OG just on another level here. Now with a 12k lead.
Yeah, I was looking if there was a potential offensive force staff play there onto the Shadow Fiend because he was just standing there hitting the tower. They don't have any force staffs, they don't need them. They literally just kill him instantly. Obviously, Gaming Gladiator, they have one save, which is Global Sounds, but doesn't really work for situations like that. Like, you're gonna jump the SF, they pop Global, I think he still dies. And on the second life, they have literally no chance of saving him. He's getting perma-bashed by the Slardar when he comes back up, so that kill was instant. You're going to see now they drop the Monkey King ult, and I think Amar turns back on him as well. Like instant bash again. He didn't play.
The fact that he had the presence of mind to go outside the Wukongs to hit a couple random enemies to get the bashes up again, to be able to get the literal perma-bash is insane.
Yep.
Man.
Clean.
So hard to play against that. As Tree Volley coming in. Boom. Oh, okay. Some damage gets the Avatos back into the pit. And they're going to get some form of revenge onto Amar. But they're going to need a lot more of that to get back in this game.
Well, they could at least claim a mid-tier 2. I don't think Amar is interested in going back for that unless OG do get a very clean setup once again, but maybe they're going to just try to defend it the aggressive way. They're pushing top and they
initiated on. The sheep stick is there. And he is deleted.
They can actually force them back here. They can defend their tier 2 tower mid by pushing top. The OG have, or Gaming Gladiators have to come back here. They're sending back the Underlord for now.
Forge Spirits won't be able to finish it off, although boom, he's going to get ensnared, and you can see Gaiman have already TP'd a couple heroes, so they don't have that many in numbers. Boundless Strike connects as well. Duraccio has to Requiem to try to zone away the rest of OG, but there's the Sheep Stick and the Meteor with the Mortimer Skits. There's so much fire destroying the Stone Man as BZM able to get his BKB off, but you can see the song being used, and now they're just going to focus down the BKB targets for the time being. So 2 dead in favor of OG. With the Wukong's command, Boundless Strike onto 2, and Gaiman are getting destroyed.
Oh, so clean. What an insane fight from OG. Everything landing perfectly. Man, great spellcasting synergy. The way they set up that kill on Tiny and take advantage of him not having BKB is just so clean, right? And snare into the scatter blast damage so he can bling, into the follow-up from the Monkey King. Just so clean.
What's the worst that could happen?
And everything from Invoker. That's a good line for that moment.
Some positivity here as OG now going to the high ground, and obviously we can see there are a couple buybacks, but they're not going to be that impactful right now as the fortification is popped, and this is looking like minimum 2 lanes, if not more. And again, when Shadow Fiend's back, he's going to have half the souls, so won't be as powerful as he could be. Scotty now picked up by Uragi. That's 2 lanes. Now trying to go for the megas. Boom. He's going to get initiated on mid-tree volley, and look how fast he dies again. Scatter Blast finishes him off. He does have buyback this time, though. But at this point, it's going to be mega creeps. As Gaiman, they're just getting zoned out by BZM, who has a delicious meatball surprise with that refresher. And the global silence is there.
Can't play.
Anjay.
Literally just
he just dies on the outskirts as the rest of Gaiman are stuck in their freaking fountain right now.
Ya lo bracket ini harusnya.
Good lord. OG,
Pantas
I think it's just a range rack to the top.
udah hilang.
Uragi pops the BKB. Boom, with a pretty good tree volley, but it's not enough damage.
Nonton yang mana lu? Twitch apa YouTube?
Twitch sama aja kan?
Kalau YouTube rada delay harusnya.
Oh.
GG.
GG udah. Oke, balik tuh. Game 1 masih.
Ya game 1 ini.
Gladiator timnya siapa tuh?
Gaming Gladiator baru ini. Baru desain baru. Enggak, sebenarnya enggak baru. Kayak ada player gitu. Diambil sama tim. Awalnya tim apa lupa gua. Bukannya udah bangun, ternyata belum tidur yoi.
Tidur.
Aduh, TI dulu baru tidur.
Ya pagi-pagi banget ya. Aku kemarin lihat kayak, kukira cuman rekaman ulang gitu.
Kan karena di Singapura.
Oh Singapura.
Iya, ini TI Singapura anjir. Makanya.
Sekian. Makanya pagi-pagi.
Waktunya beda berapa jam sih Singapura sama kita? Bentar
Jam
doang.
enggak sih?
Sejam doang ya? Satu jam beda.
Something they could have changed.
I mean, it's easier said than done, right?
Oh, for
Because
sure.
the thing is,
Mereka sama kayak
these
Wita.
minuses, it's not like OG are playing a lineup here where they're unable to fight because they have minuses, right? I think the hero that was suffering the
Sinteran
most
sama
was the
Sun.
Slardar, but Monkey King had a great start, Invoker had a great
Lihat
start. and they were
wajah-wajahnya
just
tuh yang
super
lama-lama
close
sudah
with
tidak
Vision,
terlihat.
Snapfire, Saigon,
Iya,
Saga, so
pensiun nih.
they had time, and they got the job done.
So game one goes to OG, and of course it is a best of 3, and this is an elimination series, of course, because we are in the lower bracket. Let's see what the panel has to say about the physical damage lineup of OG.
Thank you very much indeed, Sunspan and Cinderin.
Nah.
SF kepake terus ya?
Apa? Siapa?
Siapa ini? SF.
Ya SF pick rate paling tinggi selain Marcy, seingat gue.
Kenapa ini SF kepake terus? Apakah
Yang kepake tuh carry physical,
SF Marcy?
SF sama sniper kepake.
Keren SF Marcy terus
Undying juga banyak.
Undying aku belum lihat sih.
Undying di group stage.
Wah, Lord. Satu yang samping kiri.
Anjay. Oi, kangen ser. Halo Kataki, selamat datang. Kita nonton Dota dulu. Mana nih yang nonton Dota mana nih? Kita panggil. Nobar sini.
Orang-orang pada belum bangun.
Iya, Cuk.
This Monkey King, like he had an extremely good laning stage coming up with Snapfire, Cookie to close the gap and being able to dominate the lane, also TPing to the top lane.
Biasa Ruru nonton nih.
To kill the
Mana
Shadow
Ruru?
Fiend. This was one of the moves that kind of sets the
Nobar
tempo of the
TI.
game where you kill
Oh,
Shadow
tim
Fiend,
Liquid,
also you take the
Thunder Awaken, Secret.
Oh,
ini-
really strong lane with the Snapfire set up for so many sunstrikes coming out of Invoker, which gave
Bah.
BZM that extra
Invoker
Oh.
sama Naga Siren. Hero-nya baru-baru nih.
They did get the Midases, the gameplay did slow down in OG, and Gladiators did capture
Ladder
the
juga
point,
nggak sih?
right? They got 2 Roshas, they took some early
Enggak lihat
fights,
Ladder
they
yang
took
mana.
over OG's triangle, but you
Ladder
have
jarang
this
nih.
Invoker just playing the map
Baru kali ini gue liat.
well, right?
Ini berarti kayak yang kalah di sini ntar ini ya
Pulang.
It was just
Pulang
so
semua ya?
Iya.
impressive. That was a master
Ini udah lower soalnya.
macro gameplay. He was just pushing up the lanes to the
Apa ini?
very
BO3 kan?
And the most
BO3
important
ya.
thing that I want to highlight that BZM did on this Invoker is that the target that he bullied the most was the Underlord of base.
Tim Tickles nya dulu
Constantly
ini.
EMPing this hero who wanted to come play the map, right? He wanted to push out lanes,
Liquid
but he would watch the lane
Secret,
get
Liquid
completely
Secret
drained
please
of
jangan
mana
pulang
because
lah.
that was literally all BZM wanted to do was
Liquid
EMP
Secret.
and then he'd just have to walk base. He couldn't do anything.
different matchup.
Ada Ruru.
Nobar bang, gas bang.
He needs to move, he needs to be not
Berarti gua stream ya, Ru?
to be able to gank while Invoker does have a sunstrike.
Udah
If he
stream.
leaves the lane, that means with the Forge Spirits, he's
Nobar,
gonna be
nobar.
able to push the tower. At 11 minutes in, they did manage to kill both off lane and the mid tower, which is
Pick OG ini sih, refresh sih.
OG.
Nggak ngikutin meta, bikin sendiri dia.
Absolute monster that game.
Enak.
Like he was the real
Oh,
killer.
oh iya sih dari kemarin meta-meta terus ya.
Iya.
The
Iya, jarang lihat Saldar aja.
Game and Gladiators, the carry SF, it seems like to a degree it's been figured out by some teams at this tournament. We've seen Bloodseeker go for Basher and just sit there and man up against the SF, and SF can't out-trade that. Slardar did the exact same thing. Monkey King did the same thing, especially with the minus armor and the alacrity. And Monkey King eventually gets a Basher, but it seems like these heroes that can just BKB, ignore everything else, and just straight
Botak
run at
man.
the SF.
Botak licin banget, anjir,
And it makes me
sumpah.
think, like, maybe this is something that only it's one of these heroes that's supposed to fall off after the first few days of the main stage, because that's happened every single year with some heroes.
Yeah, it happens indeed. I also wanted to touch upon something that you guys saw during the draft that they weren't too happy with the silencer position 4. Who wants to take that one?
Yeah.
Because it obviously didn't work, but when we saw the game, it did have quite a big impact.
Silencer.
He did, managing to stop the
Kalau nggak ada
Baru juga
Enigma, kalau nggak ada Enigma nggak guna anjir. Dia tuh buat counter Enigma.
OG's disengaging multiple times, but
I
this is
don't
the
know,
type
itu
of
dia
draft
counter apa
for
tadi?
gaming gladiators.
Nggak lihat aku tadi
Sounds are
match pertama.
enchanted to be
Invoker
heavily
itu dia,
focused on
mau
the
nganter
laning
Invoker
stage,
sama
get that
Song.
advantage early on 3, 4, maybe even 5k
Cuman,
to be able to
jelek
get the
banget.
Impact-nya kurang, anjir.
Set up-nya jelek.
like, at one point you could feel that they actually have like two-position fight heroes. Enchantress kind of taking over because she scales better
Banyak
than the
banget tuh
silencer,
global setelah
trying to
skill-skill gede
idolize,
keluar baru
deal
global
more
jelek
damage
banget
because
sumpah.
it felt like they don't have it. Underlord very limited because, as Effie said, like he was getting heavily focused by this invoker, so kind of difficult. Like it can work, but in the game when it's even, you can feel that you need
Roshan.
that.
But it's not even that, right? That is an excellent point, but I just feel like Gladiators draft the heroes
Baru
were
pertama
so
denger
slow,
aku.
right? That once
Emang no name ya.
get like picked apart by OG.
Berarti
Dia
yang
ambil
orang gaming ini baru-baru.
Nggak baru, cuman underrated aja gitu. Baru diangkat sama tim gede.
Oh.
Kayak inilah istilahnya stack ranked gitu.
Walah.
Kayak ini, kayak Thompson pas main top terus masuk OG gitu aja.
Ini Thompson Ana
Nggak masuk.
turun alah,
Nggak masuk dari awal anjir.
nggak masuk dari awal.
Last chance qualifier kalau nggak salah. T1, tim T1.
Iwan.
Ntar ambil kopi.
His weaknesses just unraveled throughout the game.
Yeah, it really does. So time to go back to the drawing board for Gaming Gladiators. We'll see what they got coming towards OG in game number 2. And while they're discussing that, we are going to check in with Casey and Slacks and see what they're up to.
Nice.
All right, so we came out to find some of the biggest fans from both teams. That's who we came out here to find. OG fans in the house? OG! Except, who is your favorite player?
Seb.
Sep udah nggak ada.
Hah? Sep.
I come out of the crowd, I'm like, OG fans. They're like, me. Everybody's like, Seb, go Seb. I'm like, he's not playing this. You know that's changed, right?
Yeah, he's back there. I know he's there.
Ini orangnya datang cuma ini nggak main ya.
I hope
Kopium aja.
get a picture with him and interview.
Yeah, Seb, stop what you're doing right now. Come on out here. We need a picture. What about you? Who's your favorite player?
ATF.
Ooh.
Ama.
Yes. Gather in.
ATF. Amar.
ATF. VZM.
No tail.
No tail.
But yes, I like it. Now you guys promised you're going to do an OG dance with me. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, come on, let's go. All right. I'll bet you Slacks can't beat this. Good luck.
Oh, select
Botak juga ya. Banyak yang botak anjir.
Tim Spirit juga hilang ya udah.
Ya, pulang sama Boom lagi pulangnya.
Pulang. Kalau Boom
udah pulang. Set.
We never give up. We're gladiators. We're strong physically. We're strong mentally. We're never out. GG. Next game. Let's go.
Let's go.
Optimis sekali.
Optimis. TI.
Oh, that is a great impression. Thank you very much, and we'll put it back to you guys. Whose hat is this? Don't worry about it. You steal drinks and hats. I got the light. You do here. That's not for you. Yes.
All right. Well,
Anjing.
Slacks and Casey got quite some fans in the arena. Indeed. Are you
Sauces,
doing well?
what the-
Jenkins?
What do
Are
you
you
got
well?
there, Jenkins? Some sauce OGs, huh?
I don't get it.
Sausage.
Yeah, speaking about OG, I feel like the last game, the fact that they built two Midases, they knew
Oh my
that
God.
they could basically hold out the early to mid game, and then eventually the timer was on Gaming Gladiators.
It really was.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, with that said, let's focus our attention on what the teams are actually discussing right now, because we've only had 2-0s, and these teams, they're very well aware of it, and as we heard earlier today, momentum,
Hostnya mereka terus ya?
confidence plays
Apa?
a
Enggak
big
kan?
part
Ganti kemarin.
in meta
Ganti.
because of the
Iya.
extra duration of the games. Jenkins had a perfect explanation
Ada shiftnya
earlier
kali.
today. But that means that there's extra pressure coming into the teams during these 10 minutes. Immortal Faith, the coach of Game Gladiators, got his work cut out for him, of course. Effie, what would
Immortal
your speech be?
Faith?
Coachnya Gaming.
Yes.
I would say don't.
Itu guide-nya dipakai semua orang anjir.
I'm not sure if that would do the trick.
I'm motivated. I would take this gladiator guy from the audience and put him
That
in.
guy.
Like, do the speech for me.
That's true. They should find that guy
Do
and
the
just put
speech.
him in the booth.
Do the speech.
Yeah. No, but I think that Gladiators really are onto something because that game didn't look bad. Like I said, the map just kind of got out of control for them, and their heroes were not equipped to play the same macro game that OG's heroes were. But those first 25 minutes, they really had the right idea because as we see with OG, they're still not playing the right packed offlaners. And when a team like Gladiators does group up,
Baru satu sih, biar seru. 3 game.
their right packed hero, their 5-man heroes versus
Siang ser, halo, Faisal, selamat siang.
Indeed they can.
Ini kita nonton nobar MPL.
Coming back on the
MP.
stage, discussions have already taken place.
Keren loh orang gaming.
That focus is on the up
Rambutnya ada yang gondrong,
and we
ada yang kayak brokoli.
very much see that these teams are very used to each other because when the Naga was first picked up by OG, Gaming Gladiators knew that this is going to be a support Naga. They ended up
MPL hari ini final, anjay. Saingan.
Naga was not going to be in the hands
Kayak adu sama Dota, adu.
Ragi there at the end. It's going to be interesting to find out what else they got up their sleeves. What else do they have up their sleeve, you think, Lacoste?
I think Gaming Gladiators, they need to shift things up a little
Support
bit.
na.
Like their hero pool, as we said before, was one of the lowest ones, and these players, they can play different heroes. Also, like Boom did great. He did extremely well. We saw a game against Fnatic when he popped off completely on the Storm Spirit during the DPC. His Ember Spirit, his Storm Spirit were one of the
Kira ada tim Indo, wah udah pulang. Boom Esport nih kalah kemarin. Lumayan lah. Yang penting dapat duit.
I also want to see Ace on something different. Like Jenkins did say that
Nggak tim Indo sih, ada orang Indo.
his best heroes definitely wasn't picked so far in the international.
Kan ada orang Indo tim lain. Si ini ya.
Boom.
Cypher.
Talonnya pulang kan.
Nah, Talon
Talon kalah grup stack dia.
Not run at you heroes. Yeah, I mean, I guess
Cypher tuh udah nggak di T1 ya?
Masih. Cuman kan nggak masuk.
Masih.
T1 nggak masuk.
Nggak masuk yang mana?
Underlord,
Yeah.
that's the new hero they're coming out with. Underlord is like
Aiga.
take an area, but Enigma same thing. Like, yeah, it would be cool to see him on his Beast or
Even
Night Stalker.
Visage, yeah, Night Stalker, some of his signature heroes as well.
Tuh.
Yeah, I mean, I
3-0
don't think Ace's
Slardar
hero
sih.
pool is an issue, right? 'Cause it's
Slardar
so
3-0.
is going right now from
Nggak
most
pernah
of the teams,
di-ban
with the
ya.
exception of OG, of course, they're always doing their own
they are
thing.
Ini sih
Yeah,
BZM
he's
terbaik
known for these
invoker.
way-back heroes. We see it all the time. We've seen it worked for every other team.
in Joka.
Seems to be okay. I don't think the Underlord
Oh gitu
was
selalu
that much
dapat
of a
mid
problem.
laner
Kind of just
invoker ya
like
dari
Lacoste
kemarin
mentioned, Boom used to be
Toxon.
these explosive spirit type heroes that had high
Terus
mobility and were always
BZM.
putting up for kills. Tiny can be played the same, but it's a little bit slower. It needs that Blink Dagger. It needs a little bit of time, and often it will just need that BKB. So I would like to see
Gaming Gladiator.
back to their comfort, right? They innovated
Ayo,
so many
satu-satu.
things that we saw for
Biar seru.
the Eye on the Storm.
Hari ini berapa game sih?
Kosong sih. 4 game.
Banyak nih.
4 game BO3.
1, 2, 3.
This is a team. We got some stats throughout the break.
Oh ya 4.
Tofu
Tuh 2,
5 assists
3,
all
4.
time for TI,
Lower
right,
bracket semua.
going into the game.
Upper main 4 jam lagi. Thunder Secret ya. Upper 2, lower 2 ini.
Upper door lower door.
BO3 semua. Gila.
Is the highest
Liquid itu lower.
Liquid lower.
Secret,
Thunder Secret.
upper.
Ya. Tundra Aster. Memang gaming. Gaming Gladiator. OG.
And if we want Tofu to once again get high assist numbers, he needs to play something else
Yes.
other than Silencer.
I think that was a part of the problem, to go back to
Mipo,
Jenkins'
mana
point
Mipo,
about
aduh.
him being
Actually,
very
you get-
active in terms of the
You
assists.
get assists for pressing global. Now they changed that. If you silence somebody and they die, you get the assist for
Do
it
you
now.
actually?
Yes, you
Mipo.
do. Yeah, it counts on the ticker as an assist.
Okay,
so that
for
might
silencer with the refresher this game.
yeah, just maximize your assist stats.
Info Mipo. Belum ada yang pick Mipo nya.
It used to not though. Now
Aduh,
if
Ben.
you're spear breaker charging somebody and they die,
Oh,
get
Razor.
assist, you actually get gold for it now.
That's always been.
Undying.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Because if something didn't take damage, you would not get the assist.
That's not true. I used to play Spirit Breaker 2 years ago and just get so many assists charging heroes that aren't.
Well, yeah, but we're old. I mean, 2 years ago, it might have actually been when they patched it. I'm talking about like 4 or 5 years ago.
Just so you guys know, you know how you try to like make your stats better than they actually were in Dota games? I used to do that with Spirit Breaker all the time. When I knew the hero was dead, I would just charge it anyways. Like, give me that assist to make me look good.
I'm too old for that meta. I never thought about it that way because it never counted when I did it.
It didn't count, no.
All right, we're in the draft here. We got ourselves Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side this time around, so they swapped around. First pick is going the way of OG. And Shadow Fiend, even though it lost, still removed from the pool. Compared to previous game, we saw previous game, OG, they banned out both the Marcy and the Primal Beast. Now both are still in the pool. On the side of Gaming Gladiators, they stuck with the same thing. They still ban out the Razor.
SF-nya nge-ban.
The Undying next to the Shadow Fiend is
SF pick rate-nya tinggi anjir.
and it is going to be Tango as the first pick.
SF Marcy tuh gila.
A testament
Paling banyak.
how this hero since his release has just been so useful in what he can do in the game. But right now, most popular as a mid laner, he's very good as an anti-zoo hero, right? He's anti-summon, he roams around very well, can match the pace of a lot of heroes, and he's very heavy on skirmishes.
He's also an anti-carry hero with his disarms.
Oh.
A lot of carries don't like the
Silencer lagi.
This is gonna be a silencer. Good
Silencer,
to counter
Primal.
He tries to use the role to be able to lock him down, or even focus him down with the heavy physical attack, while rest of the team does have
Timbernya pasti di ban nih si Amar.
So if OG had decided
Anda yang di ban.
pick that Enigma in the second phase, the silencer has already been picked up by
ngepick ya.
We also saw what silencer can do around the Roche pit, right? He just secures these early Roche fights incredibly well. So outside of simply just countering,
Viper.
Jorok.
he does a lot for early objectives.
Viper offline apa?
Fairly certain that
Offline ini
one of
pasti.
the higher win rate heroes in the game versus Primal Beast is Viper. You'd think like there's some break mechanic at play there, but I don't think it has anything to do with the break. I think it's just that you can Viper ult the Primal and screw with his trample through the BKB once he eventually
Lapu ban Fanny darat.
kill him when he charges in.
Marcy-nya di ban nggak?
He gets in your face.
Nah, Marcy, SF,
5 stacks of poison on him and kill him.
Sniper juga sering di pick.
High HP pool because he's the highest strength gain hero in the game.
Selama sejarah turun Dota ada nggak yang pernah ketahuan nge-cheat? Nge-cheat? Nggak tahu
Bukan nge-cheat sih. Bukan nge-cheat sih. Tapi glitch nggak ya, kayak ngebug.
Ngebug ya. Soalnya cheat Dota.
Game-nya ngebug ya.
Kalau nge-cheat Dota ketahuan anjir.
Ini kan apa makro kan?
Bug abuse, ya bug abuse.
Crazy. Right, we got a Lich ban out coming from Gaming Gladiators, and now we see also the Marcy removed.
And Lich is a hero that
No Marcy.
we have seen become a lot more popular simply as a response to the Marcy because people have caught on to how strong Frost Armor can be, especially if you're not playing versus any Dispels or Purges. And a lot of heroes like Primal Beast love to combo this hero. We've also seen it comboed with Lesh, and just that early boost of being able to go in the enemy team.
Kamera yang ngapain?
Like a bulldozer and
Broad Mother juga sering dipakai.
possible is really annoying to play into, even if you're not directly countering anything.
Oh, banningnya berapa kali kan?
Nggak tahu. 7.
7.
Templar Assassin removed inside of Gaming Gladiators, also potentially avoiding some extra minus armor strap from the carry side of things. Now that there's no Slardar at play.
It's insane that Enigma is just
ignored,
even by the teams that get the silencer.
And Marcy just made it all the way to the second phase.
Oh, Enigma-nya kebetulan.
There it is. But I just feel as though
Dan emang lihat harus
heroes that are
dipakai
incredibly
sniper.
popular during
Nah,
moves
sniper.
always fall off during main stage somehow.
Sniper attack range-nya sih ya. Hero kocak.
The thing is, we were making these
CM.
discussions or
CM juga ini win rate-nya tinggi.
stage meta shifts towards team fight and comfort, but I feel like Enigma is a hero that's comfort for almost everybody because he's been in meta for what 6 months now.
It's been so long.
You need to know how to play Enigma, otherwise, you know,
No,
you're going to be very crippled when it comes down to variety of the heroes that you can play. And Crystal Maiden, like, I don't mind seeing Crystal Maiden Silencer as a duo because I think it's a bit different.
Jakiro.
Crystal Maiden does
Jakiro
scale quite a lot
baru anjir,
and late game,
baru ini,
but this is a good counter. Having
baru lihat.
Jakiro nggak pernah kelihatan juga ya.
Iya.
and also blocking the Primal Beast. Like, if we go way back, I don't know, 5-6 years ago when like Ancient Apparition, Shaker were extremely popular as heroes, Clockwork was always a counter, being able to scout them in the back lines and also initiation on them, forcing them to get a force staff. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do, but you know, you still need to get the gold from somewhere, and after the recent patch, the gold is you get less gold on these supports, so that means that these force staffs are gonna come into the game a little later.
Yeah, and I have to. That's actually a really great point. Supports got super nerfed versus Clock when they don't even get gold anymore. And yeah, the flag bearer creep kind of equalizes that and gives it to the carry, but often supports aren't even on the
They're
lane.
not even there. Yeah, they're going to get like bounties and doing like other support
Exactly.
things.
Honestly, maybe you'll get 1 to 2 flag bearer creeps in the first 10 minutes, but you have so many other things to do that you can't play the greedy route and just try to stick around for every second wave. It doesn't work that way. So supports really have lost a lot of gold this time around, which interestingly enough, I thought maybe Bounty Hunter would become more popular simply because of that, but yeah, that hero still sucks.
He was very popular in pubs just before TI. Like I was thinking like, oh man, all the pros are playing this.
That's because people have fun stealing gold from people. That's what I meant.
It is pretty fun to go goblin mode.
But as far as drafts go, I think OG's draft is pretty scary right now. This last Lifestealer pick from Gladiators does a lot for them because he counters a lot. He can fight through the Rolling Thunder, he can fight the Viper, he can fight the Clockwork and the Jakiro. So this is a great hero, but taking that away, they just have so much to counter the Primal Beast. They've got this Clockwork, they've got the slow from Jakiro, they've got the combination of Macropyre plus Power Cogs, they've got the Viper Strike on the Primal Beast. And all of these things that I mentioned, who else hates them?
Oke, pakai Jakiro lawan boom.
I think
Nggak nonton sih yang itu.
For OG, they might be a little limited on tower damage, but just looking at the carry match,
Bagus sih harusnya Jakiro mah. Ada stunnya bisa enak di chain stun. Lifestealer.
Cuman physical lah orang sebelahnya.
Primal Magic sih.
Primal Magic ya.
Iya.
LS-nya tapi yang buatnya.
LS physical.
Apa hero physical mereka tuh? OG. Viper physical bisa enggak ya? Nggak bisa ya.
Skillnya magic, tapi bisa attack-nya bisa physical.
Pasti main physical sih, dia main apa short itu minus armor.
Oh.
Gabungin sama skill 3 Pango.
Apa sih yang belum fan? Oh enggak sih. Oh,
nggak akan dipikirin itu kan, bener kan Void buat Lifestealer so.
Void Jakiro enak sih.
PR-nya primal sih ini.
Early-nya. Primal early sakit.
Mereka kurang apa sih yang samping?
Kurang
lane.
Mid atau offlane.
Udah.
Primal bisa mid.
But it just kind of counters what Lifestealer wants to do with his rage versus the rest of OG's heroes. Worst comes to worst, you just chrono that guy and then you try to kill the rest of his team, right? And then by the time his rage is over, your team can handle it. So I like it a lot. But I remember when Primal Beast was the scourge of pub DotA when he was first released, it kind of felt like the only way to beat that hero is to pick Void on the safe lane, just because he jumps away from him, right? He tramples you, you get away. He had no inherent means to kill you after he already used his charge. So even though Primal Beast has a lot of bad lane matchups now because he got nerfed, Void is still tried and tested, works really well against the hero on lane, in the game, and with the VKB timing.
Is it time to shift this Primal Beast to the offlane and get something?
That's what I was thinking. A semi-carry like Storm would be amazing.
Yeah, because they have they do have lockdown with the Pangolier ulti, Ice Bat, like Chrono, but I think you need to get hero to boom. Yeah, I'm not thinking about Storm, but especially because there is Crystal Maiden in the team, just to be able to enable him even more.
It's a hero that can jump the Void and kill the Void as well, like catch him out when he's on a lane.
Dude, this is such a nice clock game. Actually, I'm looking at it. You also have the cogs
Kurang apa nih gaming?
combo, and just the combo in his lane is nice. And
Atau
with both,
itu
I mean, he
offline.
stumbles everybody on this team.
Tapi kemarin lawan Fnatic dia offline prima sih.
Strom.
He actually does
Oh,
everything for every single hero.
ini kayak kemarin nih, kayak lawan Fnatic offline primal mid ini
That means we're
Strom.
going to have a Primal Beast played by Ace. That will be his first Primal Beast play of the International. But does this mean, this Storm pick, does this mean that you guys are a little bit more on board on the potential of a Game 3?
Because I've been thinking about like what options do they have, and this seems like a good option.
Stunnya, Stormnya enak harusnya sih.
Play very aggressive. We did say that
Carries
this.
the game as well.
Yes, exactly, and feels much better. I would say I'm still a little worried for their damage output once Faceless Void gets to his like 3-4 item timings.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I was loving hearing you guys' thoughts, but I think people also
Stunnya clock.
Melihat kena void.
standing by with slacks.
Stunnya clock void. Enak harusnya ini.
My friends, I'm here with the choo-choo train Jumot. How you doing? Fantastic. So, Primal Beast, pretty good hero. You only picked 5 counters against him. Do you think that you have enough to take that beast down?
Should be fine.
All right, should be fine, should be fine. Now, how much did you guys prepare for this match against Gaming Gladiators? I know that you guys are the favorites always to win TI, so they're very prepared for you. Did you do a lot of research against them?
I mean, it's like 4 or 5 hours straight preparation.
So, okay, lying. All right, thank you very much. All right, are you going to win this game? Give it to me straight, choo-choo train.
I guess.
I guess. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me pass it over to the most successful podcasters in all of Dota 2. They paid me $100 to say that. Sunspin and Synderen.
Thank you very much.
Synderen, let's go.
Another very good interview. Hopefully, an Emmy award-winning interview. Just that specific one. Will go down in
I love the
history.
confidence when you can just tell the coach, like, I guess. You just know it's in the bag, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm so inspired.
It's in the bag.
Voidnya Arcana nggak tuh?
Anjay. Cumi.
At least at this event so far.
Full
I
immortal.
would love to see the statistics on that.
Yeah.
One-word answers, if that equates to more wins, or if they're eloquent, perhaps they lose more.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense, but
Kind of like
I
me,
feel
I talk a lot, but not so much play, you know? So
Yeah.
it makes sense.
You know what's
It really does.
cooking,
it also
boo.
makes sense that this is game 2 because game 1 is over. Not sure if you're aware of that, Synderen, but
That's true.
game 2 of this lower bracket matchup between Gaming Gladiators and OG.
Dia terbang gitu ya si Void.
0 advantage so far, and they're looking to close this series out while Gaming trying to hold on to their TI hopes and try and force a game number 3. We're finally gonna see some Primal Beast action, but the panel kind of talked about a lot of bad matchups for my boy. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, so Clockwork is already a little bit of a tricky one to deal with because you're a mobility-based hero, right? As Primal Beast, you really need to move around and navigate the fight, and you have an ability that gives you a lot of armor, but in the way, like Clockwork is 90% magic damage, he has a lot of ways of interrupting your movement with cogs, with hookshot, battery assault is annoying, and you have Pango ult that's going to be annoying for you. You have Ice Path that you need to navigate around, Viper Strike, and then the final last pick that OG get, which kind of reminds me a little bit of what they did in game number 1. They picked this Faceless Void, so if the Primal is going off lane, he's going to be playing against Void, which is one of Primal's worst lane matchups. You can just time walk away from the trample, and if he's going mid, he's going against Pango, who can just swashbuckle away from the trample. So they kind of cover their bases here where they see Gaming Gladiators going for a top-tier pick, and they just make sure there's nowhere he's going to be truly happy to play. So it's a very disruptive way of thinking about drafting that not only do their heroes make a lot of sense together, but there's one single hero in the enemy team that you're really just trying to make miserable, and that's going to be Ace. So, curious to see how he performs in this game. I think it's a very difficult Primal game.
Yeah. What about the other heroes, though? We have Lifestealer with the Infest Bomb potential into the Storm Spirit, which was the last pick from Gaimin.
The Storm pick was very good, for sure.
So see if they can execute properly in the mid game. Try to get some pickoffs here onto OG. How many Midases can we see in this game from OG?
I don't think BZM
Ya
usually
Void
buys Midas on
ini
Tango.
berapa harga outfit Void itu?
Zero? Is the Viper Midas.
Void.
Wouldn't he?
And let me face this Void. buys it from time to time, right? So, and Amar buys one every game, so I think it could be 2 still.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It
Ding,
definitely
ding,
And
ding.
on the side of Gaming Gladiators, yeah, Lifestealer, probably the only one who would ever buy it, really. If you buy Primal Beast Midas, you're playing the hero wrong. I'll go out and say that right
Maybe
now.
he needs it real bad this game because of the bad matchups.
I think that's not a good look.
I mean, what kind of itemization can you go for Primal Beast to try to mitigate like the counters that you're going up
I mean, you obviously have to get BKB, right?
That's every game.
Yeah,
No,
but you have to get it even more this game. You have to get 2 BKBs this game.
Oh, so a refresher. Okay.
But you don't have mana for that, so you need some sort of item to give you mana. So you're gonna hope that you find.
All right, give me the full list of items that will allow him to have double BKB.
Is he getting the robe or not?
Let's just say everything goes his way.
Okay. Is wand enough? I don't actually know. It's probably close.
I don't know. His mana pool is atrocious. That's Taiga taking pretty heavy damage in the bot lane here. Doraccio pops the rage, take off those poison attacks.
I mean, I could also go BKB refresher and 6 mangoes.
Okay, sure. That sounds a little less than ideal.
He has 3 of them already. He's halfway there.
So he just needs to not use
Void dia mah. Hit silencernya.
Maybe if you could get the mango tree, then it would be possible.
Oh,
right? Then you don't have to buy it.
Missed that so much, Misha.
Onslaught with the trample.
Tabrak.
I mean, you talked about how Yuragi can deal with this, but what about Jakiro?
Yeah, Jakiro is not particularly good against Primal in lane, so Misha definitely has to be careful about positioning. One of the upsides to Jakiro over certain other supports is it has pretty high base HP, so getting the full kill is difficult, but you put a lot of pressure and you do economic damage. Jakiro's probably going to have to buy salves here if it keeps getting pressured. But yeah, it could be better, it could be worse. There are certain other supports that absolutely get bodied by Primal, and Jakiro is not really in that category, but it's also not the greatest.
We are many minutes away from this happening, so I don't
Levelnya
know what to bring
kurang.
it up now.
Tier 5 neutral items?
No, actually,
Pango,
you're
Strom.
incorrect.
I can't believe it.
Well, I'm bringing this up because I know you're such a big fan of Clockwork, but
I am.
seeing the Aghanim Scepter at this tournament, it hasn't been picked up as much because it's a lot of it is support and you have to get the gold, but when it's picked up, it feels impossible to play against a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think the biggest upside to it is just the vision, right? If you're playing support clock and you just spam out the rockets in key moments, you get a lot of information, which is very powerful. I do think in this game, Taiga is more like for Steph, though. I just think it's too good to not buy. You're playing against Lifestealer, you're playing against Primal Beast. Oh, Taiga, by the way, taking some hefty damage down here. We'll be fine.
Mager sih kalau lawan offline Viper anjing.
Frenzy, of course, level 1, very important spell for Lifestealer.
I mean, unless
Beli 3 ini gak tuh? Glove aja, what the fuck.
I think the best Clockwork build in this game is probably 4 Steph Lotus.
Dari kemarin aku ngeliat Gideon, tapi nggak jadiin ya.
Ini cuman buat apa namanya?
Buat last hit.
Iya, basic damage.
And the 4 Steph just amazing, right? Primal, Lifestealer, even Storm. If the hero at least turns around before they get pulled by Vortex, you can reset their position pretty well.
Nggak worth soalnya beli apa namanya STR banyak nggak nambah magic resist dia kan, nambah damage doang.
Perspective on the Pango when you're going up against the likes of, like you said, the global silence, which can be really annoying. What's the Ziragi?
Anjing sakit banget. Oh my god.
But what kind of itemization for BZM? Are you having to go BKB at some point? We used to see Lotus
Belum ada yang ini ya, belum ada yang meninggal.
Iya,
or you're relying on your
Oh ini nih.
Nggak ada mana sih.
Terus level 6 aja mati itu. Oh ini nih, enggak jadi.
Mati sih bawah sih. Bisa mati itu left side. Oh, untung ada red.
This bottom lane got basically twice as strong when Taiga hit level 3. It is such a huge turning point for Clockwork's ability to play offensively. Like heroes that can usually somewhat trade with you just get absolutely destroyed all of a sudden because you're more than double the damage of battery assault. Goes from 20 to 45.
Clock sakit itu ya. Battery assault.
Aduh.
Mati kah?
Masih bisa.
Oh, miss anjir.
Alah.
Oh.
Very close.
That was very close to being extremely unfortunate for Boom.
If Taiga had enough mana for Cogs, he would actually survive there. They find the
Anjir.
Gets off the time dilation. He's not gonna be able to likely find a kill unless he gets a
Tenaga prek.
Any bash? Any bash?
Best.
Ya, bukan anak Eben.
When I play Face this Void.
You know what's cooking.
I think sometimes it's tempting to not skill time lock because it just doesn't work when you're playing the hero. I understand why other players skill it though, because it's really good on them. So,
Yeah, so it seems.
yeah.
But BZM in the mid lane, 36-5 versus the 28-6. Despite that death, was ahead of the CS. But we can see on the network, essentially even, all things considered, as he is now level 6, so the Rolling Thunder available. I mean, from the Storm Spear's perspective,
Hearing an onslaught. Total miss there.
yeah, he does take down a lot of trees, though.
That's true. Is that one of the predictions for this game? No, it is not. So.
Those are my favorite, yeah. I missed the community challenge to kill trees.
Doratio needs to be careful here. Has the phase boots, which is very, very useful against the clockwork.
Yeah, Tofu left the last word, but BZM with the Rolling Thunder.
Iya, diputerin anjir.
Fancy foot going on, though. I don't know if he's gonna hit him a second time.
Iya.
Tofu
Gila kena juk, cok.
has his dancing shoes on as he's able to only get hit.
Wah, udah sih. CM bye-bye.
Referred to as NA driver. That's that made
CM nggak ada.
Support bro.
CM nggak ada escape anjir, sulit mah. Oh, udah ketangkep.
Mati nggak sih?
Aduh.
Oh mati.
Oh,
Mati, cok. What the
anjir.
fuck?
Poisonnya masih ada.
Skill 3-nya itu.
Wah.
TP cooldown lagi, aduh.
Rugi sih udah. Parah.
It's not only that, Amar's going to be level 7 and you just cracked level 5. This bottom lane is,
Wah, botnya kacau sih.
the problem is lifesteal jungle is pretty slow and you can at least still somewhat sustain yourself down here, and I think if you leave Maiden down here she's just going to get dove non-stop, right? So you probably kind of have to just go there and pick up the pieces and get what you can. But yeah, Amar with a complete dumpstring in this lane now, 1400 net worth ahead of Doratio 8 minutes in. Effectively 300 more GPM if you think about it that way. That is, that's scary if you're gaming gladiators. This bottom lane, definitely they could not afford to go this poorly from the get-go.
I can see that it started as a smoke and now an Invis rune topped for Boom, who's now in the OG triangle, but Taiga.
Getting the Viper here would be a really, really good play to try to bring back Doratio. I think this is the right idea with this Invis rune, and it looks like Amar has no idea.
There's the initiation. He has to stand his ground with the Nether Toxin and the right clicks. It's actually
Aduh, mati semua.
brought away in
Iya.
so it's a 1-for-1, and now Celery with the rotation of BZM will be taken.
Wah, bawahnya kacau sih. Bawahnya kacau sih.
2 for 1.
Nuker sama kiri lagi.
Mati sih.
Iya.
Mati sih.
Oh, mati sih.
Nggak ada mana sih,
Habis
mati sih.
Mati sih.
Aduh.
Ah, mati.
Ya. Wah, sulit sih ini mah. Rugi. Rugi bandar.
If his teammates are fast at rotating, Viper is a pretty hard kill. You can see Amar going for the traditional.
Oh, udah jadi sepatunya. Wah.
Oh.
Mati lagi.
What do you think about Amar's item build? I don't think I've ever seen this.
What do we got here today? Dragon Lance?
Wraithband Null Talisman.
Oh, I didn't.
And 2 branches, no stick. He's getting the mana regen from the Null, and then he's not buying stick. This is one of those do not try it at home moments. Don't do this at home.
I'm sure people will.
You or do it at home. Maybe it's easy to pull off and look good on.
Yeah, that is odd, but Amar always has his reasons for.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has bought this multiple times before, and I just haven't noticed. But it just stood out to me. This is an item combination you very rarely see: Wraith plus Null. Good steal there from Boom, though. He got some of it.
Mati sih.
Oh, kena dong. Mati sih.
Ya.
Mati.
Oh, mati.
Mati lagi nih.
Sulit sih. Wah, early-nya udah parah nih.
Level 3
The fact that OG finds that with that combination of Jakiro and Pango was
Comeback bisa sih Storm soalnya. Saya nggak tahu ya kalau
agak nimpul sih.
gamenya.
Wah ini.
Silence? Oh, dapat. Push mid.
Wah,
Anjay, let's go. Anjir. Ayo.
Well, they've also taken half the mid tower, so not too bad. Great rotation there, good first global. Usually what Faceless Void does so well against Primal, which is also what happened in lane, right, is that you go on him and he just time walks away, but when you do have that global silence and you time it well, you start off the onslaught where Void is like, oh, they're going on me, and then you global him and he can't solve it. Obviously Void will be itemizing against this eventually, but not yet.
And it also fits. I blocked him. He's dead on CM.
Yeah.
Oh, ulti.
Ulti kena ulti. Ulti tembus ini soalnya Rage.
Gibberish a little bit here and there, but worked out.
I like Amar's advanced call of kill.
Kill.
Good strategy there. I do believe that is a winning strategy most of the time.
Yeah, Tofu, he's dead.
Kill.
That's definitely a throwback to Eternal Envy days, right? Just repeat the same.
Apa kabar Eternal Envy anjing? Top player cuk.
Recursive loop if you're a programmer.
Why has anyone ever made an Eternal Envy remix? It's like
I'm sure it
have that as like it'd be a pretty. I was gonna say a pretty good beat, but maybe not. But it would be a beat.
I've actually seen one for sure.
You have?
Yeah, you can just Google it later.
Yeah.
But OG with
I will definitely do that.
Ace and company in the driver's seat right now. I mean, what does Gaming need to do? The Infest Bomb was great, but obviously the global silence was needed for that kill.
Yeah.
Very long cooldown.
They have global again in 10. I think you make another move like that.
Okay. So just do everything off the global cooldown.
Not everything, but you need to use global. So whenever you have it, you should make a move, and when you don't have it, you maybe need to be a little bit more creative with the plays that you make. But when global's up, there's just no excuse for not finding a big pick, and it's gonna happen right now.
Ya, timingnya.
Wah.
Habis mana, ayo.
Oh, nggak kena dong.
Jakironya mana anjir? Aduh, Jakironya.
And that is why Taiga's nickname is What Can You Do? Sometimes you just miss.
Pulang sih. Sakit itu.
They've brought this back for sure.
That was a very fortunate swash, to be honest. Like, that play got so much harder than it had any business doing because the perfect timing of the swashbuckle as Storm was jumping, and he had no way of knowing that. So, just pretty fortunate there. But also, again, Boom getting away from that is really great news for him. He's closing in on the Witchblade. Maybe he can solo Void with that plus global? I think because Void has treads Midas, right? Like Uragi is very far away from any defensive item that's going to solve the global. He's probably going to go Manta after the Maelstrom, I would imagine, or BKB, one or the other. But until that point, I think Storm has his number, and they could even kill him with an Infest Bomb. I think without global, as long as they have that Witchblade, should be enough. Taiga is going to find Celery.
Indeed, inside the cogs, Ace is here to watch for the time.
Oh, sendirian.
Pops the rage, and now the focus is on Taiga. Gets off the hook shot range from Amar. They end up getting the support kill in the end.
Iya. Oh. Kena disarm apa tuh?
Disarm itu si Pango.
Oh, digagalin terus tadi main itu. Alah, nggak kena lagi.
Iya. Wah, anjing. Di Chrono dah. Iya.
Chrono. Oke.
I don't really know if OG could have done much more there. What I'm wondering is if there was a way for Ace to set that up better on the Primal. If they could have been quicker about it and gone on top of the Pango and then get the Pulverize off. But as we talked about pre-game, it is a hard Primal game. You really need to hedge your bets about how. One of the best matchups for Clockwork against a support. Crystal Maiden, super slow, can't really break your cogs very easily once she's in there. You kill her off. Now the Viper Strike going to go into Ratio, forcing the Infest here. And this is where, so when this Storm Jump comes in, if Ace uses his spell combo onto the Pango, I think they actually could potentially kill him there.
I hear the onslaught, okay, and that is a lot of damage. Taiga is dead.
That'll do.
Lagi Taiga.
Closing in on BK. BKB now Ace. We'll give him some more freedom, but it's not a guaranteed connection. You still, when you're pulverizing, you get countered by the chrono and you can get countered by hook shot. So it's not one of those primal games where it's just like, all right, BKB unlocked, I'm gonna start crushing fools left and right. It's not that straightforward.
Is that a voice line? I'm crushing fools.
Main Dota juga. Yo, main Dota dong. BTW, halo, Michan Chu. Welcome to the stream.
Just roars. Yeah, maybe one of them means that though.
That's true. We don't have a translator on hand quite yet. I do believe
like
he speaks the
Slacks
same
might
language as
be a
Slacks. Man, we are on the same page.
We are on the same
absolutely.
page. We finish each other's
Forces. As Yuragi.
No, we don't.
Yeah, just move on. That was a good joke.
Hmm.
Ace.
Yeah.
Inside the cogs. Which gets
Bilang
broken
gitu.
right away by Taiga. He is dead.
Tinggalin sih.
Let's
They're
go.
able to find him pretty consistently, which, like you said, is a pretty important hero to take out before any of these engagements, because it does disrupt a lot of what Ace wants to do.
Oh, that's a long
Big
jump.
zip and BZM. It's going to be found, but the swashbuckle out.
Wah,
Ice Path does connect
Nggak
on the
mati
boom,
sih.
but I'm not sure who wants to fight here. Both sides kind of happy to walk away, it looks like.
I think OG are a little bit timid. They don't have their clockwork and Global Sounds is up, so that is a pretty difficult fight to take. And they also have the read that there's obviously Gaming Gladiator's vision there because Pango got jumped in fog. So I really like the call to not force that as Dire. I think the risk reward was just not good enough for you. So they're gonna chill. Wait for Chrono as well. Worth keeping in mind, they didn't have that for that either, so probably even less eager to get anything done. But now that it is online and he has Maelstrom, perhaps OG are considering a move.
Radiant are scanning.
Airing out the infest bomb ready to come, but
My CM-nya
start onto Silver.
mati dah itu kalau semuanya keluar nih.
The Global Silence comes from Rolling Thunder or
Sakit banget Primal anjing.
as Duracho able to claim himself.
Udah BKB.
They're gonna find another move as Amar falls. The buyback was used on the Celery. As you can see, the BKB already activated from Ace.
Oh.
And Taiga,
Oh.
keeps him in place.
Man.
Celery's
Anjay.
being worth it. So double kill for Boom as Gaiman taking a big fight
Ah,
for
3
themselves,
mati
although
nggak.
BZM able to claim Tofu.
Oh, 1 mati tuh.
Pretty good from Game, and they're really getting value
Saya
out of
buyback
the
tadi.
Fest Bomb right now on that Storm. Getting that Viper kill, just negating Amar in that fight. He will have BKB probably in the next big fight though, so then I think
Mid
the play will
does?
not be
Oh
successful
my god.
next time
Okay.
around, unless Lifesteal gets a Desolator, so they have enough in the tank to just bring him down right away when they jump in. But yeah, good stuff for Gaming Gladiators. I think in a pretty good position here to proceed in the game, and obviously the BKB on Primal Beast, huge reveal there. Ace was able to create a ton of space in the fight, never got chronoed because Yuragi wasn't really there in the beginning and Clockwork was on the other side of the fight, so got completely free movement.
Yep, and for the rest of the item progressions, we can see that Duracho is essentially halfway to his Desolator, which is going to be a huge power spike. What do you think of Ace working on, we've been seeing a decent amount of this, the Aghanim Scepter from Primal Beast. I mean, the first thing I think of is breaking, but it feels like it's been picked up consistently even without that in mind.
Yeah,
just a lot of damage.
I have to say, I don't have the best read on the, like, when and why this exactly is good in a specific game, but I will say one of the major upsides to buying is that it gives you the mana for Refresher, right? So when you do take this path, instead of like certain other heroes, in order to get Refreshable by Scotty, you're definitely not doing that. So it's kind of between the Axe and Shiva, and I think in this game maybe he feels like the armor from Shiva is actually not going to do that much because the enemy team has so much magic damage that maybe he's better off getting some more utility this way and then transitioning to Refresher. I think that's probably the line of reasoning. But I'm not certain when I would say the Scepter is better than Shiva, because I think Shiva is really good on this hero in general too, so... But anyway, are those the 3 mangoes he started the game with? That would be hilarious. It might be. I mean, maybe it's just kept... I mean, they give region, right?
Yeah, of course. Just a little
Aduh, kena tuh Void kali itu.
Ya, Void.
Does break here. Yuragi doesn't see him, though.
Ya, silence ya. Oh.
Waduh.
Ulti.
Aduh, nggak sempet.
Close to a time walk, but not quite. But that was global expended in half of Storm's mana pool, so maybe OG will look for something here.
Ya, ada PKB sih. TP. Nah.
Dapat 1 nggak? Nggak dapat.
CM-nya lagi-lagi. Apakah comeback? Bisa sih, bisa.
beast kill.
Networknya nggak jauh-jauh banget.
Couldn't get on the other side of him to cog him for the knockback stun. So he did.
Strom Aghanim sakit tuh.
With a level 2 hook shot, that's kill.
Mini black hole. Karena vortex.
Hits the angle a little bit better. He kind of got blocked by the creep on the left, so he couldn't find the angle there. And those things matter a lot. Like that would have been a huge kill. It's the richest hero on the side of Gaming Gladiators that OG just narrowly miss. They do get the CM as you mentioned though, and that was a dieback from Celery, so he's on the sidelines for a very long time.
That aura is going to be very missed right now.
Yeah, level 1 aura.
Ace cares about that.
He has his mangoes. Wait, where are his mangoes?
Oh.
Did he eat them all?
I guess.
So really hungry all of a sudden. Do you ever like shotgun mangoes? Just like 3 back to back?
What? Oh? Viper bisa segitu jaraknya?
Dia beli itu.
Beli Dragon Lane kan.
Dragon Lane.
Oh, Dragon Lane.
3K lead now for OG. When it comes to the old Roche, Cinderin, who would you say has the advantage?
Probably.
Neither of them are like super Roche killers. What about like the team fight in the Roche as well?
Yeah, when Duracho gets a Deso, it definitely gets easier for the Radiant to do it overall. But I don't know. I feel like probably OG, if you put me on the spot, like you have Battery Assault, you have the Disarm from Pango. It all adds up. Poison attack.
Wah, udah punya shot nggak?
The fight itself, I think it's completely down to global silence. Gaming Gladiators lineup can absolutely fight in any area of the map if they have vision and they get the initiation. If they don't, or Global is on cooldown, I think things get a lot trickier. So.
What?
Taiga opting to go Shard, I think pretty rare, I would say, that Clockwork buys this first item.
That's true.
But really valuing that vision that you get out of that jetpack. I generally consider Force Staff to just be a better item than this, because essentially a lot of the times that you use Jetpack to escape, you could do it with Force Staff too. But what Force Staff also offers is it gives you more mana and you can use it on allies. But obviously the thing that it doesn't give is the flying movement. It's the flying movement.
You don't get a jetpack.
And it doesn't give style points, right? And style points are pretty important on the TI main stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Generally, the less you care, the better. So, Amar's the kind of player you want.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. I mean, there was a lot of questions when they were at their first LAN this year. How would they react? Because they're very good online. It's literally the same thing, right?
But then they had an interview with the coach, and he was like, I guess we'll win. And everybody was so inspired, they won the whole event. So
can't blame them. This rocket flare will show that the Roche is being taken right now from Gaiman.
Roshan.
Not that close right now. They're going to smoke up and try to contest, but this Roche is going down.
It seems like the purpose of this from Gaming Gladiators is to bait a fight. I think they know that they're not going to get it in time.
Yeah, they back out for now. So that already uses the hook shot, comes in, will connect, but there's the global silence into the pulverize. So it looks like Taiga will be the first to fall. Gets off the cogs.
Aduh.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
Lah, stuck lagi.
Stuck.
Oh, ini baru
meninggal sih.
Stuck 2 kali, meh.
But we'll see. There's only a couple kills, but again, the life stealing is the big one.
The fact that OG come out of that
after the worst
rolling thunder, like he went from stuck with rolling thunder. Like
it happens.
You're gonna see the replay here of it. So, in my opinion, I think they have to kind of combo break here and get the Clockwork out of the picture immediately, so they get a numbers advantage. That Panga roll and then
nyangkut aja.
This hero has some of the funniest moments in the game, but they were still okay. Obviously,
at times.
Yeah, Roche, very low.
It is low, but the hook shot onto Ace, and it looks like Uragi is going to get the Aegis, no problem.
Yeah.
Ace now cannot get out of the cogs easily, and as a result, OG can pick him up. And now there's a continue on. Boom. Pretty low on mana, but BZM pretty low on HP. So they reset, being happy taking that first Roshan for themselves. Now they're sporting that 4K lead. And the global silences, I mean, they've been consistently getting kills, but in like a Roche fight, like that was essentially, they popped it, they killed the support, and the support just popped back pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, they don't stay dead very long in these. And if you're just getting a support out the global silence, maybe not.
This has been one of the biggest downsides of the hero for a long time, right? Is that when you play it as support, global is such a huge part of what your hero offers that if you don't get a big payoff, it's not the greatest. So I think, I mean, given the circumstances there, if he doesn't global, I think that hook shot just leads to a really problematic fight for Gaming Gladiators. So he probably feels forced to use it, but it's like, I think that was a good global, but it was just because he had to. He doesn't want to use it like that. So you want to, in this game, you want a global to kill Faceless. You want a global to kill Pango when you get that jump off, but you kind of have to kill them in the Storm Stun because Pango has the Yules into Blink and Void has the KB.
We should mention Tofu does have 4 staff, and Celery's working on 1 for himself now as well.
Yep.
So just having these options for the cogs.
Yep, you need that for sure.
It's like here, fast.
CM lagi mati.
Celery, but here comes the initiation.
Look
at the burst damage. Global times is there, but Uragi pops the BKB and the Chronosphere, trying to focus down Celery to start things out.
Oh my god. Meninggal sih. Kena censan anjir.
Kena ulti Jakiro dalam Chrono anjir.
The boom is fine, but the initiation from Gaiman looked good initially. Not able to find themselves a kill though, and that was still either way on an Aegis holding Uragi.
Gak pecah lagi Aegis sih.
They didn't have Ace as a part of the play either, right? So they were lacking that bit of damage and teamfight control that Primal Beast offers. But sometimes it is like this, that Primal Beast either, I'm not sure if that exact moment, if he was pushing out bottom, because if you're all 5 heroes missing all the time, your plays get really telegraphed. Sometimes you have to show a core to give the enemy team the chance of getting out of position or feeling safe when they're not. So it's understandable that Ace is maybe showing here bottom, but it's just a tricky situation when their lanes are this pushed in bottom and mid. Like you gotta take care of that when you're making the play as well. It's hard. And OG's counterplay just again showing, proving to be too strong.
Zip. Ya.
Belum down.
Mana missing from Boom. BZM.
Are they actually gonna
rolling thunder? Celery, he's gonna be spotted and easily brought down.
Wah anjir.
Mati lagi CM-nya.
Wah mati sih.
Wah anjir. Sakit banget tuh Primal, what the fuck. Anjir jadi bubur Viper-nya.
Mati kan.
Lemah banget ya ini anjir.
Anjir sakit banget, Cok.
Kok mati-mati?
Ultra kill anjir. Gila. Skill liganya itu bikin tebel si Primal.
Dan ini gak masuk akal sih.
Gak logis sih, Cok. 7k itu damage-nya anjir.
Areanya gede banget, sumpah. Area Agan ini.
Satu team fight kena semua anjir.
Dia modal mana tuh setengah doang anjir.
Anjir.
Bisa ngeluarin spell sebanyak itu.
Real monster. Anjir, sakit banget, Cok.
I think he had 1 second cooldown on BKB there, by the way, Amar. So could have been a very, very different outcome if that had happened 3 seconds later.
Here we go, the uproar is gonna feel real good. Oh yeah.
Gak berkurang darahnya pas skill 3 anjir.
Ya, ke disarm. Wah, anjing di ulti.
Oh, ultinya keluar.
Semuanya keluarin semuanya.
Yeah, if he doesn't use it, I think Taiga was actually trying to bait. He still had stick and mech ready. Wasn't expecting the freezing field.
Lama ya farming sekarang
wanted the storm to have to zip to finish the kill, and then maybe they could have made a counterplay. Not worried about it.
What do you think of open wounds being picked up? Like an actual person. A lot of times lifesteal you get it off of Roche. I mean, against high HP targets, it's extremely good because it's percentage based for each proc. But they don't. I mean, the strength here they have is clockwork, so a little bit odd.
I guess it helps him stay on top of targets and
some extra lifesteal.
He becomes a little bit less less dependent on Storm Spirit constantly. I think for the most part in these teams, Duratio has been kited really hard. We've talked about all the counters to Primal Beast. They're counters to lifesteal for similar reason, right? Viper Strike, Cogs, Hookshot. If you have this shard, maybe you can stay on top of a target or at least reconnect on them later in the fight. it's a relatively small price to pay for the opportunity that it could offer you, right?
1000 lagi agak aneh tuh sebelum Storm-nya.
That has not been happening for game in this game. Yeah.
Comeback.
Ya, mati lagi.
Oh, kabur.
Challenge.
That is quite possibly the worst gauntlet challenge I've ever seen.
Jadi sekali dong Viper.
Bang siapa RTI? Wah, nggak tahu tuh.
As Crystal Maiden. I think you cannot use the gauntlet
Siapa ya?
Very good from Celery. He knew that he was doomed. And I mean,
Celery, he's a memer.
Gua ini sih. Tundra sih, Tundra.
Such a hard game. He had the dieback earlier we talked about. He's just been dying.
Kalau nggak Tundra, ini Thunder Awaken.
And it's we got the zip in onto Amar Doraccio. The BKB from Amar. He's gonna try to walk away.
Chrono. Anjir langsung di. Kena Chrono double damage mati itu, Cok. Ya, Chrono. Nggak perlu, nggak ada mana rupanya.
Sekali satu panggung abis mana Storm itu.
Wah, mati ini ya, Nikes-nya. Ya. Ya.
Wah, dipukul 2 orang.
Dua-duanya best anjir. Nggak bisa sih ini. Masih ada Chrono lagi.
Place of the previous.
They do have very good presence on the map, does OG. Yeah.
And Silencer's early efficiency is really starting to fall off now, right? Because
Silencer late game ngapain anjir?
ultimately get the gold to counteract your global. If you're not very farming,
Kan si ngepick game salah sih di game ini.
offer the same dangerous utility in the fights you could before,
or you survive till you get tier 4
Anjir.
items and then half of them will dispel global silence.
Wah, ada iklan anjing.
But Silencer has come back into the meta after a long drought, primarily
What?
because one of
Ini
his
dari
biggest
Twitch.
weaknesses in the past was his laning stage just wasn't as good as it used to be, and he got buffs in that direction that a lot of the
Iklan
times makes it
app
worth it.
anjir, iklan Free Fire, Cok, bukan gua ini.
Global is an incredible
Refresh dulu,
ability,
refresh.
decent
Wah, kocak. Itu udah pada iklannya anjir.
that
Nah,
traditional state
kaget
of
gua.
Silencer that happens pretty often in
Ada
this
iklan
kind of game where
lewat
you
app
feel like
lagi.
you're one button more or less and you need
Free
to
Fire
use it
anjir.
quickly.
BZM has the
Hard spell to use.
right now. He's got Ags. He's
Main Dota iklan Free Fire.
He has the 2.5 second shield crash talent at 15. He is doing a lot. He even has the
Wah, sulit sih ini anjir.
tier 2 item that he's going to still hold on to because that
Kecuali ini apa?
on this hero.
Lifestealer bomb
He is going to do a lot of damage in these fights.
si Storm ini. Vortex 5 orang tuh.
We have smoke from both sides.
Vortex 5 orang.
Iya.
As Boom
Mini black hole.
is being he's infested on right now. I mean, we should
Vortex
see one downside to
global
bombing, 'cause that
digeprek primal beh.
play this
Sakit itu.
Storm Nake's combo from back in the day. You're not
Morosan ada clock nih sulit.
like, it's not a save. We've seen
Visionnya
the group
kalah
stage,
vision.
how powerful that can be.
That's true. Yeah. If you're always engaging with infest, it never does anything else than that, right?
Yeah.
I will say though, the way these fights have played out most of the time, I don't know how much of a save it would have really been.
Probably
I think most of the time that OG isolate them, they're kind of just in trouble regardless of an extra 500 or 1,000 health, however much it is, depending on level. Right?
Di ulti anjing.
Emang ngaruh ya?
Nggak tahu deh.
It's already at half HP. And I don't think OG's gonna get here in
Tahuan
time.
loh lagi Rosan ada ulti CM-nya.
Ya telat ininya. Rocket flare-nya telat.
Ratio regretting buying his shard now. Although Boom will take it, that's a very good one as
Ini
well.
susah sih anjir.
Aegis on Lifestealer, not on the Storm. Generally considered one of the single best Aegis carriers in the game because of that full mana.
Kalau void-nya bisa di burst, bisa sih sebenarnya.
I don't know what the logic is here because a lot
BKB, ada BKB masalahnya.
Lifestealer in this like Lifestealer Storm combination, it's because
Chain
Lifestealer
stun
goes
burst.
high ground, right?
Yang
That does
megang
not seem
Aegis,
possible.
itu ya Night
This
ya,
game right
bukan
now.
Storm.
Yes.
I think you have to find team
Harusnya
fights, and
Storm
that's where
anjir.
I like it
Biar
more on Storm probably.
bisa
So you can play
bolak-balik.
more YOLO, just jump in, expend his mana pool, get a second life, and try again. Because as it stands, OG's heroes are just getting so damn tanky. Viper with the 3k health as we've covered. You've got Greaves on clock.
He gets initiated on.
Gila, sakit banget.
Like I said, they don't have the damage shit. It's
90 second.
Belum global lagi.
If they're able to use, yeah, the shard does a lot of damage from boom, of course, but
Lah anjing ada iklan lagi, cok.
it does percentage-based damage. No matter how tank you are. Of course, they do have ways to dispel it, but if you're going to be stun locked, then it eats through you very quickly.
I think Uragi was really surprised to die there. His 3k health.
Iklan Chainsaw Man lah ya, at least Chainsaw Man lah ya. Anime bagus, anime bagus.
Vortex.
Anime bang.
Obviously, Boom with the level 20 talent has that longer vortex, so helps out. Is eyeing up a BKB now, has the Axe. Yeah, don't count Gaming Gladiators out, even though it looks hard, because that Roche could have potentially changed everything.
Bisa sih kalau Voidnya dapat lagi mah. Bisa di burst.
Didn't have the read at the right time that it was happening. Now Gaming Gladiators foot on the pedal, just straight down to bottom tier 2. I don't think OG are interested whatsoever in trying to defend this one.
I will say, even though, I mean, we're seeing them actually hit buildings with his Aegis, right? So that, like you said, having that in Lifesteal, it does help. And that's something that they did not take advantage of last time, is when they got the Roche, they were not able to do anything with it, as the Macropire used to slow down Ace, but he's going to be fine.
He was eyeing up the Shivas, but he changed it now to Refresher.
Hook shot, and the cogs back in, but the zip in the instant back shot to Boom. He has to use these Yules just to keep himself alive. We'll have to zip away.
Vipernya tebal banget sih anjir.
Mati nih Silencer.
Oh, Silencer modal.
Viper modal tadi doang anjir.
3k itu darahnya, cok.
Tuh, 3 kali.
Ya, 3k. No BKB. Meledak. Anjir, silencernya buyback, cok. Ya. Ya.
Wah.
Oh, itu Chrono gak apa-apa sih, hilangin Aegis anjir.
He's got that ghoul frenzy, Cinderin, which is all he really needs. He gets hook shot though, so Taiga gives himself enough space to walk away.
Nggak ada mana, cok, gila. Mananya di drain habis itu.
Very annoying on the side of OG against Gaimin, but Gaimin coming out on top another fight here.
There is still Chrono. That was never expended in that fight.
Masih ada Chrono.
Global Sounds on cooldown here from Tofu can't protect against Void going for that if he wants to, but yeah, pretty good again from Gaming Gladiator. Sure, you use your Silencer buyback, but I don't think that was too terrible. Aegis, however,
ambil makan dulu, sambil makan. Asik.
One more fight as long as this is online. Global up in 30 with a line.
Bangun di pusal dia, cok. Mananya bocor.
Seeing them all go back to base to get resources, and I would imagine a smoke could be on the menu next. If they have any left, they don't, I think. None of them are on their supports, so maybe that's just not a possible play. Ace is showing himself.
Yeah, he was looking for something. He's gonna get gone on again though, and he's gonna be bursted again. He does have buyback if he wants to expend it, but it looks like OG will likely just attempt to get back to base. So Gaimin again with the Aegis has made such a big difference in these fights that they feel very confident to go in.
That kind of felt like a bait from Uragi, but again, it's just he doesn't survive. They don't force staff him, they don't get the hook shot in time. I think that time the Swashbuckle did also bash, so I don't even think he was unlucky on the Pango. It's the wrong read on how tanky he is, really, and I don't really blame him that much. I'm also a little bit surprised with how easily they kill him, but considering they already did it bottom, by now he should know what the game state is, right? So this time around, I think less excusable than the first one. Gaimin, I mean, this game looked like it was getting really grim for them. I think, yeah, the win probability was 84% for the Dire, and now we're pretty much back to a 50-50. So anyone's game again.
Indeed. Hook shot, Dyrachyo no more with the Aegis. He's gonna get pushed back.
Mati.
Wah, enggak dong.
Infest.
Wah, oh mati nih. Wah, mati, Aegisnya habis.
As Boom able to get one, but Taiga buys back into the game. Ace pops to BKB, now focusing on Amar with that trample, doing quite a bit of damage. Now we'll have to just TP out, but he gets back.
Wah, oh, nggak base dong.
Shield crash, the dash was on
Gila.
I think he got a bash from shield crashing on the left. So I think his basher was on cooldown for that one. Because like that was a shield crash plus a full swashbuckle. If you don't bash, I don't know, it's like 25% maybe to not get a bash when you use both of those together. I think we're going to see it perhaps in the replay here, so keep an eye on that in the end off to the left. Nice global here, by the way, was almost enough to save the lifestealer.
Didn't mention the Greaves, by the way, on clock to be able to dispel that. Very nice.
Exactly, but the global just made him take a little bit of time to make that play, and that was enough to not get the full cogs combo off. But we're going to see here, I think this is where he already crashed off to the left, right? He was on cooldown down there. So.
Yeah, no, he's happy. Yeah. That was a close one.
Durasio not too happy with that death, though. It seems like both carries are a little bit too far forward. Like maybe each team needs a Lotus Orb or something like that to maybe protect a little bit from these jumps.
He's gonna get hook shot on, and the item is still down there, but he pops the uproar. No more bashes as a result, at least temporarily. Duracio's come to play as well. There's a zip in.
Waduh, mati lagi Void.
Anjir itu, Cok.
100 detik, men.
Aneh prima. HP double tapi damage sakit. Iya anjir. Enggak salah. Bingung sama konsep hero-nya anjir. Comeback sih.
Is this when you buy A on this convoy?
Oh man, I mean, do you think status resist would help here, or is that not enough? I mean, it obviously feels bad to have to go for it, but
he even swapped out his status assist, right? He gave away the Titan
Makan,
Sword
guys.
to get a ninja gear. So I think in this, it's actually kind of
Mantap.
ironic. I think in this
Ini nih, game 3. Seru.
I think that would have, out of the 3 times they
Itu nggak
killed
perlu
it this
dikasih
way,
selamat
this one
terus ya
it might
anjir.
have worked. And that was the time he didn't have it. I don't know. I'm joking about the.
Jadi Chrono nggak dipakai. Soalnya resiko anjir. Kalau Chrono-nya gagal, malah makin ini di push. Jadi kesempatan. Karena ada tahu nggak ada Chrono. Coba kayak Enigma. Orang lebih takut kalau belum dipakai. Ininya, black hole-nya.
Mati.
Chensan.
Oh my god.
Apa itu?
Wah. Best. Oh my god.
Oh my god, let's go.
Kalau masih selamat gua ngerti sih kalau masih selamat. Anjing. Astaga, masih hidup, cowok, anak orang gila.
Hidup, men. Oh, mati kan.
Turns that into a kill is kind of ridiculous. Again, the damage recap for the. How many fights does Ace have to
Teamfight mahal terus gagal ya.
I'm sold on the
Stromnya nggak ada PKB sih anjir. Karena Chenstan.
I'm very impressed too, I have to say. It's doing more than I was expecting.
Di banget anjir.
But the result of this fight means that third Roche with Aghanim Scepter on OG.
Wah, sulit sih ini.
Pointnya dong Aghanim. Wah. PR.
It will be a very reliable way for him of stopping the primal beast.
Tadi udah bagus, kalah sekali udah nih. Momentumnya langsung ini pindah. Ya ada buyback sih.
Wah, mati.
Wah, anjir di dive.
Wah, apakah?
Ya.
Wah.
Chrono apa anjir?
Itu dia. Kenapa nggak Chrono anjir?
Cuma makanya nggak Chrono.
Udah pulang mau ngapain lagi anjir?
Nah udah. Nih mereka jadi ada chance karena nggak ada Chrono. Berani ini mereka, berani nyari ini. Walaupun dia dapat Aegis tapi nggak ada Chrono. Chrono angin nih. Chrono Ricky.
Ricky di Chrono juga muncul aja terus nggak muncul.
Talent baru Ricky nggak muncul di Chrono.
there's a 1-minute cooldown and silencer's buyback. I think OG have track of this here, so they know it's a high impact kill. They find the maiden here.
Ini mau Chrono siapa tadi itu? Void. Oh,
si ini Strom.
They kill them both.
Isinya 2 kan.
0.3 seconds, so it's like easy to be like, lol, what are you doing? You're
Gede sih Rapi. Tinggal hit tower, ngapain masuk anjir.
Iya.
Ini definisi takabur di TI, Cok. Bayangin, takabur di TI.
Dapat 1 set gitu di. Oh.
Ini inilah kenapa nggak Chrono. Musuh jadi berani tuh. Mereka tahu nggak ada Chrono bakal sampai situ. Gila sih. Gara-gara ada satu doang kena comeback.
Api.
Masih belum ada Chrono, masih belum ada Chrono. Berani. Bahkan nggak ada Chrono, nggak bisa apa-apa ya.
Oh, hidup dong. Oh, enggak deh.
Hidup aja. Oh my god.
Hidup dong, what the fuck?
Itu apa, men?
Startnya kan BKB.
Bukan si Primalnya ngeluarin suatu
Aganim. Itulah kenapa nggak Chrono dari tadi.
Ada pressure sih ini mah. Gak bisa Cok, anjir. 2 kali Chrono.
Oh gila.
And now keep in mind Ace, I don't know if you mentioned this, he has the Pulverize talent. Did you mention that? The 25 talent? So the Primal Beast has 2 amazing choices to make. At 25, you either double the duration of Pulverize, or you make it pierce BKB.
Gonna use his shard, but they're gonna try to focus down Amar. The open wounds is ripping him.
Chrono. Keluar.
Keluar dong.
Wah, ini salahin mereka pas ini sih, pas ngedive. Nge-throw anjir. Ngapain sampai fountain, Cuk?
Keluar kenapa? Oh, bakal.
Ituan apa ultinya sih?
Ulti pango.
Wah, emang bener.
Kalau kalah kocak sih ini, sumpah.
Wah, dapet dong.
Out of the chrono, 1 millisecond on the TP, everything just tooth and nail.
Udah sih.
Nggak ada yang punya buyback itu OG anjir. Lock doang.
Like so close from both sides. You're gonna see everything here. So that rolling thunder is now gonna be on top of Boom.
Ya, twing.
Out. Gets force staffed. And now Yuragi is gonna drop super low, backtracking some of the damage.
Yeah, just some.
In and out.
Bukan konyol krononya, konyol ininya, rollingnya. Ya udah sih.
Wah.
Ini gara-gara takabur anjing. Sumpah. Itu ngedive barak belum dapat udah ngedive ke ancient ke fountain anjir.
Chrono lagi.
Gue kira cuman pub gue doang yang takabur ya. TI juga takabur, cowok.
Oh, selamat dong.
Kuat banget itu.
Mati.
Kuat banget naik-nya anjir. Udah kuat banget. Kalau dia comeback 2-1 kocak sih. Gara-gara ngedive.
Ini Chrono terakhir sih ini, kalau ini gagal udah cuy anjir. What the fuck?
Berani banget anjir. Enaknya udah jadi banget. Kuat itu 1v1 dia.
Visionnya gede banget itu nice. Talent sama ituan item jungle.
This is not at all how I imagined this game playing out 30 minutes ago. Like, no way would I have imagined that we were getting this. What a treat, though.
Belum MKB kan, Void?
It feels like every team fight has some sort of detail that means everything.
Yeah, and it's always something very small, technically speaking, right?
Ya udah dihalus.
One key backtrack, or one hero getting pushed a little, or one perfect.
Meledak.
Oh,
ada buyback.
Wah,
udah, let's go.
Ada buyback.
Ya,
Primal nggak ada.
Ini Primalnya nggak ada.
Sebenarnya kalau Void mati nggak ada buyback.
As now OG, I don't know who's in the driver's seat. I don't even know.
I feel like have they kept track of this buyback timing on Primal? Like, it's a minute away. Sometimes you don't have the exact timing, and it's like on a hunch, right? If you know for a fact it's not up, this is where you could push for barracks. And again, they
Nice RBB, iya benar.
this time in his own base with the buyback.
Pulverizes are absurd.
Imagine if Ace gets level 30.
Yeah,
so he has the other talent too, because that is just absolutely dirty. 100% pulverized duration that pierces magic immunity makes it effectively a 6-second single target stun.
Yeah,
that does AoE damage.
Not too bad.
Ulti Prima level 30 terus BKB. Oh my god.
BKB blink in 6-seconder into a 6-second pulverize. Couldn't be better.
udah ngambil harusnya tadi dia yang kualitas pertama.
Yeah, they can't. But they will.
Pusing buyback naik sih ya. Nggak berani sih, nggak berani. Dia 2 barak hancur. Sama Voidnya nggak ada buyback. Ini next. Saya bakal rebut terusan sih ini. Tapi unggul di gaming. Creep si OG bakal naik terus itu. Udah mega atas tengahnya.
I think if Gaming Gladiators lead was 10k before that fight and it dropped to 5, I still think I would consider that a win for the time being because they have a clear way to victory now.
Yes.
Killing Void ends the game.
I mean, look at the buyback situation right now.
Yep.
All 5 of OG have none.
Yep.
All 5 4 games.
OG nggak ada yang punya buyback.
You just need any sort of good core kill, especially faceless, and I feel like you've got this one locked down. You also have a 9-second BKB on Boom.
Wah, ini kocak. Ini lucu sih, gara-gara ngedive tadi.
Very late game BKB.
He got it minute 53. Okay.
Wah.
Wah. Udah. Nggak berani itu, nggak berani Voidnya. Voidnya nggak ada buyback.
Oh. Mati sih.
Mati lah.
Mati. Buyback. Kabur sih, oke, nggak ada buyback.
Wah, kena base Rosan gitu lagi TP.
Ya. Life stealer, buyback, ambil Rosan, menang ini mah, GG, udah.
Ah, mati sih.
Anjir, Rosan digebuk-gebuk sama Primal, cok. Wah. Sumpah ini course-nya bakal marah-marah sih anjir. Gara-gara mid doang tadi. Udah. Udah GG. Udah GG.
Wah. GG. Wah, gila. Gara-gara dive terus. Tak kabur terus.
Such a huge morale boost too. You know that you were losing that game and you still clawed your way back into it. You made the right moves, I think.
Iya. Ini mentalnya menang GG sih. Yang nge-throw oke soalnya. Soalnya mereka bisa reset.
Talk about a carry performance on Primal Beast. He had 2 or 3 team fights where 2 of his cores are dead.
Yeah.
And he finds trades, keeps himself in the game. The ultra kill he got top propels him to get that.
Ya, gila sih.
Huge impact later in the game.
Di Dota ada hero yang kena ban nggak sama Valve? Soalnya di sebelah ada hero yang di ban sama developernya di World Tournament. Dota kalau nggak ngebug nggak bakal di-ban sih kalau nggak ngebug mah.
Atau hero baru keluar nggak
hero
bakal
baru keluar.
dimasukin.
Hero antara hero baru sama ngebug itu doang sih.
Thank you very much. The curse has been broken. Gaming gladiators are the first to prove that you can tie on the main stage of the International 11. We're going to this. We're going to that third game. And my oh my, in what fashion are they able to do that? Of course, joined by Jenkins.
Kalau udah comeback 21 kocak sih ini. Oke.
Jenkins, this game it started out with everybody thinking.
Ingat guys, jangan takabur guys. GTA aja masih bisa takabur anjir.
Yeah, it did look that way. The Viper lane, Amar did very well versus Lifestealer. We were talking about it backstage. The fact that with the
Di sebelah ada yang ngebug parah sampai di abuse di World Tournament. Dulu pernah sih. Paling Fountain Hook paling parah. Tapi nggak di ban juga.
Fountain Hook tuh bener-bener ini.
Kalau Fountain Hook tuh dia makanya pas udah tengah-tengah turnamen, nggak di awal.
But yeah, it was just sheer tenacity from gladiators. It looked really bad for them at certain points, but they just held on and they came back with a vengeance. But also just as their heroes scaled and as they were able to get this item position and the gems to take away OG's vision, the Abyssal the AC on Lifestealer, who's suddenly able to fight the Void Spirit.
Ya nggak di replay yang nge-throw sumpah kocak banget.
2 kali aja tuh dia jelek. Satu nge-throw, satu yang Chrono Storm-nya keluar tuh. Aduh gitu. Wah,
Bingung sih. Barak tuh belum disentuh anjir, udah masuk fonten. Ngapain coba? Kalau Fountain Hook selain pas turnamen mau kelar sama bugnya emang nggak ketahui. Iya bener. Harusnya nggak ada nih ban sih. Taruh piring.
Because of exactly what you were mentioning, it's the double hexes, the basher, like the global sounds, like it felt like he's like, I just got a chrono, like I got a chrono.
Wah, gila.
Like they keep
Terus.
after chrono, and then the chronos are like on his team more than the enemy team because he's feeling pressured to do it.
I feel like a bit of lack of items on supports from OG because they did itemize very selflessly. I would say, I mean, sure, you can think about Guardian Greaves. It's a good choice, don't get me wrong, where he can dispel the global silence, counter-initiate with the hook shot, but the only one who had it was pretty much Amar with the pike because Amisha, he did have E on this to protect himself and also Yule Scepter to be able to dispel the global silence. I feel like maybe a Lotus Orb or another Force Staff would make a difference there. So many times this Faceless Void being caught and yeah, I think
he was on his own.
We wanted to see Boom on an explosive hero, and yeah, this is one of his best, if not the best hero. He's shown it time and time during all 3 DPC tours, and also like the execution of some of these fights, like it makes it very easy for gaming gladiators, where you have Infest Bomb with the Storm to follow it up with the Global Silence. OG, they understood every single time they do that, we need to take another shot, like immediately. They go for a fight because they know without Global Silence being available, they need to make stuff done.
Yeah, at the start of the game, before the draft even began, we said that one of the criticisms on gaming gladiators in the past has been that they've been fairly predictable. I think that this game, in
Dota itu sistemnya hampir sama kayak Hallo.
with them shifting the primal base
Gue belum pernah denger sih di ban.
and getting that hero, getting the Storm Spirit for Boom, it kind of saved the game for them, saved the draft for them, and it blew the game wide open. It took a little while to get to that in the game, but it worked out absolutely.
Game 2, game 3 ya?
Game 3.
Story of momentum here because this is the first time we get to a game 3, Jenkins.
Thank Gaben. It's just ridiculous. It was a good game too. That's the thing. It was a good game too. It wasn't just gaming gladiators turning around and stomping. And
kemarin lihat nggak Team Spirit dipulangin sama Boom? Nonton nggak nonton? Kocak sih kocak.
Game 3 is stomp in one direction. What do we say with these?
I think gaming gladiators, they
yes, we do. We say the same thing.
They definitely do have an upper hand here because this is a momentum for them. This is a big W, and OG, they knew that they had this game in the bag. And also one more thing to notice is this break mechanic from Aghanim Scepter on
in the bag.
he breaks Viper, he breaks Faceless Void Bash, he breaks level 25 talent on Faceless Void, which is backtrack. One of the few things that like you can break a talent, which sounds ridiculous, but it does work. And also BZM's passive ability, so you know that there's not going to be a disarm, which Lifestealer does not like to play into.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this matchup develops as we go to a third game. We're going to read up on what we're supposed to do when it goes to a third game, because we haven't had that yet. And while we do that, we're heading over to Slacks and Casey to hear what they have to say.
Hello, hello. Yes, we are in the arena. It has finally happened. Thanks.
Lah.
Really happened, but thank you.
What? Kenapa tuh? Kena global silent nih.
That's what the silence does to you.
Jam spirit apa net menurun.
Kenapa tadi?
Nggak tahu dah anjir. Kok dia berubah hilang anjir.
Activating a silence, so then everything just falls apart. So here we are. But we did actually, quickly check what we're supposed to do when it goes to game 3.
Lu kenapa tadi, Cok?
These are very tense moments for these.
Kenapa tadi, men? Nggak tahu.
Small amount of time to think about this, to adjust, and of course, while the game is going on, the coach already has a big job, and like, okay, what am I?
Spirit udah menang TIA sekali sih. Makanya jadi kalem.
It's very simple. Try to reset, Effie. Try to get back to not feeling like you just lost, not feeling like you just win. Just go back from the start.
The most important thing that a player can have in a LAN environment is the ability to recuperate and to recover after losses, because some of them can feel so brutal, right? Especially in games where you know you did something wrong. Some people can, I mean, if I were a carry player and I chronoed a teammate and they died, I would feel horrible about it. And these things happen. The game was difficult. You were most likely going to lose anyway, and that play in particular did not lose you the game, right? So you have to be able to identify that and just move on. So just take a couple of deep breaths. Don't talk about the game anymore. Maybe talk about it later if you do win, but for now, just talk about what you're going to do next.
Wah, OG kena mental OG.
Stop thinking about game 1, game 2.
Kocak bisa 2-0 loh. Nge-throw dia.
We're gonna see once again if the global silence has ended on the side of Slacks and Casey. Let's head over to
The global silence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Kena global silence.
We are here for the first game 3 of the International here. Are we hyped? Things are crazy. Some would say things are mad. Right? Pun?
I'm losing my mind.
There you go. Perfect pun, my friend. What did you think about that series? Are you hyped up?
It's about time we got a game 3, I think.
Yeah.
Primal Beast, Eggs. I think that's my favorite spell in the entire game. Yeah.
It was good to see then, yes. Any recommendations from the Mask of Madness himself about what they should do in this final game?
I think they should pick Drow and build Mask of Madness.
Wow, very creative. Thank you so much. Casey, do you have anybody? What do you got over there? How's the crowd feeling over there for you, Casey?
Well, right now they look a little sleepy, so could you wake up? Thank you. So it's kind of convenient, don't you think, that OG and GG sound so similar when you cheer? Because backstage we're like, wait, are they? Oh, now they're chanting for GG. So I decided to find some fans from each side to prove their worth. Sir, how many TIs have you been to now?
Oh, it must be 6 or 7. If you count, it depends if you count the last one.
Yeah. And you're here. You think who is going to take it all the way here in this game 3?
I think OG's going to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Kopium.
These guys are pros. They were ahead there. We've all been there where we lose a game where we're ahead. I think they're going to reset and come back like in a fresh game 3.
You're amazing. I love that you said we've all been there, like, on the TI stage. No biggie, no big whoop. Thank you so much, and thanks for coming to so many.
Thank you, Casey.
Yeah, okay, and then I know, sir, are you pretending to be a GG fan because you promised me you were, and then I turned around and you're wearing this hat?
I think I'm a GG fan now. GG is so good now.
What do you mean so good now?
I mean, their group stage is so...
Okay, you've been a fan of GG for how many minutes?
1 hour.
1 hour. You know what? I'll take it. Who else is thinking GG? By the way, very confusing because GG and GG sound very similar. So somebody's gonna GG. It might be GG or OG. All right, you with me? Wow, one woo. What is wrong with you guys? Get back in here, Slacks. We got to get this crowd all fired up.
Don't worry about it. It's going to be a GG easy for OG, maybe GG, but either way, we're going to go to a little video. So goodbye, crowd. Enjoy this wonderful video content.
Video content. This is pre-recorded. Do it, Jenkins.
Well, everybody, welcome to this video where we're gonna be a panel. Sorry. What is he talking about? What are they doing?
I don't even want to know, but what I do think is really cool, there's someone who counts into 60 eyes. That's impressive.
Yeah,
right
get
there.
this guy on the panel. Get Jenkins out. We want to see this guy on the panel right now. He definitely has more info.
Talking about Bulba?
No, the guy.
The guy that went to 60
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that guy. He went to the last one. That's cool.
And that is cool. This guy went to the last one as well.
Yeah,
it's Misha. He was a coach for a different OG at that point, and now he's the position 5. Still a very important role to be able to get that team back to the 0 line and start from scratch here with
Halo.
the game and the third and the
Halo
second
Ikari, welcome to the stream.
bracket. Extra important, extra pressure.
Gimana kabar? Anggap aja baik sih. Thank you sudah mau bertanya.
Fairly soon. And when talking about that, when thinking about that, where do we start?
Gaming.
Where do you go? Because Primal Beast, I think, is the first thing that I look at. Is like, okay, OG let it through once, let's ban it again.
Wah, anjir, undyingnya.
I think they don't need to ban it. If they don't,
Seperti biasa, yoi.
this is how GG won the game. Like, it was Primal Beast plus the Storm Spirit. The rest of the team also played well, but Ace on this hero really made a difference.
Yeah.
I think that Gladiators maybe have identified that
Wah,
the way
anjir.
to beat OG is to probably just beat them at their own game, and that they're not going to play for this heavy 5-man group up, buying this Wraith Pact and this pipe. No, they're going to try to outscale them, not lose too much on their lanes, and just take it late. Because OG are a team that like to farm up, right? They have this tri-core thing that they haven't changed since TI. Sometimes they will slow down after their lane dominance and just farm it up, buy some Midases. So if GG are going to play that game and try to outscale them, they honestly might have a shot to just make it to the next round. Like, they could actually win here.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you can beat OG in team fights late game and go, relatively even. There were points where either team was ahead, but in the grand scheme of things, fairly even. Why not just go late and outplay them? I do think the Primal Beast was a big factor there. There's a reason that teams are, first phase banning this hero. It is a little.
Marcy ban
I
sih.
think Ace played it phenomenally. Like just the fact that
Pasti di ban anjir
we saw
Marcy.
in that game, like the charge goes through cogs. And the charge in another game we saw goes through Spirit Breaker charge. It overrides everything because he's the new hero, and so that's like always how these heroes get added
He's a dinosaur.
to DotA.
Of course he's going to override everything.
Right, and it's the same thing with Marcy. She could throw people out of Chrono and Black Hole, which would be impossible because the event horizon, of course, FE. And it's like, but that's the thing. They're new heroes.
That anymore.
No, she can't anymore. They nerfed that finally. There's some things, but yeah, I think so. It's the hero's overtuned. I think that's something the coach can say. Okay, we just made a mistake leaving that in. Let's just reset, ban that hero, play normal Dota because that's not normal Dota with that hero.
There also might be a
It's not normal
re-emergence
Dota.
of Enigma in this game 3.
Primal,
It's the
Primal.
deciding game. This is a hero that both teams have won with before. It's one of the best heroes in the patch right now, and it's just been ignored for 2 whole games. So this could be the one where we see it come out in the first phase.
Yeah, game 3 is definitely the time for that. That's like a clutch hero.
You know what I want to see? I think this is the hero that I expected it to be picked way more, especially coming out from OG. Arcwood. I'm really impressed the way Uragi has been playing it. They did try it out one time. They lost the game. Maybe they lost the confidence. Maybe we don't have all the info. Maybe in the scrims they were also losing with the hero. But the way he played it, like during the majors and DPC, big fan. Like there's something to this hero that can hold the high ground for a very long time. It's also a hero that plays very aggressive with the advantage. And once he hits his timing with the Octarine Aghanims, it's just extremely difficult to play.
All right, it is time to find out what the teams have in store for each other, and if we're going to have that Arc Warden, yes or no. It's over to the draft for Game 3.
Diamond Gladiators versus
Diamond Gladiator.
Game 3.
Gladiators turn to battle.
Now, before the series starts, you can, of course, theory craft a lot of openings in that draft, and you can, like, spar, basically, with your coach and your captain to see how things are going to go down. But once you get to that third game, that best of 3, there's mind games at play. You've got 2 extra games of information. You got to process them real fast.
Marcy pasti di ban sih.
It is all about
Meta banget.
what you identified as the threat from the previous game. So far, it has not yet been Primal Beast. We got actually also a little bit of a difference coming out from Gaming Gladiators. The previous 2 games, they banned out Razor and Timbersaw. Now letting Timbersaw in and banning out the Snapfire instead. And on the other side, OG actually thinking quite a little bit about who they are going to ban next to Marcy. Previous game, they of course banned Undying and Shadow Fiend, and the game before that it was both Marcy and Primal Beast, but so far not yet set on that
Primal, yeah.
There it is. Okay, it's removed. Get it out.
I got another prediction.
Okay.
This is going to be on the Arc Warden level.
Ya, dying lagi.
BZM Tinker. I could see that coming out. I feel like that hero is getting picked a lot in pubs with the recent buffs prior to TI. People were feeling it. It's just a specialist hero, and you need the right game for it, but I do think it's really overpowered in the right game for it. And game 3, elimination match, OG might pull it out.
I also think just BZM
Naga.
so much for them that they could run it again here. It really
Mager
is
sih lawan Naga.
effective, and it's going to fix any kind of scaling issues that they may
Naga
have
late game
in
keras banget,
because
Cok.
Pangler does not scale nearly as well as you would like him to for games that go to minute 45 onwards.
Oh, this is some
Ini Undying early sakit banget sih.
Jakiro plus Naga Siren being able to execute. Yeah, it's easy to execute, but we still don't see something that happened in game number 1 where they picked this Naga Siren early on. Taiga played it in the end, but also did a bit of a confusion, even I would say, because Underlord was last pick for Gladiators, and then OG counterpicked with the Monkey King. So they still got to be careful. It's a hero that was also played by Uragi before. He did extremely well. I think he might have also broken some records on the hero. But yeah, looking at the bans
Undying.
this time
Ini
around,
gara-gara
let's see
TI
the
pada main
difference
Undying
with
di
the
pub
pool,
anjir mager.
and now this Snapfire ban
Sakit
makes
banget,
sense
Cok.
because they were aiming for
SF anjay.
Undying. Snapfire really good with Little Shredder to be able to take down Tombstone immediately.
So they end up going for the Shadow Fiend again on Gladiators. It didn't work out well for them in the game 1. They lost to a Naga Siren support, they lost to a Monkey King and an Invoker.
Sniper.
So I wonder if OG are just going to run back a potential draft. Yes, there is a key difference here in the Undying, but I do feel at this point of TI, at this point of the meta, teams have figured out the best way to play against Undying. It's not a hero that catches anyone off guard.
Yeah, and something that Jangan said, it feels like teams did figure out how to play against Shadow Fiend. Because you did mention the Bloodseeker, there was also Monkey King that builds into Basher. Heroes that, like, Slaughter was extremely, because he doesn't buy Basher, but he's the one buying a BKB, so not affected by Requiem and then getting on top of him, so that's a good solution.
Even the snipers looked good against it, which Gaiman took out. It's like a different approach rather than like sitting on the SF and making it so that he can't just sit there and trade and right-click you by perma-bashing. It's you're standing at a distance, SF can't hit you, and then you're also headshotting him, so he can't just sit there and trade with you without a BKB, even if he does get on top of you.
It did look pretty good, and it's really cool. I think, or I hope at least, we're going to see a lot more of the Sniper and Sven combination, because it looked like the better version of the SF plus Sven combination.
Mager sih nanti Sniper anjir.
Sniper is a standalone hero with potentially a Naga support and a Jakiro support to back him up isn't as strong as the Sniper we did see beat a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, but the nice thing about Naga Jakiro is the flexibility of the two and the fact that it just makes team fights so easy. Like I feel like between these two heroes, you have tower push, you have magic damage, you have heroes that can stack camps, like lane shove. It makes the rest of your draft, you can just kind of respond to whatever Gaming Gladiators picks. And they do go back for the Invoker.
Ooh, Invoker.
So well in game 1, what they have to do to give this Invoker the best game possible, though, would be to pick a kill-heavy side lane, whether it be the safe lane with Monkey King again with the Jakiro, or have it be an offlaner that has some kind of stun or disable that can set up for these sunstrikes. That is a condition that I do believe they have to meet, because that was the reason why Invoker was able to kind of outlive and outsustain this.
Wah, Zoo meta.
They go for the Beastmaster and the Undying and the SF. You know they're going to play for these early rushes. You know they're going to play for these early pushes.
Yeah, they need a hero on the mid lane that can deal with the Invoker. I wouldn't mind seeing something like
Vision Beast enak sih anjir.
Game momentum with the Undying
Burungnya
with
Invis,
his
yuk,
level 15
mager loh nih.
talent, and also Beastmaster with his aura.
Ooh.
Okay, they're saving their pick for last, the mid one.
Man, they really like running this position 5 as a 4 thing. Like every game, it's been
Hey, it's something that Tundra did as well, because they're
Kena glimpse nih banyak ini nih. Karena ada visionnya si ini. Beastmaster.
I feel like Gaming Gladiators is running 5s as 4.
No, you're right. The support roles have just homogenized.
Yeah, they have. They really have.
In this tournament.
Disruptor kind of owns here, in my opinion. I was wondering if they were just going to go back for the silencer their last 2 games, but I like the idea of Disruptor with a vision hero, right? You have the Hawks from Beastmaster, so it already sets up for the glimpse. You have the AoE silence and damage on the Naga illusions. It stops her from casting songs, so if she is going to be played as a carry here, her effectiveness is reduced. Also, if this Naga is split pushing or scouting with her illusions, glimpse insta-kills them. So if they send an illusion uphill into Gladiator's triangle, Disruptor can just get rid of it just like that. So.
Yeah. This Disruptor pick, why they decided to go with position 4/5 is they did not want to reveal anything because they want to still have an option to put this Shadowfiend on a mid lane. They do not want to reveal the matchups. And also vision game from Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be through the roof this time around. You're going to have Tombstone for the glimpses back, Hawk as well, summons from Beastmaster. All this attack speed will increase the damage output from the Shadowfiend as well, and you're going to be able to set things up with the glimpse.
Okay, thank God. I was going to say that OG needs some blink stun hero because this SF is still unaddressed and it was in the first phase, right?
Yeah.
And so you have this blink stun hero in Sand King that can get on top of this SF early on. Sand King has a very early blink timing that his teammates
Sand King.
But also the Sandstorm is going to be really nice later on with the blind.
Gue kemarin nonton Sand King jadi bubur sih anjir.
Of course, you have the setup for Sunstrikes.
Kalau timingnya kalah, sulit.
You have that if you're going to run this Exort Invoker, because that's the assumption that I'm going to make.
Sand King lawan Undying jadi bubur sih. Diisep-isep STR.
And snare, because he was playing with the Invoker, it's also a great setup. Anything that can enable your Invoker to have a good game is going to have a lot of value.
And also, from what we've seen from them in the group stage and main stage, is they like Sand King against summons. He's like one of the best heroes, or if not the best, for just planting in a lane. And a hero like Beastmaster that likes to kind of snowball the map, you can delay that for like sometimes 4 to 5 minutes, which is enough to, you know, stop the hero from just like rampaging you in the early game. But we did see Tundra punish OG doing that exact thing against the Death Ball, against the Zoo, and yeah, if Gaiman can test Amar's stacks on the Sand King and kill him when he shows up in that lane, we could see a repeat potentially of that Tundra game that we saw.
But I feel like it would take a while for Gladiators to contest the OG stacks because their heroes aren't necessarily the ones who are most quick to move into the triangle, right?
They need a mid, yeah.
Beastmaster parks himself on the offlane for a while and tries to just, get his creep, try to get his timings and take a tower, maybe pressure the second before.
Nyari tuh kertas. Banyak banget kertasnya anjir.
As far as stacks are concerned, Sand King should be relatively safe this game in stacking and taking them.
And a hero that could do that would be Storm, but it doesn't look so good this game because they have the instant stun cold snap, instant stun from Sand King, and then with lots of follow-up. Like in the previous game where we liked the Storm because all the stuns were kind of projected. Like, yeah, they did have disable, but there's nothing to instantly get him. That's different here.
They can go for maybe... I was going to say Leshrac, because that is something that can push down really quickly, and the BKB plus Blink on Leshrac.
Just double down on the Death Ball.
Yeah, just do it. But the issue is if Leshrac does have a difficult game or gets ganked a couple of times, they do have a means to kill him early on, right? And you can defend towers quite easily with the Sand King timing and with Jakira's abilities. These two heroes like to hold on to towers for as long as they can. Another thing they could be looking at is potentially the Ember, but there is a lot of lockdown.
They have a full minute to think about what they want to pick up last here for Gaming Gladiators. And they can still shift the Shadowfiend around if they really want to, although they traditionally like it on the right.
Tango is still in the pool.
It is.
Yeah, I could see them going for that just because it's kind of in the middle. It can be pretty active as decent stuns. It doesn't exactly get countered by the instant stuns like the Spirits because you can get that roll-up ability and instantly dodge out things.
I like the sound of that. I think they're debating it though, because if they do go for this Pango, they're all in on their 5-man on their death ball, and they won't be able to outscale OG. And we talked about how gladiators were able to win games just by outscaling and holding on to
Dari program mid.
Kung kah?
Ah, mid kung kah.
Kind of forgot about the hero.
Counterin poker.
mentioned it during the pre-show a while ago. but
Rubik
that
sih.
was, as a carry, 'cause they
Carry
are
naga aja udah.
supposed as a
Pick
carry,
Rubik
they
buat
could still
4.
I mean, they
Perfect
could
game nih
technically
Rubik
think
aja.
I'd run the Kunkka versus whatever the Sand King lane is, depending on the last pick.
Because this did solve the problem with Naga potentially being a carry. You know what
Rubik,
time it is?
Rubik.
It's an elimination game. It's time to pick troll. It always looks good. Like look at that. You know, good lane. You have attack
Hallo.
speed for Tombstone that you build into
Bang.
Basher later on.
Wih, nobarek.
Bang, ayo. Sorry. Rek gua lagi pakai speaker. Kaget gua.
Kalem. Nobar.
Lagi nonton gua nih.
Gas.
But yeah, just to talk about the Kunkka a little bit, I do like that this hero scales nicely, and as Lacoste mentioned,
Gimana,
you
Rek?
can deal with a Naga if it is a
Kasian gua game 2-nya sama Yurani
Game
mentalnya.
Game 2 nge-throw sih, sumpah nge-throw banget,
Kasian,
cowok. Dia sendirian yang hit barak anjir, temennya maju semua.
Soalnya si apa namanya? Yang 2 liar banget, Yuragi kasian nggak dijagain tuh.
Oh, Mirana.
Gua nangis sih jadi Yuragi anjir. Supportnya nggak ada yang beli force apa anjir.
Nge-throw sih kalau kata gua mah. Mereka udah lead ambil apa immortal. Ada objektif malah masuk ke base anjir. Cari kill, kocak.
Gua nangis anjir jadi. Maksudnya bukan salah dia anjir yang apa nge-chrono 2 kali karena dia stres juga anjir. Dia keluar global silent keluar di trample. Segala
Digeprek
macam
anjir.
Iya. Tapi Primal Beast ini banget anjir.
Iya. Hero baru.
Butuh di rework anjir. Ada yang salah sama Primal Beast.
Mainnya nggak make sense sih anjir.
Iya.
Dia tebel.
Kenceng.
Damage-nya auto gitu anjir. Kayak lu mainnya AFK.
Tebel, kenceng anjir. Damage-nya area anjir kan rusuh. Oh pakai carry sekarang naga sirennya.
Guide gua nih, guide gua.
Panutan semua umat.
Panutan gua.
Panutan semua umat Dota anjir.
Akhirnya bisa lihat orangnya anjir.
Gua juga kaget tadi anjir. Jadi pelatihnya gaming sekarang dia.
Iya.
Gaming di mana? Eropa juga.
Enggak tahu tuh.
Europe apa?
Ini dia abangnya.
Europe ya.
Beh, abangnya. Anjay.
Tim baru kan anjir.
Iya, tim baru ngambil deh.
Baru ngambil orang.
Tim baru pelatihnya dia anjir langsung sampai sini tuh. GG ya Bang Immortal.
Mantap. Kalau gua bisa ketemu gua salamin anjir. Makasih Bang guide-nya Bang.
Sujud gua. Thank you Bang.
Gua traktir kopi deh anjir.
Yang kalau yang kemarin yang apa boom, kalau yang boom kemarin tuh udah beda kelas, kasihan nontonnya. Boom sama PSG.
PSG serem sih.
Sedih anjir, kayak lu main kayak kita main fun di sini terus lawannya TI yang kayak kemarin itu gitu tipe-tipenya. Dikejar ke sana kemari.
Mirana support, Cok.
Shadowfin meta banget ya sekarang ya?
Iya, SF meta banget. Damage-nya nggak ngotak sih.
Sama fear-nya itu anjir.
Iya, ulti.
Bikin ribet. Fear-nya gede banget.
Dia apa? Minus armornya sih anjir, kayak lu dapat ini apa namanya yang armor itu item lupa gua. Bukan. Viras.
Viras ini ya, area.
Iya. Minus damage, minus armor area.
So maybe this time around, if things do slow down a little bit, it's not as much in the bag for OG later either. Because I think carry Naga in this game is not.
Counternya sih lead sih kemarin. Armornya lumayan lead.
Aduh, warta sayang banget.
Kok lu telat sih?
Telat ya?
Di twist apa gimana? Refresh. Udah rebutan ini nih, Bondi.
Berapa detik? Nonton yang di mana? Yang di Dotanya kan?
Yang gua nonton di Twitch.
Nonton di Twitch. Agak telat yang di Dota. Menit berapa tuh?
Detik 22, 23, 24, 25.
20 detik ya sih.
Anjing. Jauh, Cok.
Hilang react gua ntar.
Wah, ini support Andaing mager banget sih.
Manggo 6.
Iya, Cok, Manggo 6 beneran anjing. Tuh lihat tuh, enggak bisa ngapa-ngapain tuh, lihat tuh.
Ngarujak.
Udah ini mah. Nggak ada berapa wave itu deh.
SF carry.
Ya, carry.
Oke.
Iya.
SF carry. Jarang SF mid sekarang.
Udah nggak enak SF tuh.
Wah, early-nya squad banget sih ini Gaimin. Ngezoning semua.
Wah, abis bayangin sekali di skill 1 Beastmaster itu.
Beastmaster main agak aneh sih. Counter sih ini. Naga. Bayangannya hilang.
Mid lane is Boom on the Kunkka this time around versus, as we talked about, BZM's Invoker. What do you think of the Kunkka?
Invoker early nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
A lot of these heroes have been kind of recycled throughout the series to some degree, other than Sand King, I guess, Marana, and this Kunkka.
Yeah, it's a hero that generally does very well against Invoker, but I think Quasic Sword has a much stronger laning phase against it than Quaswex does, so I would imagine this lane probably pretty much breaks even. That was one of the parts why they picked it. I think the other one was to cover their bases in case Naga goes carry, right? We had the same situation as in game number 1 where OG have the ultimate last pick, so you want to make sure you don't expose yourself to having Shadow Fiend have to deal with Naga on his own in case it goes late, right? So it felt
Yang
like
di
a little
YouTube
bit of
chatnya sampah banget.
a very nice solution to finding a hero. They're probably like, okay, what hero can we choose that lanes well against Invoker
Warga YouTube
and
memang
help us against
rada-rada.
potential carry Naga? I think they made a good choice. Also the whole pacing thing, right? Like, I just think this lineup, it's nice to look at. There's a clear story to how the heroes want to combine and get something done. So.
As the axes come out from Ace in the bottom lane, harassment continues. Again, this is game number 3, elimination match here. Winner will play the winner of the next series to come. How many OG fans we have in the house today? Okay, not bad. What about Gaming Gladiators? Oh wow. Okay, actually more Gaming Gladiators based on.
Cinanya udah nggak ada ya? Oh masih ada?
Ada Aster LGD.
Aster doang ya tinggal ya?
Ya di upload tinggal Aster. Laura LGD.
LGD ya? RNG pulang ya?
Pulang.
PSG kena ini juga, kena apa kemarin, kena masalah juga. Manajernya kena COVID, kena laporan. Ngeri ya, biar Cina mainnya senjata biologis. Mana stage-nya kayak gitu kan? Stage-nya kan nggak kaca, Cok.
Ntar final
sampah
kaca.
anjir yang di Singapura.
Yang final kaca nanti. Pindah tempat kan. Dua tempat.
Pindah tempat katanya.
Iya, ntar dari final pindah tempat. Makanya tiketnya kemarin kisah kan, ada yang apa playoff biasa sama yang week final itu.
Yang finalnya bagus berarti.
Yang finalnya di stadium. Makanya lebih mahal.
Tempatnya beda banget kelasnya aja dibanding TI yang lainnya. Kasih kacak ya, bilik warnet aja.
Jadi kayak major anjir.
Dia yang COVID tuh ini anjir. Takut nggak bisa main aja. Makanya nggak di ini. Dia nggak dilaporin. Iya. Siapa sih LGD? Iya.
Iya sih. Sebenarnya kan masih bisa main kan. Asal di ini. RNG aja bisa main. Kasian cuy tapi sama boneka.
Iya, cowok main sama boneka.
Sedih aja tuh. Mungkin alasan dibikin di Singapura juga gara-gara itu mungkin aja. Izinnya lebih gampang buat masukin orang.
Nggak ada. Yang
Mira kemana alasannya perang. Kalah karena perang.
Mau apakah?
Oh ini beli tangguh banyak banget anjir. Beli tangguh, beli mango. 6.
Pada ngerujak semua itu.
Ini farming buat beli mango doang ini anjir. Balik lagi.
Udah habis berapa itu anjir manggonya? Aduh. Selisihnya 20 detik ya sama yang di YouTube.
Twitch sih paling cepet.
Iya, paling cepet Twitch.
Wah, mati sih.
Dar. Gue inget BZM main gitu, inget kayak si ini top sound yang pas ancur-ancurnya. X-Call langsung jatuhin.
Nah ini kayaknya lebih jago dari poker aja.
Siapa sih BZM?
BZM ini lebih jago. Kalau nggak salah dia yang pertama ini deh pas ada apa zero tier itu. Dia yang pertama tier 30 di poker Hansa. Namanya masih
maju tuh berarti
masih
PD ya,
Hansa.
coba.
Bukan
PD
BZM
sama
dulu
makro
namanya.
aja.
Speedrun nih.
Dia berani ada depan aja loh pakai invoker. Udah hafal dia.
Hatam nih, udah hatam.
Hatam aja.
17 tahun anjir. Otaknya masih fresh.
Amar tuh aja.
Sama dia sama Amar tuh, BZM sama Amar tuh seumuran.
Iya. Tapi Amar emosian.
Masih muda, pantesan nge-throw
Pera.
ya.
Per, lihat ini Per.
Ayo Per, suruh bapakmu nonton Per. Tia gitu. Lu bilang ke bapak lu.
Nobar bapak
Iya.
Pera.
Lagi seminar.
Ya. Alah. Per. Mana gope Per?
Apa sih?
PJ EJ.
Iya, cu. Masa nggak ada PJ-nya? 30. Panas satu.
Loh, dari kemarin
Kemarin
bikin
bingung
lucu
loh, panas satu.
bukan karena bercandaannya loh, yang bikin lucu tuh karena beneran aja.
Sumpah lah. Makanya gue minta PJ nih, gue kira pesanda anjir.
Kita ngakak tuh gara-gara beneran aja.
Yang gue bingung tuh panas satu tuh menu McD atau KFC?
KFC sih. Anggap aja. Koping. Lu
Koping. Gak ada juga di sini. Koping gimana?
sini sih ada ya? Ada Wendy's. Sana ada Wendy's enggak?
Nggak ada.
Ya.
Imagine ada fast food.
Wendy's juga ada ini paket nasinya.
42 boro-boro fast food aja.
Waduh.
Gojek aja mundur aja.
Biori kena covid.
Ya.
Tahu udah nggak berita baru ya covid.
Covid.
Udah kayak kena flu gitu.
Iya, sakit pilek gitu pikirannya.
Oh, udah mulai farming nih si kebun binatang. Wah, apa?
Banyak banget orang mau debut, aduh model reveal.
Nggak sampai sekebun binatang itu syukurnya.
Belum.
Master.
Ntar beli helm.
Mati si Amar.
Ya,
Wah, nggak ada
udah.
space ya.
Flashnya nggak kena.
Adidas, lah.
Meninggal kamu.
Udah mati.
Gila sakit banget.
Anjir, anjir.
Gue pengen bikin donaton.
Kelabangnya dimandiin anjir, sumpah.
Penting anjir.
Bisa donaton.
Kena baptis kelabangnya.
Mandi.
Itu men nggak ada drop ya dari ini ya. Biasanya ada drop
Harga pelit ya.
Lagi pelit ya.
Easy stack.
Easy stack.
Ya, di blok.
Ya, di blok.
Tangkep,
Mati.
didoain,
Nah,
BTS
wah,
aja.
let's go.
Cok rame banget tuh yang dikeroyok.
Anjing poker enak banget. Diem aja di mid.
Iya. Tapi ada aja terus aja.
Nah, jadi ini tuh definisi beneran cuy. Rezeki nggak kemana anjir.
Diam
Nggak
dong dapat
kemana-mana,
rezeki.
dapat rezeki.
Dua-duanya sama-sama enak buat split push anjir.
Dah. Timing.
Bakso goreng.
Nggak ada yang kena dong.
Kok nggak ada yang kena?
Nggak balik.
Aganim, belum ada aganim kan? Apa nggak masuk?
Ya kali menit 10 aganim.
Ya makanya anjir.
Beh, arrow-nya dibelok pakai burung.
Burung anjir.
Berkorban. Good shit, good shit.
Ini juga ribet anjir lawan si siapa? Carry naga siren tuh nyebelin banget VTI kelihatan.
Bayangannya sih tebel.
Tebel bayangan.
Let's talk about the eventual Roche to come, Cinder. You know, I love these conversations. There's two aspects to it. One is killing Roche and how fast, and the other is team fighting in that area.
Min, ajasin emot tuh Min.
Aman.
Emot. Suppression. Ngajas suppression. Mager banget.
Beh.
Pakai tangan semua babi kan. Tangannya ada rantainya lagi nih.
Ngejas expression tuh paling kesel.
Ya lama soalnya.
Aku lagi
salah
ngerjain
merusak
fisiknya.
semuanya soalnya. Rusak gerakan dasar. Ya kebun binatangnya mulai ngepush. Iya.
Keren.
Kok bisa ketahuan
Wah.
gitu? Kelihatan banget
Lagi dong.
Tapi sih.
Mati.
Wih sakit kasihan Sedopin anjir.
Matisin poker.
BJM meninggal. Taiga meninggal.
Gila. Udah sih kena mental sih. Gara-gara nge-throw. Kurangnya pemain muda gitu, Cok.
Emosinya belum.
Iya. Gampang nge-throw mereka. Pulang aja Ogi, pulang.
Pikir-pikir Ogi yang dulu tuh malah berumur semua ya.
Iya.
Enggak, anjir anak pas kecil, Cuk.
Ana mah ikut aja anjir dia mah.
Ana doang yang paling
Iya, anak disuruh ini iya aja anjir.
Kemarin kayak yang di apa? Yang di One agak gimana gitu.
Mendadak sih, kurang chemistry-nya mah.
Nggak ada chapnya cuy.
Iya, nggak ada motivator.
Yo, kemarin kelihatan juga aja yang apa mentalnya down kan disemangatin chap.
Iya, Cok. Nonton apa?
Semangatin kuku anjir.
Kemarin salah ini sih. Salah Topson sama kuku anjir.
Sumpah. Gua tuh tiap apa tuh emosi ngeliat kuku pick Phenomancer udah anjing. Apa
kuku tuh udah di sama Topson kan di Tops tuh. Nggak mau Topson tuh nggak mau main bareng kuku anjir. Tapi
kan
gara-gara
kan? Dulu
iya
awalnya.
di oh iya makanya
di blok
si Ana masuk tuh si Ana maunya midlane Topson jadi Topson ikut ke situ anjir.
Iya. Yang ngajakin Ana kan, Topsonnya tuh ini deket banget sama si Ana soalnya Ana udah nggak main Dota.
Si Ana tuh nggak mau kalau midnya bukan Topson, nggak mau ke situ. Makanya kemarin Iwan yang di kick 2 orang kan carry sama midlane-nya. Padahal si Kar tuh bagus.
Midnya bagus lagi.
Nggak mau tapi.
Yang di kick kuku harus itu bener. Masalah banget sumpah ini keluar.
Sedih man.
Masa
kuku tuh aslinya carry aja.
Enggak yang pas ini anjir yang pas apa kalau si ini pakai morphling tuh bener-bener gak mau masuk kuku tuh aja, gak mau start fight aja. Terus apa gunanya dia jadi offlane?
Dia tuh dulunya mid lane kan, mid lane pindah ke pos 5, dari pos 5 ke offlane.
Udah ada blink.
Cepet juga ya.
Mati nggak sih?
Mati.
15. Amar kan. Ganteng banget. Meteor Garden.
Stun ada 3 ya mereka. 4 memang.
Gila, ganteng banget.
They have the vision here, obviously, as Gaming Gladiators. We'll see if they try to contest. I mean,
Gaming they don't really see that much here.
Bisco juga seneng banget sih ngeliatin mainnya.
Abis kenyang tuh.
Mamam.
Kenyang.
Gila, prasmanan, Cok.
Udah pulang Amar.
Mar pulang, Mar. Astagfirullah, Mar.
Gak ada TP dia.
Biasaan aja. Balik. Taiga tadi. Yang pemainnya yang lama yang masih main siapa? Tinggal Thompson Ana doang ya? Yang lain udah gak pada main?
Ada lagi kok kemarin. Zaid nggak sih?
Nggak, yang di OG maksudnya.
Oh,
yang dari OG dulu. Tim OG dulu. Kita udah nggak main ya?
Ada 2 yang nggak main. 3 nggak main kayaknya.
3 ya?
Udah nggak ada mana
Thompson
ya?
doang yang main.
Oh,
si ini kemarin main tapi main biasa, jadi streamer biasa. Si abang pos 4-nya.
hotel.
Jarak.
Bukan, hotel kan 5.
Jarak sih,
Jarak ya.
And this is when things can get really scary for our lineup like the Radiant. Naga needs time. She is not ready yet. She has a Manta only. The enemy team has Helm of the Aurora.
Makernya OG aja.
Level 2 only for now.
Kok push gini, men? Apakah pulang?
it's dealing damage now. It doesn't matter anymore.
That's true.
Hero-nya OG tuh bisa mencar kemana-mana gitu.
I think so, yeah. I think it's still counting.
Well, Amar has been in the enemy ancient area for
fokus si Ren nge-push kan.
10 minutes, it feels like. Very comfortable here.
Farming dulu, farming.
You're just gonna have to give up these towers. I think realistically speaking,
Amar nggak bikin ini, nggak bikin midas.
Tier 2 line here because Shadowfiend has 4 minutes on the Aegis. The team fight is extremely terrifying to take into
Wah,
vision.
Gaimin sih, let's go.
It's just too much, right? I don't.
Nah, oke. Turu.
What do you do about this one? Immortal Faith. He gave them maybe too much of a buffer. Maybe should have said 20 minutes.
Mainnya OG nggak kelihatan kayak dari Eropa ini.
Already at half HP, Torrent connects, but they're just doing the damage to the tower right now.
2/3 of it down. He didn't use Tombstone yet. They still have that for the next round.
Meteor Garden.
Honestly, consider this. The stakes are really high, though.
Assuming that a bunch of TPs maybe came in the fog, but
you
play it safe here.
There's honestly the possibility that you can choose not to care there. There's a pretty big difference between OG's lineup in this game and the previous game 1 when they had the Monkey King.
The Moonlight Shadow coming out. Boat is coming though. Looks like Tiger's gonna be the recipient of that again, and 2 supports likely to fall right off the bat for OG.
Mati lagi.
Mode jablay disruptornya.
Wow, untung
bisa laris banget disruptor aja, sumpah.
This should open up Gaming Gladiators' way to just push down the mid lane potentially, but Amar is thinking the same thing. Takes out the next wave.
Yep. Managed to cut
udah
this is
kebun
pretty
binatang
crucial
ya.
for him buying that time. I think if he doesn't do that, that
Turun
tower's
nih.
gone. So good job there. Effectively delaying the game so BZM can close in on a BKB, and Yuraga surviving there also very important.
Kena
You're
dong,
seeing the pace that Gaming Gladiators can put with this lineup. It's very, very quick.
Yang
And
depan
are they actually going
Hancur
to
nggak sih itu toper? Nggak hancur.
nggak?
That's good enough for them. No song.
Yep, that's a big spell down for sure. 2 minutes on the Aegis still. Macropire's there. Arrow connects.
BGM-nya
Can they
nge-push.
get the first life?
Oh, sakit. Mati nggak sih itu? Mati lah.
Kelihatan.
Gonna get soul ripped back to a
Dar.
respectable amount of HP. And
Kurang
looks like they
dikit.
might just be setting their sights on the tier 2 mid instead here.
Hancur.
BZM
Bikin yang atasnya stick tuh loh. Tuh tebal banget healnya si Andaing.
Remember, coming into this series, I
Kena.
believe the stat was in the last year or so, was it 17-4 OG's favor? Is that series or games?
Games.
That is absurd. And now we're on game number 3, brink of elimination for each team.
This would be the right time for Gaming Gladiators to finally get a win again.
I mean, we talked about it before.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa Rizaldi. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
Every loss is an opportunity for sure. And with only a minute left on the Aegis, not sure if they can go for the last tier 2. We'll see how Game can play this.
Ini susah sih anjir. Naganya nggak paham.
Yeah, I think you take the risk. Okay, maybe not.
Oh, the initiation on Ace. He's dead right off the bat. Does have the buyback. I'm not sure if he wants to expend it though. X into the torrent. There's the big Requiem to follow, but doesn't really connect on much. Taiga does go down to the right.
Turu.
Ya, kocak.
Apakah?
Oh,
Ganteng.
BKB
Static
semua.
Storm kemana itu?
Panik kayaknya. Mati sih itu piannya harusnya.
Mati 2 kali gak sih?
Mati sih.
Mati 2 kali.
Jakero kuat banget stunnya itu anjir. Oh no.
Oh kena.
Ininya yang sayang disruptornya.
Nggak punya spell lagi.
Mana?
Bis mana?
Wah, lihat game sakit sih ini. Cirenya sakit. Ya.
Oke, hero-nya late game semua.
Masih nyari space nih buat naganya sama Siren. Ya, itemnya udah telat banget itu. Unit 21 belum jadi inian tadi. Dikit lagi.
Oh, langsung skadi ya. Skadi battle.
Tapi kalau menit 20 dapat skadi gitu, wah enak tuh.
Mena aja.
All that is from one moment.
Well, they did get a bunch of towers.
Iya, ngambil bounty dulu abang Andaing.
In that moment,
in the context of what was happening there, but you're technically correct, so I can appreciate that. Good job. Yeah.
Ih, burungnya nyebelin banget ya itu ya.
Gelap ya keluar. Ada karang.
Ada saya, halo. Ya.
Yo.
Lumayan gede areanya.
Lagi update
Nonton ini kan.
Nonton Dota.
Lagi nonton Dota kar.
Nonton.
Paham kok, paham mana-mana.
Anjay.
Di YouTube ya?
Di Twitch. Visi chat.
Yang kenceng di Twitch, YouTube kelamaan.
YouTube
Iya,
delay.
Oh, delay. Apa sih usernya? User siapa?
Apa?
User Twitch-nya tuh.
Di visi chat tuh. Dota 2 Ti. Anjir blind. Mati.
Mati nggak sih?
Wah, ngeri sih ini. Ini mulai panik sih. Banyak banget ininya apa disable-nya. Yeah.
Tangkap itu.
Balikin. Aduh. Wah, turu sih.
Wah, mati. Panik.
Wah, mati si SMP sih.
Kena kait sih, nggak bisa. Wah, udah sih ini mah. Timingnya Gaimin udah lewat cu. Sirennya udah online ini.
Masih awal-awal ya gamenya.
Udah lumayan mid game sih. Mid game.
Ya?
Meninggal Sirennya.
Nih.
Meninggal Sirennya. Piannya meninggal. Mati. Pas muter aja.
Nggak ada ini ya. Apa? Balikin.
Gak nyampe itu kayak dikejar tuh. Bisa bayangan.
Gak bisa di dispel juga kan si ininya. Song of Siren-nya aja.
Iya. Wah anjir.
Make ininya jelek banget dari tadi ya disruptor ya ultinya.
Iya disruptor kurang. Mereka panik kena song gitu.
Iya sih.
Jadi ambiar semua. Panik deh.
Aduh, udah
Distrup
kepala anjir, udah
kan itu distrup dia itu tuh apa pakai distrup buat invoker, cuman invokernya nggak pernah kelihatan, makanya ultinya begitu.
Jadinya buat zoning pikirannya kan, biar nggak masuk ke dalam. Biar invokernya
Buat
di luar.
apa biar invoker nggak combo doang gitu, cuman nggak pernah kelihatan invoker.
Smoke on smoke.
Tabrak 3-3.
Dapat satu.
Oh.
Oh my god, sudah banyak banget.
Gede sih.
Jakiro sih sumpah. Chance-nya Jakiro.
Oke, stunnya banyak banget.
Song lagi.
Aduh, Amar
banget.
Balikin.
Mati.
Oh my god. Apa itu, Cok? Balikin. Itulah kekuatannya ini disruptor.
Aja.
Nih. Kalau ada vision sakit banget.
Mana sekarang ada damage-nya lagi.
Iya. Ada damage jadi nggak bisa langsung ngebling.
Iya. Opo ikule.
Didn't manage to click on the back hero in that stun and just ends up getting only one here. Look at that potential stun combo into Ice Path. They literally just
stunnya banyak sih ini. Oke. Disable-nya banyak.
Stunnya ini tuh yang rusak bener, stunnya si Jakiro.
Iya.
Areanya gede banget.
Mudah setupnya soalnya Jakiro.
Iya. Kelemahannya Jakiro paling lambatnya bukan main. Jauh juga ya disruptor tuh ininya ya. Cash rank ya.
Iya. Level 4 jauh ya. Roshan.
Balik ya. Oh, dikasih ini.
Indeed, Roche number 2 so very important.
What do you give a shard to if you get it on game in here? Shadow
Probably Beastmaster.
Speed push nih.
Zoo Gaming.
Ratu tuh.
Yang
kuning-kuning di map tuh di depan tower 3.
Iya, kuning ya. Kuning-kuning aja.
Magernya ini sih kemarin yang likan sumpah yang 100 menit. Anjing.
Oh iya. Karena ada ininya kan, yang Aganim apa ya? Yang itu, yang ada serigalanya di grip.
Sunnya.
Startnya.
What the fuck?
Big stun.
Wah, BKB-nya.
Wah.
Untung ada BKB, Cok.
Oh, diambil dong.
Tolong.
Oh, enggak jadi snatch.
Snatch BGM. Nice one.
Wah.
Udah selesai kamu, nak. Amar bagus banget stunnya.
Oh gila sih stunnya.
Nih, cakep banget tadi. We won somehow.
Dari galah.
Ini
kalau nge-throw lagi kayak tadi, nggak tahu ya.
Nih kalau nge-throw lagi kacau sih.
Pelatihnya itu kan siapa namanya? Kemarin main juga.
Cufas.
Pelatihnya Ugian main gedein siapa? Ini nih mager lawan si Ren aja kayak gitu. Ini cakep banget.
Halo Gani, welcome. Chance-nya sih gila.
Daging. Kalau baksonya datang awal-awal mati tuh gua.
Oh nggak bisa ngambil gara-gara ada songnya tadi ya?
Iya.
Kayaknya diambil duluan, dia masuk
Diambil duluan baru song.
Oh baru song.
Kayaknya dia nggak nyiapin slot dah. Lagi
oh iya. Keburu perang aja.
Tapi slotnya masih banyak anjir.
SF-nya gitu doang ya itu.
Kurang cepet aja tapi. Kan ada slow-nya si ini juga dari katanya.
Itu apa men yang kayak bulat-bulat bisa ngeliat
Ini kan? Gem kan?
Gem bisa.
ya.
Gem aktif
Item aktif sekarang, bukan pasif. Bisa dipencet.
Saya tidak mau tidur tentu saja, yoi.
Lu jadi stream deh.
Ini lagi nge-stream anjir.
Walah. Hampir ya gua rasis. Kayak air soalnya ini ngomong gitu.
Mereka tuh ngomong gimana ya kok mic-nya jelek banget.
Ya mereka soalnya suppression. Biar nggak masuk suara ini.
Ya, yang gaming ya.
Mati si S-nya. Oh, dong.
Enggak anjir. Tuh.
Mati SF.
Mati.
Satanik.
Enggak dong, enggak satanik.
Oh, mati nih, ini mati.
Ditinggal temennya tapi anjir.
Iya, mati nih.
Oh, kena song.
Kena. Oh, kena. Oh my god.
Wah, itu pada
Lu ada yang jadi pohon.
Lah,
jadi pohon aja. Oh my god. Segede gaban jadi pohon aja. Udah menit segini agak susah sih. Undying juga impactnya nggak terlalu gitu.
Mati loh itu.
Oke. Blink dots easy aja.
Oh ya dia punya Aegis ya.
Iya. Cuek. Diikat. Tiran yang nge-push yang di bawah. Anjir.
Space baik banget anjir.
Anjing keluar semua ke BCM.
Ya, ngetrow.
Dapat Rex enggak sih? Enggak ya?
Enggak yang bawah enggak.
Dapat tower semua tadi.
Powernya hilang semua.
Towernya langsung.
Tinggal
penyakit mulai.
Nah, tadi pokoknya satu second anjir sumpah. 1 second BKB. Wah, sayang banget itu.
Turun-tuan aja pahit ya.
Orang salah ngitung tuh gitu kan anjir. Salah ngitung BKB.
Wah, Taiga bikin red pack akhirnya.
Item wajib support sekarang kayaknya.
Ada yang peduli ya. Game sebelumnya itemnya sendiri-sendiri semua salah. Gede banget loh reduce-nya turun makanya.
Usahin itu tuh buat kayak SF gitu pun
Iya, nge-slow juga kan.
Iya. Reduce damage-nya gede banget. Berapa? 25%, 20%?
Gede sih nggak tuh. Right, pack.
BZM is going to pick up Hex very soon. Needs another few hundred gold.
Yeah, he's getting close to Lincoln's.
Did I say Hex? I meant Lincoln's.
That's fine. We're on the same page, Cinder.
Yep.
30% aja.
30%.
Waduh kelihatan nih BZM nih.
DPS-nya 30 hanya.
Lumayan buat cancel blink.
Ada.
Glimpse.
Oh, kena dong.
Pulang kamu.
Kena nggak lu?
Doyan banget mempersulit hidup sumpah.
Wah, anjing.
Aduh kena fear tapi.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lah.
Lo temannya mana? Oke, nice.
Kejar sih ini sih, kejar sih.
Belum ada ini toh, belum ada Sunstrike ini toh dia.
Gak bikin ya.
Deny? Deny toh?
Enggak. Oke, ngapain muter-muter anjir? Temennya udah pada pulang.
I'm still here. Okay, I'm coming in from the side. OG did not seem like they were on the same page with what they were trying to accomplish with that song.
Oh, tebel banget sih naga sirennya. Gila.
BKB lagi.
Iya.
Bukannya bikin Super Edge.
Jarang-jarang nih ngeliat pro player main DotA itu mah bolong-bolong gini anjir. Biasanya ada aja tuh yang disimpan apa kayak ward gitu.
Bersih-bersih banget ya kan ya.
Itu pada bolong anjir.
Backpacknya sampai penuh biasanya.
Game ini mainnya ini sih, tarik ulur. Backupnya udah kelar, tinggal digelim-gelim saja.
Urusan.
Urusan mungkin bisa jadi. Harus urusan sih kan.
Barak belum down lagi.
Lu BZM udah tadi bawah.
Mereka match 4 orang gitu terus BZM dapat 1 Rex kelar kan?
Udah bersih langsung aja.
One hit hilang.
One hit hilang langsung kak.
Anda yang late game kurang sih.
Kurang. Ya, impactnya nggak segitu. Gitu.
Oh, udah jadi BKB-nya. Naga besar.
Tuh, siapa yang di-stun? Bareng nggak?
Ward, perang ward. Ini Amar sih yang buka sih.
Harus. Anjir rebutan ini tuh, rebutan ward. Anjir. Ini udah kayak tarung apa aja anjir. Kenapa summon di depan gitu doang anjir. The heck.
Tabung creep anjir.
Udah kayak tabung ayam aja. Lu maju gua tungguin aja.
Udah MKB tuh. Hes.
Yang dapat hesnya BZM gak kan? Dapat.
Spawning 5 second.
Tuh.
Wah, lagi keluar. Rasanya muncul aja.
Timing.
Oh, ada dia ngecek. Jelek cuma naganya anjir Yuragi. Apa namanya? Mainin bayangannya.
Song buat tombstone doang anjir.
Oh, it's time. Setup. There we
Fear.
Mati itu.
Nice tune.
Supportnya meninggal sih.
Amar channeling.
Anjir SF gak kuat, cok.
Wah. Baru ulti SK-nya.
Nice bling.
Banyak banget S-nya. Oh, udah sih.
Gede banget ya S-nya, tebel ya.
SF-nya nggak bisa 1v1 anjir.
Oh, di push sih.
Naganya nggak ada yang bisa ini ngelawan.
Nggak bisa dilawan pakai MKB anjir, mesti apa item-item area dia tuh.
Gladiator gitu, Maestro.
Iya, anjir.
Refreshernya di Invoker nggak mungkin.
Iya sih.
Harusnya pun kayak bikin radian itu di awal tuh. pun Karadian tuh enak buat lawan inian si Naga.
Rex hilang. Rex hilang juga.
Rugi dia bikin Silver S tuh nggak ada yang bisa di break.
Oh udah.
Wah, udah.
Oh, GG.
Pakai tak kabur lagi. Udah.
Dari marahin 4 ya tadi.
Dari marahin itu.
Goblok. Nyanyiin ya kan.
Kombonya sih itu.
Ini sih Jakiro aja tetep. Jakiro ininya.
Wow, mega creep lah.
Amar.
Ilusinya aja keras anjir, itu nggak masuk akal. Anjir.
Dua bakso.
Oh iya sih.
Wow, masuk dong ke fonten anjir Amar.
Mulai. Konten farming aja.
Udah mau ngapain lagi?
Iya sih.
Satu.
Nah, ini baru boleh masuk ke fonten. Tadi barak belum kan. Baru masuk aja anjir.
Dua-duanya digesek sama pelatih. Supportnya 2 digesek sama ini Amar.
Ada video main itu masih di belakang anjir.
Iya.
Harusnya 2-0 nih. Gara-gara tak kabur jadi sulit.
Iya anjir.
Bisa menang mudah dia ini, mau menang ini. Menang sulit.
Demi sponsornya mahal.
Biar seru.
Sponsornya BMW aja.
Salaman dulu biar nggak berantem.
Anjir di kertasnya dikocekin banyak banget.
Banyak banget aja. Jajan dari cap ya.
Wah. Salaman.
Salaman dulu. Ya ngampirin bilik warnet gitu jadi aja deh.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Sinner, and indeed, congratulations to OG. They
Habisnya apa?
Liquid
sama apa sih?
Sosisnya hilang.
On the side of OG, but they couldn't do it in the end. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste, and we're going to break the game
Liquid
down.
Entity.
And obviously also say goodbye to Gaming Gladiators. Effie, this third and deciding game, tenacity from OG in here.
Absolutely, but also just the ability to cut waves gave them so
Liquid
much.
VP.
Because when it looked like they were going for that early end on GG and they were just going down mid, going down bottom, that was pretty decisive. They were able to kill one wave with Jakiro's map.
Oh gila sih, bentar BRB.
Itu jam 3.
The Sand King actually never got caught
masih
doing
jam
it,
1.
and when he found the opportunity, they were able to get that really important kill on the Beastmaster, and then Misha with the beautiful double ice bath into Macropire, just so much perseverance, so much trust in each other, and it was really great to see, honestly.
So many times throughout this game, we've seen either two-man ice bath or two-man burrow. Every single time, Amar, like, he's so patient. This is like patience from Zoe, pretty much, where he waits for so long and then just gets in a perfect initiation. And you can ask for anything better. And this last pick, Piranha, actually worked out amazingly for them because you have so much setup, whether it's a sinking, whether it's a net, even an ice bath, anything from Invoker, and BZM had extremely good game on Invoker one more time. Like, he's just a different beast on a
Ini
hero.
berarti abis ini siapa? Si ini ya? Liquid ya? Liquid Entity ya? Oh, ibunya.
Liquid sih.
Liquid ya? Entity yang kemarin 100 menit itu kan ya?
Iya.
Iya kan ya?
Oh, Proud Asian.
Habis post LGD.
Oh, sini secret.
Ya abis Liquid Entity secret jam 3.
Kita sama Thunder Awaken.
Wah tidur dulu kali nunggu secret anjir. Nonton Liquid mah.
Okay.
Menang Liquid aja.
This OG is now guaranteed to at least get the same placement as the
Molor
last
juga,
OG
lanjut nanti Secret.
at TI or better, of course.
Discosnya jadi ternyata jauh juga ya dia main.
Looks like rebuilding this roster from scratch with a bunch of newbies. Turned out to be a pretty good decision.
Yeah, a bunch of newbies turned out to be pretty good at
GG.
this DotA game. Also, of course, when I shout out to Game Gladiators, they exit here as the first team from their region. They have had a decent year, of course, starting off very strong as well in the Western European region. A fresh squad, just like OG did. But in the end, Alakos, any final words on them?
Yeah, this was a team that was formed from players that did not manage to find a team, and they did amazing. Like, this is something that everyone got surprised by, because first DPC tour they did extremely well and they set the meta pretty much, and this is the team that has a very bright future. I think they did maybe lack a little bit of experience on lands, but this is how you start, and bright future ahead of them for sure.
Yeah, they have the respect of like every single pro team out there for sure. We saw it throughout the year. Like, people were copying them. They completely set the meta. So for their first year in the limelight, I'd say they should be pretty happy with themselves.
And they made it to main stage TI. They accomplished a lot. They had a really good year. And for all of those fans who may have been thinking or calling them a one-patch team, I hope that they can eat their words now, because
Soalnya halus
parah anjir suaranya.
so far. So just kudos to them. And
Halus
that was
parah.
a pleasure to watch.
It was an absolute pleasure to watch. There can, of course, only be one champion. In a match like this, OG, they do move forward, and they also are a fresh team, and we're talking about them as if they are more veteran than Gaming Gladiators, but I do want to point out that there are two players on the team that are the youngest two players playing at this international. Sound familiar, by the way, of a lower bracket run with the youngest player on the team in it?
EG.
Team Spirit last year at the same.
I thought it was like Sumel on.
Oh yeah, well, okay, that was a very long time ago, and I think they went through the upper bracket in that time actually. But yeah, youngest players on tournaments traditionally, they have had some success with
Yoi, thank you Beru. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
And of course last year as well.
Wah, Liquid Gamer.
OG looking very hot here. They move forward. They also came back from a loss, and I think that, Jenkins, is something that
Liquid
is very
itu ya, Matumba.
Matumba man.
Mas Turbaman.
Simbah udah mau pensiun habis ini.
Pensi habis TI ini deh.
Matumba.
Makanya ketika mau kalah ini terus nge-push terus mereka. Bro, kita mau pensiun.
Last game mana? Beneran last game aja.
Trajectory for that storyline is there. And I totally forgot your question.
It's all good. It is set. We have, of course, had a Uragi.
Bro, semangat bro, last game bro.
We talked about did you just have to be able to reset and go forward, and he definitely did in game number 3 as well. And Uragi is also the person that is standing by with Casey for a winner's interview.
Uragi, congratulations. How are you feeling after coming back in game 3?
Botak nih.
Great feeling. We had a really great reset after game 2.
Botak.
Things went wrong, but we were able to reset.
Dia gara-gara TI tuh, cukur rambut.
Misha hasn't been able to play with you the last couple of big tournaments. What is it like having him back?
I mean, it's amazing. It's our captain, our soul of the team, and it's great working with him.
All right, who do you want to face next? We got Liquid or Entity?
Au banget chat. Rapi banget pinnya OG. Nggak nonton game 2.
Just more fun to play them.
Harusnya dari
some PTSD after the 3-hour pause.
Game 2 bang.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Fix bacotin itu. Lu udah menang. Ngapain? Baru rapi begitu temannya.
Mantap. Gitu cara ngejelasin. Cara ngejelasin tuh gitu, cuy. Ngejelasin tuh nggak usah susah-susah.
Bagus lah. GG.
Ngejelasin susah-susah anjir. Ini tuh caster tuh gini mah, caster tuh gini, nggak usah.
Entity masuk Liquid, OG Liquid. Liquid.
On elimination. Let's bring our first team out on stage. It is Entity.
Anjir cepet banget ya ini. TI. Nggak ada breaknya anjir, langsung main lagi.
Ninggal lah ya mainnya.
Untung personelnya banyak kan ya. Casternya gak diganti.
Tobi. Fishman. Oh ini Rusia kan?
Iya.
Yeah. Russia.
Russia.
Makanya kemarin nggak ketemu sama tim ini deh, tim Spirit. Dari
Liquid.
Keren sih tapi ininya apa? Ininya merata gitu kan regionnya. Lumayan
sih. Matumba.
Ini dia Mbah.
Niki. Zai.
Balance in all things.
Zai.
Insania.
Ya, teman gua aja tampangin kan ya.
Zai.
Continuing not just the tournament, but also in the case of the two-man continuing your career in a Dota 2. One best of 3, it sounds like it's a long time away before we find the result, but that can go over in a split second, unless you are Entity.
Dah tua.
Because Entity
udah nggak pakai dana pendek.
really long game. Just a couple of days.
Udah gampang dingin sekarang.
Yeah, that
Kuat
was the
udah.
greatest game of Dota that's been played.
Lemas.
The longest Dota game that's been played.
Dulu mana sana pendek kayak.
Of TI, it was so good that if anybody's not watched the entire thing, I don't even want to spoil what happened by talking about it, but I will anyway.
It's fine. We don't have to spoil it. We can just relive some of the moments that happened while this team was winning. There were so many emotions. I cannot even imagine what you're building up to an 107 minute game. Like, how do you react to that? He fell.
Sampai jatuh nggak?
Terlalu ini semangat.
Oh my god! Stormer! I'm exhausted watching you!
Yeah, me too. No, this game actually insane. Man, holy shit.
Yeah.
We played a 128-minute game against one player on stage. No, just kidding, but holy shit. This game actually, I don't know. It's TI, I don't know.
Gugup banget anjir.
Gugup.
Gugupnya berasa sampai sini.
It's unimaginable how much adrenaline you build up in a game like that, and obviously all that comes out at the end in a big release. I think it's really good for Entity that they've had a day to relax and prepare for this series. And I don't know, what can this do for their momentum, Effie?
I mean, when you think about it, this was their trial by fire. The first game they play on the main stage being that long, tiring, and not satisfying in the end. You could see it from Stormer's emotions. If they had any kind of nerves or anxiety regarding the main stage, they can't have it after that.
They killed it.
That trained them.
It's been totally purged from their brain.
Absolutely. That was their anime character arc. They are definitely feeling themselves going into this match.
Oh my god, anime karakter arc nggak ada.
They did start Tour 1 in Division 2. They did qualify.
Ntar gua
Then they needed to play tiebreakers.
pindah bentar laptop.
In Division 1, and then they had to battle it to go to the major, and they went to the major and had really good result.
Yeah, and their
Nggak
carries
bisa ya
got
gini. Nah.
from them in the middle of the year, right? Chrysalis got offered a contract from Secret, and he took it. So they just found themselves without a carry, and the stars aligned. They managed to get Pure, who was teamless at the time, and they made it all the way to TI. So I think regardless of the outcome of this series today, they're definitely happy to have made it this far, and they should be proud of themselves.
I mean, Fishman, he's very persistent. First, couple of his players get stolen by OG, then Secret takes one player, but he keeps on going. He finds the talent, and here he is on the main stage of TI.
Yeah, I think when Yuragi was asked who you want to face Entity, it's because the old creep wave guy They really want to face each other on the stage, so there's a little bit of that playing part as well with Amar and BZM and Fishman all being part of that same squad, and Katomi of course as well. On the side of Team Liquid though, Jenkins, we got to highlight them too because they've also had a crazy road. Their year was very different because they already from the get-go had very high expectations put to their squad.
Yeah. And going back a little bit, I will say anytime the Creep Wave squad are playing against each other, there's a lot of shit talk that goes on. Liquid as well during the pause, and a lot of shit talk. To see that this game.
Well, we're gonna find out what we're gonna see this game because it's drafting time. That's right. Get ready for game 1.
I don't know.
Entity versus
Team
Liquid. Game 1.
Team Liquid.
I want to talk more about Team Liquid, Jenkins, because you're making
Nah, bisa nonton sambil rebahan.
Team Liquid. Okay, let's
talk to me about Team Liquid. But you
Tes,
wanted to go
tes.
further back than just this year.
The pause, there was a lot of shenanigans. I mean, these Liquid guys, they have insane personalities. There's a lot of Zai stream viewers out there spamming out the Zai Jays. It's Matumbo's last year, you know, so...
Wah, primalnya udah di ban.
Ban langsung aja. Nggak ada.
You got Insania who accidentally picked Gyro at the only other TI that he's been at.
Nggak ada primal aja.
So he just wants to...
Hey, he's already doing better.
Bodoh banget.
Yeah, he's already further in the tournament.
Because Gyro's not in the meta.
Sure.
Marsi udah hilang.
I hope one day Insania can live that down because it's brought up every time.
Ya, primal Marsi terus ya.
Ya, meta banget.
He's in the bubbies. He's a bubby. He brings it up. He ridicules himself over that one.
But
Marsi sih yang meta. Marsi itu rotasinya cepet.
Makanya dia nggak sendiri aja rotasinya. Kalau udah dilompatin orang, temennya yang dilompatin tadi ikut rotasi. Punya haste loh aja. Punya haste, skill 3-nya kayak satanik, 50% lifesteal.
Skill 3-nya?
Iya, skill 3.
Enigma? Wah, kalau main late game seru nih kalau Enigma.
Banyak sih kontranya masih buka semua aja. Rubik. Pengen lihat Rubik.
Rubik ganteng sih.
Rubik nggak sih? Ada lesrak loh, enak loh Rubik. Oke.
Ini baru match.
Oke.
Kataomi only played 5 heroes so far, but his Tiny was mean in a game against RNG because he was the one actually carrying.
Kebun binatang masih bisa, Cok.
You're not
Rusuh
positioned
deh.
anymore. You're literally carry and the 5.
Chandris Master masih ada semua.
That's not even the guy. Moon shards. Yeah, moon shards.
Aduh. Oh enggak, binatangnya dihilang satu. Beruang hilang. Bisa hilang ya kan. Takut ada kebun binatang.
On this main stage do something so bold, potentially OG might if they get to that point, but I don't know. But this is a Stormer hero. He has a really high success rate actually on it so far this TI. I think he's won 4 out of 5 games so far. So it's definitely something that they have developed. It's unique to them and it works for them. So
why are they the only team that can get away with that?
They understand.
4 mid
Different. Like the
carry.
way they played at the Arlington Major was also with 2 offlaners. They did have Saberlight as a stand-in, but their understanding of the game is just completely different. Other teams try to copy them, but not to the full extent. And Arc Warden, yeah, from the mid lane, usually we see this hero from the safe lane most of the time when it's picked, but they already see the matchup. This is going to be Lashrak on the mid lane. Mickey has been dominating, one of his best heroes for sure, and they know the matchup. They do have a kill threat with this Tiny roaming around, setting things up, and banning out these heroes to protect the Arc Warden because Lone Druid, it's Matu is one of his best heroes, and also having Savage Roar push him out of the bubble.
But also, Entity as a team, they've always been hero specialists, so to speak. Their hero pool for each individual player, with the exception of Pure, is a lot smaller than a lot of the other teams, right? So Lacoste is pointing at his notes and he's like, look.
Yeah, look, 5
there's
heroes
5
on Kataomi,
heroes.
6 heroes on Fishman.
But yeah, so they kind of develop things that they really like and they do really well, and they don't stray from it. Instead of trying to adapt to the meta, they just try to create their own and hone it to the best of their abilities. And I think this Arc Warden is enabled by the fact that Pure doesn't necessarily have to play heavy farming carries.
He plays offlaners, yeah. He can do what Saberlight does, but then also he can do what the hard farming carries do.
Yeah.
That's the most impressive thing about
because
this
he was
kid.
one of the, I'm not going to say the first one, because other players did play position 1 Doom before, but Pure was the one, you know, really spamming it out. And looking at the ban, Ancient Apparition, if we want to go back to RNGs, to Double Divine Raper, he didn't buy it for himself, but I was thinking, like, because Leshrac is such a popular pick right now, Spirit Vessel position 4s, like, no one buys it from the mid lane anyway. The item got nerfed, you need to get much closer to be able to use it. I think it was reduced by 200 or 150.
Yeah, it's rough.
And Ancient Apparition, like, Leshrac's first item, whether from offlane or the mid lane, is going to be Bloodstone. So you need to be able to have something to stop that healing, and that's why this Ancient Apparition ban makes a lot of sense.
And often when Entity go for this Arc Warden, they have tended to pair it with the Lone Druid. But
Demet
because
tiap
it's
kali
Liquid,
dengerin yang
they're
ini.
playing in Liquid, you have to ban out the Lone Druid because you're probably not going to get it for yourselves. So I wonder what kind of position 1 won't really be a 1 in this case, but what kind of carry hero they're going to choose for Pure to accommodate or enable this Arc Warden.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. The second ban phase is done. And it is Team Liquid that probably wants to secure some supports for themselves, because Enigma, yes, is flexible. We have seen both Boxy and Zai play it in the past. But other than that, I'm assuming we're still needing some supports. Oh, that's going to be our Boxy. Actually, did you know in the first series that Team Liquid played with Zai, he played 1 game as Pudge offlane and 1 game as Spirit Breaker offlane. So there's some potential as that Spirit Breaker for him as well. So a little bit of flex.
I think they got Jakiro, right? Oh, sorry, Jenkins.
I just gonna say, I think like Enigma and Leshrac, Leshrac to a lesser degree once he gets the Bloodstone, but these heroes want somebody to run in and just cause chaos, so that way they can get their spells off, so that way Leshrac can do the most amount of damage possible, so that way Enigma can get off the black hole. So I like the Spirit Breaker. Also, it's like a global hero, so if Leshrac is sitting in some jungle farming, you can kill somebody in a side lane, even globally. It's like, oh, I'm here, like the jungle camps are dead, let's go kill this guy.
And also, catching Arc Warden is going to be so much easier with the Spirit Breaker, because these two heroes, like, yeah, Leshrac does get in your face when he gets to like 4 items, but yeah, Enigma, Leshrac, as you said, you need someone to soak up some kind of a damage, and which better hero than Spirit Breaker with his status resistance.
And planar pocket as well.
Oh yeah, the best ability in the game.
Yep.
Have we seen that?
No.
No, I've never seen it before. I've never seen it.
I've tried it a couple of times in my pods, and it really just feels so bad.
I thought you were going to say good.
No.
That's too bad.
After you use it, you're like, oh, I spent 1,400 gold on that? Okay.
I want to sell it. Like, you don't even need to give me 50%. Just give me something. Give me 400. I'll take it.
Yeah. So this is a kind of a pivot from Entity. I thought they would go for one of their signature Jakiro picks, just because the Ice Path gives them the ability to potentially stop the Spirit Breaker, to cancel the Black Hole.
Siren lagi.
Tinggal bentar kok picknya dari gini aja.
Very strong laning hero, and her aura is going to
Arc Warden Siren.
So I can understand prioritizing
Arc Warden mantap, Siren mantap.
Something like the Jakiro's utility.
Spirit Breaker ini sih. Late game bagus. Hilangin.
Greedy with the Warden. I feel like there's not much playmaking from these 2 cores.
Kenapa Stealer ya?
This is also potentially a Toby's hero.
Combo kan?
Played it on the offlane.
Yeah, I'm assuming for now that it will be.
Combo sama Spirit Breaker.
See something familiar on the side of Team Liquid.
Combo Tronton anjir.
They got themselves a Spirit Breaker Lifestealer. Where did we see that yesterday?
Tundra played it, and they played it really well.
You had to answer that one.
Sorry. But it was a great game, honestly. They made it look really good.
Rame banget lane-nya aja.
Liquid just play this core Spirit Breaker, that would be cool. I really wouldn't mind seeing that, especially if they're playing against this Arc Warden. You can see how value would be if Spirit Breaker actually gets them
Get
items.
them the items, yeah, so we can actually
It's
catch the
greedy, this, what it looks like to be offline Naga Siren here. Because they did play that against Team Secret, and the way he itemized was Raid Pack and Pipe, just utility pretty much.
But they don't really win with their offlane Naga though.
It's about stalling the game, using these illusions plus Arc Warden until Arc Warden hits the critical mass, and then the game just becomes like it's so difficult once Arc Warden has like 5-6 items, and with these heroes they can cut the waves for as long as possible. Like this game might be, we've seen Entity play a 107-minute game, but this one might go on even.
Understandable. So I'm just concerned. Obviously, Entity are confident in their ideas. I just haven't seen their offlane Naga be that successful.
25% win.
It hasn't been great for them, but if they are potentially
Kurang
doubling
offline.
down on it, then I'm really happy to see where it's going to take them. But kind of backpedaling a little bit to talk about this Lifestealer, I quite like Lifestealer in the Lifestealer versus Naga matchup. He can't really sit and fight her if it's a one-on-one situation, but he can build Mjolnir, right? He can rage through the song. He can kill her supports. Like, he can create situations for his team where Naga doesn't have the most advantageous matchup.
Oh.
Okay, so they're going to shift things around, it seems.
Namanya
I
Seladar.
think it's a carry Slardar, but they will play it against the Lifestealer just to have that lane matchup.
Yep, they could go CM Slardar. Sounds like a pretty strong lane, depending, of course, what this pick is.
And also against this Arc Warden, you have Spirit Breaker plus.
Ngepick karakter Dota tuh kok lama ya?
But there's a ways
Apa?
Ya kayak bisa 10 menit sendiri ngepick karakter Dota loh.
Turnamen doang itu kan.
Ya, turnamen doang.
Itu nyawanya setengah di situ soalnya udah.
Kalau salah pick bisa kalah.
Kalah habis, bener-bener kalah.
Main Dota setengahnya di pick.
Setengahnya di pick. Pinter-pinter pemain kalau hero-nya.
Di pick tapi kayak 20 menit, setengahnya lagi 2 jam.
Iya.
Gamenya ntar 120 menit.
Terus 110 menit.
Kemarin itu kenapa ya? Enggak, kemarin aku lihat di FV kayak ada beneran match paling lama di Dota so far gitu, 100 nyaris 2 jam itu. Seheboh apa gitu? Sampai
saling defend yang kemarin tuh.
Sampai satu orang kayaknya terpukul banget kalah gitu.
Iyalah main 2 jam ini.
Gak bisa masuk soalnya dua-duanya.
Yeah, sure. And also having an extra armor, you have bouncing between illusions. It's very hard to micro Naga Siren illusions and still like deal damage, and great against Arc Warden.
Tidur bangun nggak perlu kerja.
Yeah, we still don't know where the Spirit Breaker is going.
And it is good call, cost.
Glitch.
Good call indeed. And is that for you enough to sway Liquid's play?
Berat banget.
I like it, but I'm a big fan of Arc Warden. I think this hero is not utilized enough, so I think I'm gonna go with that.
I like both of these drafts, but after seeing
rusuh nggak sih late-nya aja kayak ginian.
I'm really excited to see it in action.
Duluan ulti aja.
Aquarden Siren berat sih kalau lihat banget.
Iya makanya.
Aquarden bisa nge-split push.
Siren juga bisa split push.
Iya makanya. Bisa nge-delay.
Spirit Breaker bisa keliling sih, tapi berat juga. Gak usah di zoom mas buruk semua.
Coach for Team Liquid there. Pretty, some would say greedy draft coming out from Entity with a lot of guys that need some farming. They need some time to come online potentially. Do you feel like you have the momentum?
Kenapa namanya ditutup ya?
Or would you even call it greedy?
I mean, I think if it's their playstyle and everybody here, if you're gonna get eliminated, you kind of just want to do your own
Itu
thing.
sponsornya udah habis kayaknya.
What the opponent is doing, so I mean, I think we match up well, but
udah nggak lanjut sponsor.
How we play rather than the
atau nama aja.
What is the Team Liquid play style?
Dapat baju sisa dia.
Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but hopefully fast this game.
All right, well, hopefully that quickness will lead to a win. Thank you so much, Blitz. It's going to be an exciting series, and we hope to see if you guys can make it. But for now, let's
Air limitnya mungkin kayak enak di Liquid katanya ya.
of Entity versus Liquid.
Oh, thank you so much, Slax. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between Liquid and
Ini
Entity.
pakai baju koko, cu.
Elimination bracket here. We've got John X5, we've got Gunner, DotA. Gunner, you're looking very handsome as always, but how are you feeling?
70-minute game. 70-minute game. Arc Warden, Naga. One side, there's Enigma. You have to be scared.
We're breaking records, Gunner. We're breaking records here today.
Panjang tuh gamenya karena grinding startnya juga ya.
Yep.
If all the games kind of go the same way, would be really interesting to see. Of course, as we heard from Blitz, Liquid not looking to really play that long con. They want to come out fast here. They want to get out aggressive. Do you feel like they have enough to be aggressive here, Gunner?
On the side of Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Tinggal fisik
most teams like playing a little slow with the Lush in the early game. You get the Bloodstone, and that's kind of your go time. So in terms of laning stage, no, I think they're going to be very stable in the lanes. No one's going to make many moves. Enigma wants to sit in his lane as well, but once they get this probably level 8 timing on Lesh, he goes to farm a lot. Maybe the Lifestealer will rotate to the Enigma. It's mostly probably on the Lifestealer, honestly, to do a lot of the early moves.
What do you feel like the timing is for that Lifestealer then? Well, any specific itemization? Maybe you kind of go away from the armlet here, you go for maybe a quicker Maelstrom or something?
We've been seeing a lot of like Mjolnirs and BKBs on the Lifestealer, especially versus Naga. I think it happened yesterday. I don't remember what happened with the player was, but it's a lot of BKBs, which is pretty interesting because you would always think of this hero as having a built-in BKB, so you don't need it, but it's just the ability to fight and constantly have a BKB for almost like 20 seconds with the rage.
It's just so much space that gets given out. Of course, taking a look at the mid coming out here for Stormstormer up against Mike. Leshrak up against the Arc Warden. And, you know, me and Mike, we've seen a lot of Arc Warden in Southeast Asia.
Yes, we have.
Arc Warden, Mike, your favorite hero?
My favorite hero indeed. I mean, I hate this hero so damn much. I mean, it just drags out the game so much. And I mean, you were saying it was a decent pick here, Gunner. I know you were kind of scared we might have another very, very, very long game. Well, what are you thinking about the mid lane, though? Against Mickey on the Leshrak, who should have that inherent advantage?
I think probably it's fairly even. Both of them have nukes, so they're just going to secure creeps and not think about it. And as well, both of them walked into the matchup very comfortably. Obviously, the Arc Warden's picked into the Lesh, so he knows his matchup, he knows it's mid. But Mickey also had the opportunity to, pot off the Lesh if he's too scared of the matchup. So I think it should be pretty even. Both people are going to farm. There's opportunities at level 6, mostly on the Arc Warden side. This level 6 timing is really strong with getting 2 sets of all your spells, having a support rotate. But we'll probably see Mickey just rotate out of the lane once he starts.
Well, let's talk about the top lane as well. Matama Man, Insania are going to be against Toby and Kataomi. So the pulse right now on the side of the plus 420 against this Lifestealer Lich lane. John, what are you thinking about this lane? Like, top lane, do you think one side has the advantage here? Do you think it goes the other way?
I think it's fairly good for Liquid. I mean, down the line, you're going to have the Frost Shield to just kind of hold Matumba up front. Toby's not going to be able to be as aggressive with his right click grass, and Kataomi's going to need levels to really kind of gap close. What I'm interested to see is really the itemization of Toby. We heard the panel. They've been going for utility, you know, raid pack, Pipe of Insight, stuff like that, just to keep you alive in the middle of these fights. And that can really slow down Liquid here. I mean, they do have damage, but it's mainly on Mickey. I feel like it does take a little bit more time for that Lifestealer to ramp up, outside of just staying alive for a long time. So I think that's what Entity's likely just going to look. Get those utility items up in Naga and just run from there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Naga being picked pretty early in this tournament, and a lot of the time it's actually flexed to supporter offlane, like probably majority of the time. And you would always think to yourself, why would you pick this hero that's always known for, you need 3-4 items, you need Manta, Defusal, Scotty, a heart, and you're like, okay guys, I'll show up, I'll stop farming, I'm going to fight. But a lot of it's now that pushing lanes is very important to a lot of teams, and Naga, her spells are so good that she can push lanes with no items, or little to no items. And the way that fights are being run, there's a lot of 6, 7, 8 second fights where you have BKBs, you have the big Mars raiders, you have Black Hole, for instance, where that's where a team needs to win the fight. Then the fight needs to end there.
Tahu nggak terlalu senang sama Lifestealer aja.
It used to be the old act, where it's like healing on the song. You kind of have this ability to reach
the fight very
easily.
Lama sih Lifestealer.
Iya,
lama. In this game they have the Arc Warden. Arc Warden loves long fights, and so all they have to do is survive the early.
Dia nggak ada skill yang bisa bunuh creep soalnya.
Iya, nggak bisa nge-lock, terus nggak ada AOE-nya aja. Oh, bikin Maelstrom nih.
Ngandelin item nih.
I believe we do have the Enigma and the Spirit Breaker here against, of course, the CM and the Slaughter. What are you thinking about this one? Like, is there an advantage for either side? I feel like Pure should have it over Boxy, but
tadi BB nggak ada kok. Di ban
Enigma being against them as well.
I was surprised the Naga didn't go.
Kurang sih, gua udah jarang lihat BB.
Iya sih, impactnya agak belakangan. Push ya, push di ban.
Ya, push itu.
And
BB kayaknya kalau udah lawan pro gini gampang di counter sih BB.
Kiting-kitingannya.
Iya.
Yang masih make tim CA doang sih emang.
Paling Timber masih.
Nggak ada carry tadi kok Timber.
The bigger difference into the lanes, I thought the starter was picked just to lane or as a lifestealer. But again, they probably also just are comfortable playing the heroes in this style. They're comfortable playing their lanes. So there's not much reason, unless you think that it's, you know, a massive difference. I think both of the lanes are just comfortable playing, and it'll fix what they want for the mid game better.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The vision being placed here in the mid lane, Boxy with a cheeky little rotation, just trying to keep tabs on Stormstormer. I suppose against the Arc Warden as well, this is, you want to try and take this man down early on if you can, right? Because as you get into the mid and the late game, obviously with the Tempest Stubble, it becomes very hard to catch him. So it seems like Boxy's already kind of setting up his bot lane. There's going to be a
support ini saling nepuk-nepukan nih.
Pertandingan paling gak seru ya.
He does get one bash, but that's going to be about it. Zai, he will rotate onto Boxy. Rather Pure they go, but Pure, he's just going to just run away very easily with the sprint.
Yeah, Arc Warden's one of the heroes. It's similar to a Tinker, where he's very slow, you can run it in mid and kind of stop his timings. Even now you see he has a Midas queued up before boots. So anytime you see that, you always are like, okay, kill him, don't give him Midas, don't give him the Midas timing. And Leshrack's one of the best heroes to rotate mid towards. He's very fast, he does a lot of damage. So we'll probably see some early rotations, I'd say in the next minute or two, where Boxy's going to try to kill the Arc Warden at least once in the early game.
It does feel like you need that, right? Like we talked about the timings again, and we've heard Blitz. They do want to play faster here on Liquid. They've got the foundations to get that done. For Entity's end, I mean, how fast do you really want to take this game?
You don't want to take
Tabrakan.
Honestly, the
diajak main padahal.
25 talent. As sad as it sounds, maybe exciting as it sounds for the arena.
Excuse you.
You want to play for this cooldown reduction talent at level 25. That's your big timing. That's when the game gets very hard. So,
bit of a charge mid lane. He was getting ganked to be fair, so he might not complete the charge. Though I say that he's still going for this. Stormstormer could be in a bit of danger. They do land the follow-up stun. Mickey, does he have the damage? Stormstormer? No, he's the one to get the kill. Fishman with a great rotation out. Mickey, he's going to feed his own life away as well. Complete disaster here in the mid lane for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, the instant TP's in, they managed to share that damage coming out, and Stormstormer manages to just run away in the nick of time. 2 kills for their trouble, and we talked about Liquid going fast. They tried to dodge that gank and transition to a kill, doesn't quite.
Wah, suram sih ini. Dan gamenya Liquid.
Suram banget ya.
So they lost that little bit of damage. I think one more tick of the ult, the Arc dies, even if he has more.
Lifestealer melee kan ya, lawan Aquarden sulit sih.
Really nice
Aquarden, Siren.
I think this team plays fast.
Hitungannya 2 carry kan.
Maybe Liquid trying to return the favor as Boxy getting very lucky with the bashes. Can he find another? Not quite yet. Pure gonna go for a run. Boxy, he'll try to chase, but with the sprint, it's a little bit too hard to keep.
Slidernya juga bakal kena base itu.
You are forcing Pure to have maybe a little bit of a slower game here on this.
Base-nya Slider kan tembus range.
Kiting CM anjir.
As a hero that will just run in, stun, and give vision for the Arc. And if he dies,
kenapa
it sucks. He's dying right now.
He certainly is. A couple lucky bashes out, but Pure again gonna be able to run.
Pede kali ya, pede. Masuk tower. Anjir. Terus bakal mati nanti. Terus aja, boom. Matumba man.
It's a nice kill to pick up, right? It's a lane that already feels pretty free from Tumbaman. 48 to 11, not really being contested. I think the one thing for Liquid as well, focusing so much on Pure down bot, is that those rotations meant that we saw them attempt at least once a while ago. They're not trying again anytime soon. So you're giving a lot more room for that Arc Warden, as you're seeing here, Gunnar. And Stormstormer, he's going to have a good path towards that Midas.
Yeah, the biggest entity right now, I don't think the side lane cores really matter to the overall game plan. They can do their role with low farm, bad games. They just have to, you know, create vision, create space, push lanes. Arc Warden will do everything. He'll kill everyone who do all the damage.
Mid lane, Kataomi, he's the first target, and they do find it, but now Mike could be in danger. He does back his way out. They are not going to pursue. Seems like Kataomi going to be the only casualty, and of course it's the mid laner in this TriCast saying that the side lanes don't matter, Gunnar. I wouldn't have expected any less from you.
The mids are going to be the star. I think even on Liquid, the Mickey, his Bloodstone timing really big. Also, he picks up a casual cloak. We've seen that a lot as the tournaments developed. where there's so much magic damage people are picking in the early game. This game it's the Arc, Tiny, and Crystal Maiden, where just having this casual cloak, there's so many plays I've seen where they have 50 health left, 100 health left, and it's purely because of this cloak. And it's so cheap, it's just a really nice value item.
He's rotated up top. They are at least going to find the Lichy, so it's a decent pickup onto Insania. Question is, can they find the big one? Can they get Matumba Man? Not quite. He'll go for an Infest, quick stun away, and he'll just run his way back perhaps into the jungle, while Boxy is going for a charge up top, but naturally is going to have to cancel. There's 4 heroes up, but there's absolutely no point going up.
Yeah, and I love seeing this kind of movement out from Entity. They're trying to go a little bit quicker. At the same time, this is so much space for Stormstormer mid. I mean, Liquid have not been able to focus down this Arc Warden. Oh, Midas fully up, Maelstrom coming up next. You've got the Tempest double. The farm will rack up here.
Yeah, it's one of the things where both those safe lane carries want to sit in their lanes as long as possible. That happens every game, and it's generally, it's kind of a test of chicken. It's whether you're going to be the carry to rotate first, and you have to make sure the move's successful. A lot of the time it is, but those times where you leave your lane too early and it's bad, it gets really bad. So you're always going to wait for trying to bet the perfect opportunity. Pure makes the right call. He goes top, gets the Lich. He loses his entire bot, but now he kind of has space to farm.
Just go straight to that jungle and try to build up and still give Toby a little bit room. This is the one thing with Nog as well, you mentioned here, Gunnar, right? You just send out the illusions, you can scout out, you can clear out camps, clear out waves without too much commitment. Although you're not doing too much to stop the lifesteal there.
Nice little cancel from Kataomi. Boxy trying for a charge, but really just wanted to zone him out for Mickey to be able to pick up the power rune. As now Mickey being slowed up quite a lot. They're going to move back in. This could be very dangerous for Liquid. Boxy, he's trying to help out, and he does take the toss away from Mickey as they keep going. Kataomi, he's the one to drop, and Mickey, look at this Giga Chat. He'll just keep going in against 4 heroes. He just doesn't care, but it may cost him his life, and eventually
meninggal.
He wants Pure at the very least.
Oh, black hole. One man black hole.
Who won that team fight?
It's Entity, right? Arc Warden doesn't die. Everything on Entity is on the Arc Warden right now, and every time you don't kill him in the fight, he gets a kill or 2, he survives the fight, you're just building up, getting XP. That's all that matters. It's all the XP. So every time he lives, it doesn't matter if he gets gold, doesn't matter about anything, he just needs the levels on this hero.
That, and you mentioned as well, right? Battle of the mid laners, you managed to find Mika on that Leshrac, stalling out that Bloodstone timing, so you're getting a ton. And again, all the movement out from Entity has just been forcing Liquid into this really weird position. They're having to respond to these side lanes, but the mid, it just feels like Stormstormer is getting way too much at this point.
At the same time, Liquid is playing for their timings with both their 1 and 2 are top of the net worth right now. So Liquid, they're up 3K gold. We're talking about this, disaster right now. The Entity getting all of their timings, but Liquid's having a good game. It's just that there's always this looming fear when you pick Arc Warden of, is it too late? Have we ended the game? We heard in the last series it was, we're gonna win in 30 minutes, and as we saw after 30 minutes, they didn't win, so the game got hard. And in this game, again, it's just the 25. That's the big timing.
So what you're telling me is we should delete Arc Warden from the game?
I never said those words out of my mouth.
I mean, you want to play it, don't you?
I like 20, level 25, 60-minute games occasionally. If it was a staple, maybe I would agree with you more.
Here we go again, charge up. They've got the Infest Bomb this time at Tumba. They're going to find Pure on that pos 1 Slider. Pure surely has no way out. He'll pop the sprint, but still slowed up here by Matumba. Will go down. Fishman, he was also spotted, but they aren't going to bother trying to chase that deep. They'll be happy with the Slider.
Yeah, it's really good to see Liquid recognize that time. Early armlet already up on Matumba. Number 1 in effort that you pointed out there, Gunnar, and just play with that combination. Infest in, charge forward, give Mika some space, and start to get some action on the map.
Yeah, the panel was talking about this Infest Bomb, which Lifestealer kind of moved away from this in the, 2015, 2016. There's a lot of the puck Lifestealer. Every game, your entire life was just infest him, jump out on a blink, get a kill. And we moved away to being more of a body. But I think now that everyone just dies so quickly right now to all these jumps that it's kind of becoming.
Apakah masih bisa, kawan?
Yeah. I think that's the one thing we're going to keep seeing out from Liquid. How often can they force Entity to
ya kalau bisa masuk ke game Entity-nya menangnya ini banget.
The big thing right now is, again, you are seeing that build up for Liquid. 4K up, despite that back and forth on the mid. Mika still on a good path towards that Bloodstone here.
It's all about the kind of item timings for Liquid. On the side of Entity, it's XP. On the side
kalau
of Liquid,
sebelum bisa online dua-duanya bisa di push terus bisa menang ya. Agak susah.
On the Enigma, they want to get the Bloodstone on the Lesh, whereas Entity, again, their only big hero that really matters that's going to win the game is the Arc Warden.
Right.
So Liquid has these 3 heroes that all going to give and take. What they get a timing, they help the others get timings, but the Slardar and the Naga, all they do is just try to make space, help team fight, and just everything's for the Arc Warden.
Well, this is where things start to really escalate. I feel like you talked about the Midas, but now the Maelstrom as well on the Arc, so he's just going to really scale out of control. Now, you talked about, you know, that panic of, is it too late? Not quite yet for Liquid, but it seems like the pace of the game needs to speed up maybe just a little bit here from Liquid to try and slow this man down. As you said, it's a full protect one. You don't care. It's all about the Arc. Just make sure he stays alive, gets the XP, hits that level 25 mark, and then, well, then you're not playing DotA anymore.
No, playing the Arc Warden game.
Yeah, it just changes completely. I think the one thing for Liquid right now is they're also starting to go into some good utility coming out from Zai. Raid pack pretty much done, fully assembled up, so they can try to go for these fights, try to prolong them a bit more, survive through. They've got some good durability coming out, and that could be one of the times. I mean, you're also almost done with Mika. At least you have the soul booster up, so gonna be a lot more durable as well if he does get jumped on. Oh, full Bloodstone.
So they're gonna smoke up. They're gonna, again, Liquid just uses timing. They get the item, they go, they smoke up, they fight. So they're gonna look for try to get a kill. Again, they want the Arc. That's the goal. And he's been in this mid lane area, so you'll see them wrap around mid or the tower. At the least, they want this tower.
A good read from the Storm, from the Arc Warden. He does back off at the right moment as Fishman is the one to tank the gank. You argue that's good
mati
langsung. Right? Just, in fact, hold that thought, because Katsuomi, he might be in danger as well. They may just find a second as the Nether Strike. Massive range up from Boxy, finding a second target, and they should take him down.
Mati support doang sih.
He'll be the one to take both kills. They'll even find a mid-tier 1 tower out of this, perhaps.
This tower is really important just for the amount of map it gives. Because Arc Warden wants to he wants to farm waves, and he wants to farm these safe camps, and every time you take the tower, he kind of gets less and less map, so he requires more and more lanes, which he takes away from his team. Anytime you give him safe farm, he'll take it, and then his team also gets farmed. But this is where his net worth is going to go up, and his team is going to go down, and you're going to, as you can see, the top 4, 3 of them are Liquid. And one of them is Entity. Yeah, it's going to keep getting bigger and bigger, all the differences.
And you can see that gap already between Stormer and the rest of his team. At least the 2K gap. Pretty big considering how much more well-balanced it is on Liquid's end. And it's going to get a little bit tougher for Entity to kind of maintain control. I mean, you are getting that build-up slowly but surely onto Toby here on the Naga as well. He does at least have the Hood of Defiance going into the Orchid for some... a little bit more control coming out. Is there anything that can maybe help them match up against Liquid's timings?
It's all about how they take the fights. They want very slow fights.
Mas PJ dulu, PJ dulu mas.
Probably they have the best follow for a song.
Beliin gua pakai pahe.
You kind of kite the fight out and you get a lot of spells. Arc Warden still will do damage the whole game. He does a lot of damage with magic, but he can't ever get jumped. So they just need to play these really long range fights, pokey. Even Sardar's not too bad. He does so much damage in a jump in 1 or 2 hits with the bash that they're hoping to just get 1 kill, get out, the game gets delayed by delay the game.
Nugas apa ngedit video ya anjing? Nugas dah.
Traktir gue sih.
Fix it.
Gua aja ulang tahun lo naktir temen gua.
Arc Warden. Meledak. Tapi mati dia.
He'll go for a run, but the courier is following him. The courier is just giving the information they need. Boxy though, he is too fast.
Kena lock ini. Kena lock si Slardar.
Unfortunately, he had the clarity on the courier, so it had the slow from concealable. So I wasn't able to perfectly follow him, but it was a nice play.
Yeah, and I think that's also the blink reveal coming out from Pure right there.
Kok kemarin gue main sendiri anjir. 1 lawan 5.
Main apaan DotA?
Ngapain?
Main sendiri gue. Temen gue pada kena COVID.
I've been really liking the new Shard, how it works. It's so much cast range, it's so much lifesteal you give to all your teammates. Even the Lesh, I like it so much with Leshrac lifestealer because you put it on a target, it'll keep boxing with all the AoE damage. He'll keep lifestealing, and he just gets an extra 2 or 3 bloodstone effectively in the fight.
Roshan is going down.
Entity nggak online ya?
Lama mereka ini greedy, mereka 3 core itu.
Iya sih. Jadi ininya ke Liquid, jadi nyarahnya.
They'll be very happy with that. Looks like it was Mickey who takes the Aegis.
Mereka mainnya lihat banget sih.
Happy days for Liquid now with this Aegis. You just
Kalau berani nge-push sambil nge-speed gitu, what
The first stages of the game is generally just about pacing and gold. So Liquid's goal of this is they're 60 gold right now. They're gonna go maybe like 8-9k depending on. And entities just survive the ages, don't give up too much.
Goldnya kan jadi aneh anjir, networknya.
First ages doesn't matter too much. It's about the second ages that both teams are looking at as this is our
carry-nya nggak dapat, mid-nya nggak dapat.
entities probably mentally, even though it's first right now, they're mentally prepping. All right, what are we doing in 10 minutes? When the next one spawns, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna fight this? He's not gonna be 25. He's level 13. So, what are they doing at this 20-30 minute mark where Liquid is prepping to end the game with the second Aegis?
And at that point, you're going to be seeing a lot of items coming out from Liquid. Like Zai's probably going to have his blink in less time than that. You're just going to be finishing up that full shard. Matumba getting that additional life steal off. And the BKB is going to be up for Mika soon. And it doesn't feel like they have any good answers for that prolonged spell immunity, especially as you talk about down the line.
Mas kalau bener aja.
BKB, I mean, that massive duration for him, it's all down to just pure
I
think Liquid right now just feels very comfortable with how the pace of the game is going. An entity, you know, in the back of their head, they're still thinking that
Serena bikin boot buat counter Celestrat.
You have to make sure that they have the tough job. He's the one who's just like, all right, don't worry guys, just trust me, I got this game. And everyone else has to be like, all right, what do we need to do to make sure that it's all going according to plan right now? And I think the way they use the starter right now is really nice.
Kataomi, nice avalanche away. Still another strike, massive range once again from Boxy.
Jauh banget.
Anjir. Ditos. Ditos balik ke Narnia.
Sana jago dong. Matum jago sih. Appreciate.
Mereka nge-push kenceng sih, ada Alessandro.
Oh iya. Dan si ini nggak berani nge-pick jadinya aja karena lestrak.
Don't get a reset the glyph and you glyph the tier 2 and that's when it leads into maybe your tier 3s get a hit, maybe you lose all of your outer tower. So at least now they still, it's pretty much the same, just the game is 6 seconds faster, which not the worst.
Not the worst, although it does feel like for Entity every second does count, right? You're still trying to build up for Stormer. He is at the point where he has the blink and the maelstrom, but still miles off from that 25 talent where it does get ridiculous. If you're an entity now, I mean, you mentioned it, right? You're looking for what you're going to do by the next Aegis. You're looking how to enable Stormer to hit those spikes. What are we looking for from them? They're going to have this blink on Kataomi soon, and it is up, but that's timed with Mike's own BKB.
They're hitting a lot of timings on entities soon. The Orchid's gonna come out for Toby, BKB's gonna come out for Pure, the Blink just finished as you said on the Tiny, so the others are hitting timings, and Art can play with his own team timings. He has so much range and damage that they're gonna kind of hit this maybe ball where they will force a fight into the Aegis and be confident, but on the side of Liquid, they're actually hitting their own timings as well. Boxy almost has a full BKB. He actually has the full BKB right now on the Spirit Breaker, this is where you see the kind of difference, I guess, in terms of one team's being ahead and one team's other. A lot of it also comes down to the supports. You see that it's been 20 minutes and he just picked up the blink on Tiny, and on the other side, he's up 2,000 gold on the Spirit Breaker and has a BKB.
Yeah, so it's going to feel a bit tough to kind of close out, and that's something with
Anjir, pada Lord Open Justice for X-Nova.
It feels so pivotal, and when you manage to only grab it after the initial BKBs come out, it can feel a little bit rougher. And that's him playing with the Fellow Stone that they've had for a few minutes now. So it's just been a little bit slower for
Jagoin tim Manari.
0-4-5. He has been kind of making that space for the team.
Antara dua ini sih siapa ya?
Bentar dulu nge-stream.
Iya, Cuk. Dari tadi.
Kalem, lu gak ngomong apa-apa Cuk dari tadi.
Lu gak ngomong apa-apa.
Kalau ngomong sesuatu, gua kencengin sih. Termos tadi yang ngomong.
Jangan.
Exact time on the clock. I don't want you level 25. 42 minutes in the clock.
I was gonna say 43.
Gua kemarin nggak terlalu demen sih dua-duanya tim ini. B aja. Biasa. Tidak menarik.
Habis ini lumayan sih harusnya Secret sama ini kan ya.
Di DotA T1.
It doesn't seem like they're panicking. Entity, they're more than happy to drag this out.
I also know we talked a lot about
Para dukung siapa sih
how
lu pada?
entities kind of doing in there.
Gue pengen lihat PSG menang tuh biasanya.
But they are actually very good at defending this high ground.
Oh, dari semua jagoin siapa? Jagoin ini. Tundra. Underdog. Tundra sama Thunder Awaken. Thunder Awaken bagus banget nih.
Kalau mainnya kalau yang
mainnya barbar itu.
Biskos anjir. Biskos juga seru deh mainnya.
Pokoknya tim-tim dari area Brazil tuh bertarung-tarung.
Iya. Gelut semuanya.
For his mid laner, and it seems like Liquid, well, they are going to find a Tempest double, but that's not going to be the real thing. Get a bit of gold here for Mickey, but that's about it.
The gold injection's always nice. You are kind of working on what you're looking for with the Aegis, right? Gunnar mentioned use first Aegis to get 2-3k more gold.
Cina tuh terkenal rapi mainnya.
From that 6 to 4k lead they had a while ago, so they've worked the map really well.
Gila, mainnya late game, mainnya slow.
Eropa teamwork biasanya. Brazil tuh saru.
Brazil gelut. Seru nontonnya tapi anjir.
Iya.
The farm is still there for Stormer, but it's starting to feel like Pure and Toby are really being sacrificed for that.
His BKB is so slow. It's gonna be probably a 25-minute BKB on your carry, which is not the happiest. That's why he keeps dying. He's just getting run down by the lifesteal. And even when he goes on them top, you can see how confident Liquid is. Just walk away. They see all the TPs. They get the 1 kill on starter.
Pure bukannya carry ya?
Just 1 hit away from dying to the lifesteal because he's gonna be so slow. But Liquid just walk away. They don't feel the need to make anything. They don't need a bigger win than they're getting right now. They just take a small win.
Padahal killnya dikit ya anjir. Tapi entity udah kepangkas semua orang.
Soalnya ada lesrat ngapus gampang.
Oh, ada skill yang ini deh buat ngapus power. Penuh lagi udah bulet-buletnya.
Bulet panjang. Sama ada Bizu-nya si Ellie.
Enak banget buat ngeratain ini ya, creep ya, Spirit Breaker ya, ngeng. Kelamaan online-nya, entity-nya kelamaan. Nggak tahu, belum keluar.
Yeah, this Enigma, he's early picked, so his black hole's generally early picked. He's not picked for the black hole anymore. He's picked for the lane, the Malefice, and all the ores he's able to buy. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up a BKB, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just buys the shard and just stuns heroes. Because he doesn't need to do anything in these fights. He just needs to exist and scare Entity away from grouping up, clumping up, and being able to kind of protect each other. Because once you do that, that's how you get black hole, and that's how the game ends.
Oh, there's that
Black hole.
This is where things get scary for me. I see that Gleipnir, I get shivers up my spine. It's so hard, just the Tempest double all over the map, able to solo you once he roots you with that Gleipnir up. And see what Stormer does done again. You guys kind of mentioned it's 20 minutes away from him feeling completely busted, so we're going to give it a bit more time, but it does feel like it's getting to that point where even I'm getting a little bit scared now for Liquid.
And you can also see at the exact same timing it's like Gleipnir, BKB finished on starter, Pipe finished on Naga.
Masih butuh farming masih entity.
Fishman has a lot of
ya kan ngulur-ngulur ini.
We'll see those timings coming out soon.
Kebanyakan core.
This is where Entity's going to try to pick a 1 hero up, maybe 2, and then
kenapa tidak bikin Midas kamu, hei?
Go away, keep farming. They just want the kills to delay the game, whereas Liquid want the kills to secure the next objective.
Jumlah TP nggak cukup buat bertiga soalnya.
With the smoke up, it does read it well backing off. I am curious, Gunnar. We had a little bit of conversation in the back room about this, but Toby's queuing up the Ags here. How do you feel about that end snare and that reel in this kind of game?
I don't even think of the reel in.
Nah ini, udah ada nih bisnya.
I don't know if the Ags would change at all.
Truk combo. Truk combo mana? Oh, CM lu.
Isekai.
Peng. Meninggal.
Now this is when the game starts going downhill very, very in Liquid favor. They're going to get Shard, they're going to get Aegis, and Entity hasn't really hit their timing. The Archborn, even level 18, really big timing. You almost have 100% uptime on the double. But he's level 15, just hit 16. So this is probably where Liquid's going to want to look to hit, you know, maybe
dicek ya? Oh, dicek.
But, you know, super creeps in the mid lane, take out the racks, take out bot racks. At least one side is probably going to be the next goal.
they're going to be able to do that really well as everything's lined up. They find Toby.
Song?
They are going to find Toby.
Song?
They don't want that Song of the Siren
Song?
available in this team fight.
Loh.
In comes the Tempest double, but it does end
Song?
up
Hey.
expiring. Liquid, oh, that's a big stun out from Pure. It's on to 3, but there's no follow-up to it. In they go.
Song.
Onto Boxy,
Song.
who's got the BKB up. Song of the Sirens there, but Boxy, he just keeps going. On with the tongue, but they'll fight.
Masanya.
That's going to be Pure gold.
Aduh.
Keep this fight going.
Dapat lagi. Anjir.
Great first BKB use out from Boxy, interrupting that fight, isolating Pure.
Lama banget start songnya.
Mereka support by the way.
SB-nya kan?
Iya.
Iya makanya.
Ngalahin Sladar yang core.
Really build into that advantage, really start to choke out. Maybe not Stormer, he's still going to be able to reach out into some lanes, but really the rest of the team's just going to start suffering on entities.
Ragu banget keluarin songnya tadi.
Iya, songnya ditantang.
Iya.
Keburu meninggoy temennya.
Kasihan Pure-nya. Kalau songnya masuk, Pure-nya pas ini bisa dapat. Lebih gampang buat Pure-nya milih hero.
By the time Pure's dead, he gets the illusion. They don't have the. It's just very unfortunate how it timed out.
It's just not quite shaping up in the entity. Mind you, they still have a lot of time to play for. Liquid looking to start to speed that game up.
Anjir, deras banget itu nge-pushnya Lesrek.
Yang split push malah si Liquidnya jadinya ya.
Iya.
Kayaknya gitu.
Timing's really being met. Sharing farm nicely with Mika up there in the top 2. Mika for his part a little bit more armor.
Kalah timing.
Next. For entity, I mean, we talked about those key timings, you know, with the BKBs, with the blinks up. What else can they do? Maybe just execute better.
Mas. Woi, mau lihat jogetnya?
Apaan?
Ini mau coba lihat bentar.
Wow.
Buset.
Bahaya sekali.
Buset.
Ini belum jadi, rantainya belum.
Ya masih belum turun.
Belum mentul lah. Banyak banget kayaknya sumpah dah. Kesel. Banyak tantangan.
Orang pada demen ya karakternya suku gitu ya.
Lagi tren soalnya. Ini yang bikin tren ini.
Enggak, biasanya itu pun pasti suku bulu.
Iya.
Ada
Emang lagi rame.
Itu namanya menyesuaikan pasar sih.
Iya, pasarnya menjual sih emang.
Menyesuaikan.
Dan gue juga yang ini juga khusus karena ini suku bus, makanya ini gue agak lebay. Biasanya nggak selebay.
Ada kostum OL juga ya.
Iya.
Mantap.
Rambutnya juga 2 ya.
Oh, aku rambutnya juga 2.
Rambut 2, tangan 4, mana nggak nangis soalnya.
Ya apa-apa, seenggaknya bayarannya menjanjikan.
Ada kacamata juga. Lokal card. Kalau lokal tuh menjanjikannya nggak bisa diperas saya.
Anjir.
Kalau portal sudah bagus, harga Indonya dikali 10.000 aja.
Ini buat portal itu ya, buat portal.
Oh, buat portal. Oh, mau naikin portal dulu ya.
Sekalian buat portal. Makanya bikinnya harganya murah nggak apa-apa. Bisa gue ini. Iya.
Orang lokal.
Anak gua kostum kedua.
Mantap.
Artisnya siapa?
Artisnya Thailand kalau nggak salah.
Thailand.
Yo.
Orang Thailand artisnya. Tangannya agak aneh sih tuh bang. Kurang suka.
Iya sih.
Yang ini nih aneh banget. Yang biasa.
Awkward posenya.
Iya, awkward pose. Tapi tangan yang gayanya lumayan.
Kok tadi kayak ada yang ekornya cok, kira ada yang tumpah tadi anjir.
Wah, tumpeh.
Tumpeh. Udah. Masih siang, nggak baik.
Mantap.
Apa kan belum?
Ya kembali ke DotA.
Belum apa kan? Belum apa?
Wah, sedap.
Ini kalau masalah hitung-hitungan duit udah nggak worth it, ngejanya lama.
Pelan-pelan nanti naikin lagi.
Fotonya apik.
Udah sampai ini minggu kelima masuk minggu.
Anjir. Gue jadi magnum opus lu, magnum opus. Karya terbaik.
Lu yang hijau. Frontonnya kemana tuh?
Wah, anjir. Dilempar bro.
Lu masuk kamu.
Very nice sacrifice.
Kelamaan jadi.
Udah masuk aja.
Bikin Midas worth it banget serius kalau mereka mau
ya,
3 tadi harus.
Ini namanya kalah draft. Makanya draftnya lama tadi. Dia kalau kalah draft ya gini.
Masuknya cepet jadi.
Iya. Gameplay yang kiri itu mau main lama, tapi yang kanan udah bisa nge-push.
Yang kanan harus cepat lebih tepatnya.
Iya, beda timing. Toss. The Sentan.
Good, that's good. Ikuzo. Oh, black hole.
Oh,
nice black hole loh.
Oh, ini gara-gara
Sirennya kurang bagus ya, lebih honest.
Kurang. Siren offline kurang impact.
Itu aku masih bingung support building yang lain tuh buat apaan sih? Kan targetnya kan ada main building yang ini kan harus dikenain kan. Yang lain ya.
Tower.
Itu buat ngehambat creep. Biar creepnya nggak langsung ke tower.
Gitu.
Jadi ada tempat produksi creep gitu loh.
Oh, itu ininya ya apa?
Itu tempat produksinya. Iya.
Kayak lapisan biar creepnya itu nggak langsung maju aja gitu. Harus hit yang lain.
Nggak wajib harus dihancurin dulu.
Enggak wajib. Yang penting ancien sama tower.
Bagus ya eksekusinya ini Liquid.
Iya.
Yang bener. Midas bagus banget sih tadi sebenarnya kalau mereka core mau banyak. Nggak kebagian creep aja.
Entity greedy.
Nanggung greedy-nya.
Dia tuh offlanernya Siren, carry-nya Slardar, aneh.
Carry-nya Slardar.
Iya. Sirennya bikin Aghanim, bikin Silent. Dia nggak bikin kayak buat carry gitu.
Sementara Sladarnya juga ketinggalan goalnya.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing for Entity, right? The last time we saw them up against RNG, that did go a long time. They tried to take it slower here as well. We got to see them go a little bit speedier, and we'll see if they adjust for game 2.
Well, I love the advice you guys are giving. Just don't pick our coordinate. That's my favorite kind of advice. I hope my teammates in my pubs are listening too. We're gonna head over to the panel, see what they thought about this game number 1.
Game number 1.
It sounds so simple. Just don't pick our coordinate.
Lu stream di mana ya? YouTube.
Words from our commentary
Yeah,
team.
YouTube.
And is it that simple? I'm gonna also ask that same question to my panel.
Sayang.
Jenkins, don't pick our coordinate. Was that the reason?
Kurang.
That we
Eksekusinya
have
kurang.
one game up for Team Liquid?
I mean, they actually.
Kelamaan sih online-nya.
Pretty well. Like I feel like the arc warden maybe wasn't the issue.
Maksudnya si Siren kalau emang offline nggak seaktif itu juga anjir gerak.
Impactnya kurang sih jadinya.
Nanggung nggak sih anjir?
Iya.
Rame doang jadi.
Nyanyi doang penghibur anjir. Dia tuh nggak nyetun enggak, damage kurang.
Buat ini nggak sih asli ya? Buat black hole nggak sih? Songnya.
Didn't feel like it worked.
Kalau BKB
off
terus.
You want to have something else. I don't think you need to be as greedy considering that you have our coordinates, so you have a lot of these boxes checked. Whether we're talking about holding the game for long.
Sementara spiritnya bagus banget mainnya.
Kalau lagi susah ini.
Oh ya udah terakhir gini.
Gila.
Iya.
Ada muda-mudi nih.
Aduh.
Apa? Muda-mudi.
Panas 2 enak sih.
Anjir. Gila sih. Tempat pizza tuh 30.000 mos yang kecil.
Enak sih.
Ada cuma itu doang.
Just info gitu.
Gak ada Pizza Hut, cok. Kotakannya beneran kotakan kardus doang, gak ada namanya.
Pizza no name.
Tuh biasa lumayan enak sih sebenarnya.
Nyerap network doang tapi nggak ada impact.
close up. We also heard our commentary team saying that if you pick
Taruhan support
anyone
sekalian
early on
aja,
in the
serius dah.
draft, you're not picking it for the black hole, so maybe the black hole
Offline-nya
counter wasn't
siapa
really
gitu.
even needed in the end. I not dying even once. There was one point that I just remembered that we talked about yesterday. Yesterday we had an upper bracket match where Team Liquid lost to Aster, and the comparison was made.
Ya, Liquid aneh sih tapi tuh biasa aja.
Of Western Europe and Aster obviously.
Kemarin di grup stage kalahnya banyak tuh, lumayan.
That they are doing great in their region, but maybe not too good in the international stage. Well, lucky for Team Liquid that this opponent, and should they win the next game, the next opponent, it's a Western Europe tickets.
Yeah, it's there was what 6 Western European teams that we had at the start of today. So these teams know each other very well.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have said this last game, so maybe this doesn't hold that much salt because it's TI and everything changes at TI. But you'd think if one team wins game 1, it's like, oh, this is one of those matchups, rock paper scissors. Like we know Liquid can beat Entity.
Justing
but,
lagi.
Yeah, like I said, it's TI, so even though it is Western Europe, everything changes.
Yeah, they do know each other very well. And speaking of knowledge,
Ada yang sempat-sempatnya
knowledge
simping
is
itu
something that
Deadman
Tsunami
ban.
is going to test us on. What's happening, Tsunami? Please explain.
Yeah, you thought that I'm going to be bringing the knowledge, but this time I want to
What's
really
happened, Tsunami?
benchmark all this analysis that you guys have been giving. I want to really put it to the test. So I'm going to play a little game show with you, a little quiz. And you at home, feel free to participate. It's quite simple. I am going to present 2 heroes in front of you. And I need you to choose which of them have the higher metric. It'll be kills, GPM, tower damage, stuff like that.
For group stage included?
Oh, we want to get really into the semantics.
Up until now, or up until yesterday, up until like what? Are we counting last chance qualifier?
We're not counting last chance qualifier. We're counting group stage. We are counting last game because one of the heroes was Arc Warden involved in one of these things.
Okay.
No cheating.
All right.
No cheating.
I'm not watching.
Pencils down. Let's start. Higher kill average between
B.
You got Bloodseeker? Because you said B. No, it's too late. You said B. I'm sorry. Zeus and Bloodseeker.
Wait.
One at a time.
Average.
The highest average. I mean, make sure you can't see my card. Higher kill average. Is it Zeus or Bloodseeker?
I think Bloodseeker is oh, Jenkins first.
Zeus kill steal.
I'm gonna go Bloodseeker. I think you're baiting these two with the Zeus because the kill steals.
Okay.
I want to go next.
Sure.
Because I also want to say Bloodseeker because I think he's been played less and therefore overall has a chance to be the highest.
Makes sense.
With you there.
Slaying the odds.
Makes sense.
I'm gonna say Zeus because I remember some really sick Zeus game where a player had like 18 kills or something. It was Dark Mago on
And he's hard
Thunder.
carrying the average?
Yeah, I think Dark Mago like inflated those stats a lot. So
Zeus is not played from position 4 role anymore, so it's always.
Well, neither is Bloodseeker.
I know, but
we got a lot of questions, friends.
Okay, go ahead.
One at a time. Okay. So what? Final answer?
Bloodseeker.
They pick Zeus.
Bloodseeker. Zeus.
carry me, Dark Mago, please.
I'm sorry, Dark Mago did not get you enough fantasy points. The answer
give you a
is a Bloodseeker.
Hey, get your hand out of here with that watch.
That's number 1. Let's see
they
how
are?
you be sure to keep score and be sure you at home. You better be honest about this one. Higher GPM average. We got
Oh God, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Witch Doctor or Clockwork?
Clock sih. Clock lebih aktif.
I got my answer.
Oh, you got your answer.
Apaan tuh?
You don't have any analysis on this
Wait,
one.
what's again?
have you seen any jungle
Higher
doctors?
GPM
Dota.
average.
Have we seen Jungle Witch Doctors?
Yeah,
Is that a real question?
Yeah, it's a lot of
we
GPM.
actually. There they are.
There they are.
WD,
I have my answer as well.
WD sama
Okay,
Clockwork.
what you got?
I got Clockwork for the sole reason that at the group stage, position 4 Clockwork was very popular and got a lot of kills. Kills give gold.
Kills
Math.
do give gold.
Yeah, you can also kill steal with Rocket. I'm all about that kill steal.
Especially if you're overclocking.
Yeah.
Okay. What you got?
Gonna have to say Clockwork as well because of the battery assault buffs where they do more damage to creeps.
Jungle Clockwork.
Yeah.
I want to go Witch Doctor. This is another bait tsunami. Witch Doctor's not been played enough, so his GPM's higher.
Okay. The heroes have vanished, but I do believe that it was Clockwork. So.
I'm winning.
This is a farce.
This is a farce.
It's a simple answer, Jenkins.
Joke.
These guys are cool also, though.
They are.
This one was higher. No, wait, never mind. We need to go to the
Gyro's
next one.
higher because he's flying.
Can we go to the last one by any chance? The higher stun average. Computer.
Oh, that'd be Gyro for
Higher
this one.
stun average?
Computer.
Arc
You can just call them fourth. Which heroes are you want to call fourth?
No, I don't know. It's supposed to be between Mars and Kanka. I don't know if we have time for that though.
Higher stun average pun kasih.
And Arc Warden, who has no stuns, is Gyrocopter. Easy.
I'll agree with Effie and say
I'll tell you what.
This is a bait. It is Arc Warden.
You've had a very successful episode 1. We'll bring this back for episode 2 some other time. Thanks for playing.
I hope they're surprised. I won.
We tied, actually.
No, because you were wrong and
yeah,
you
but
wish
we're on a
answer.
team. We're on a team.
That's not how that
When we
We
might not be a team.
Do you want to team up as well?
Sure.
Okay, our team is better than their team is.
I know 2 people who are a team. It's Slacks and Casey.
It was better than their team is.
I know 2 people who are a team.
We're a team. We are a team, buddy. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna go for a hug, but sure. No, don't do. What are you doing? No problem. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the crowd, my friend. We are here live in Singapore with a fantastic crowd. This guy's eating the sandwich. Woo! My God, how is that sandwich?
It's amazing.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Is it as good as the DotA games?
Sorry?
Is it as good as the game, the series that you just watched?
It might actually be better.
Oh my God! I don't know if that was the correct answer.
Good luck getting out of here, my friend.
Yeah, this guy's great. We're gonna move along. No problem. Well done, sir. Well done.
Cheers, banget
Do
ya.
you see anybody interesting over there?
Do I see anybody? I see a whole
Wait, jadi saya
Wow, guys, that was your. I was.
Kursinya kayak kursi kondangan anjir.
nggak salah sih. Samping-sampingan gitu lagi aja.
Lu kalau makan taruh di bawah kursi itu.
Iya.
Bekas makanannya.
Makan taruh bawah kursi, pulang ntar saliman sama pemain gitu.
Saling tempel, kasih amplop.
Ini tuh yang di Singapura nggak sih?
Iya.
Iya kan?
Iya.
Nggak tahu ya ntar finalnya gimana. Gua nungguin finalnya aja. Kayaknya bakal bagus banget enggak. Soalnya lebih mahal final, jauh harga tiketnya.
Final
Dan kelihatannya panas ya. Tidak sedingin yang itu. Orangnya banyak kan. Bawain buku lu aja. Dia habis beli kopi.
Coming back from a game, I feel like this was a fairly
ngopi
easy
dulu.
one for Entity to just shrug off. It's like, okay, guys, we had a plan. This plan didn't work. But FE, they definitely have other plans as well. We know that.
We do know
Kopi Indomaret anjir.
I am pretty much feeling that Liquid's going to carry this momentum. Just because
Kok pakai dua gitu ya mereka?
they are definitely an excellent
Satunya
team, but I do feel as the group stages have progressed and everything's kind of slowed down, people have had more time to figure out the Z strats, the Wraith Pact strats, which basically are what catapulted Entity.
Berarti yang suara ini dari yang kecil itu?
The first team to do it in such a convincing fashion, and at this point it feels like a lot of these heroes and a lot of these
buat mic ya?
have already been dismantled 3 days into TI.
Aku rasa lebih bagus yang kecil kan?
I think that Entity have
Banyak
a lot
banget
of
yang kecil gitu.
I feel like Liquid are ready to win this one.
Liquid having 3-4 coaches, they are able to
pretty good.
set up everything for success, and also being able to find out how Entity has been playing. This is the team with the lowest hero pool at the TI. So in terms of hero pickings, you know what's gonna come. Like, it's relatively easy to predict, especially if you have these big brainers behind you. But in terms of how Entity plays, like, their style is pretty, I would say, unique compared to some other teams. And yeah, seems like at least in game 1, Team Liquid find a good solution to it.
You know what I want to see? Actually, I want to see the pure sniper. I feel like he is so good on that hero. And that hero has been underutilized, surprisingly.
Yeah, even though we
nontonnya.
I agree, it's still underutilized.
I I do think that they just give him something like that and try to channel that energy of when they first formed their team, and they looked on top of everything.
I agree, even though we are talking about how the fact that this raid-packed group up, 5-man zoo meta has maybe been figured out.
Kills raid pack from a distance.
He's the one. But I do think, like, what do you do in a best of 3? Like, you have to go back to the basics, right? When you've been stomped in game 1.
You do go back to the basics. That is what traditionally happens on the main stage of the International. Now, of course, we have a chance of still having 2 games to this series, but that all depends on if we are going to be able to get a 3rd game out of it, if Entity can win. Can they do it? That's a question that will be answered largely in the draft with Enigma and Gunner.
Sulit serem.
Tidak terhentikan Enigma.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is MLP DotA, Jangan Spam, and of course the lovely Gunner DotA. We're going to head into game 2's draft here between.
Itu nggak pernah ada matinya cuy Enigma aja.
The strategy is just don't choose our quarter.
Just statements, the best thing ever, you know. Just win the game, just stun the heroes, just get your items. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's simple. Just don't have it on, and then we'll see if they trust that way. Of course, they did try to make that Arc Warden work out, and it didn't quite work the way they wanted to. They tried to stall as best as possible, but we saw that aggression out from Liquid. Gunnar, what kind of adjustments should we see from NT? Like, anything else to replace that Arc Warden for that pace? In fact, they go for the Lesh themselves.
The Lesh it's been having really good success, I think, more so even on the main stage than groups. Groups, I was seeing it have mixed bags, but I think teams started to kind of prioritize the hero a little more in terms of that it's their win condition. Even in the last game, Matu, top of the network, he's avoiding the game, he's destroying, but he's constantly looking for ganks, he's constantly infesting.
Bandnya masih sama sih Primal.
Masih wajib sih.
Iya. Band 2 awalnya masih sama.
Wah,
ini kok
lagi.
Oh, Matu Star salah.
You just need to be hiding somewhere in the fog. Anthony, they will respond with an Undying, but that Enigma, it scares me. It's been banned out so often throughout TI11. Liquid, they keep getting away with it.
I think we saw Zai is 5-0 at the event right now with Enigma. So 100% win rate right now. We call the trust.
I mean, if it works, it works, right? You don't change what isn't broken, and it does still feel like the threat of Zai just being there, the utility the Enigma brings, the lane domination it provides you to slow down the enemy core is still a big aspect of what Liquid managed to get out last time. Like, we saw a lot slower of a lane for Pure to come out. Like, he wasn't quite free farmed. He was forced to try to respond earlier, and he did still get a good Blink Massive Madness BKB timing coming out, but it just felt like Liquid got a lot more because of that Enigma lane.
I think a big thing now is they snatch up Undying for Entity, so they already have 2 heroes that are very stable in the lanes. Leshrac will go 50-50 with most mid matchups, or can even go the safe lane and destroy. And Undying, you pick this hero and you tell your carry that you're gonna have a good lane. Don't worry too much. And even it has the flex. It can go in the off lane. It kind of has the same thing where you put him in the off lane, he buys 6 mangoes, he presses his decay over and over and over, and he'll be fine.
Yeah, it can be really aggressive, and I like that switch up from Entity. You know, we talked about it, play a little bit faster, try to match Liquid's pace. They've got the foundations for that. How do you build up though? Like for Liquid, Enigma Tusk doesn't reveal too much. There's still some flex in the Enigma if they don't want to give it to Zai this time around. Which way do you want to see their draft go?
For the side of Entity?
For the side of Liquid.
Liquid, I think they should just keep doing very basic things they're doing, where they just have Zai and Enigma. I think they shouldn't do much flexing. I know I've talked about how Enigma can go to the 5, but Zai kind of crushes every game with this hero. It's just some silent impact, constantly winning his lane, pushing out lanes with Eidolons, always getting this nice black holes that you don't need a 5-man black hole to win the game. He's always just great with the black hole usage. And I think the Tusk, I think Boxy's Tusk is really nice. I think when he plays these melee heroes, he's very enabled to just his Marcy, I think, is actually one of his best heroes. The way he plays the early game on these melee stuns are really nice. So probably just something that enables these heroes. Maybe looking for Matu, just a standard strength carry goes in. He's been playing a lot of Lone Druid, Pudge, Bloodseeker. I don't know if he's actually done the Bloodseeker yet, but I think something along those routes, and then giving Mickey just a nice ranged carry spellcaster mid. Like SF is what they've been usually doing a lot in the tournament. I think something along those lines are just the bread and butter. They don't need to do anything special.
Well, talk to me about the mentality right now. We saw the panel talk about it just for a moment there before they did throw to us, but Entity, I mean, they're one game down, they're one game away from being eliminated from TI11. Do you guys think they've reset? Like, is it that easy? I mean, obviously not, but how do you reset, and do you think they've managed to do it here?
It's not easy to reset, but the best way is to go out playing your style, playing your thing, and not changing everything at the last minute, throwing, you have one game, you're like, let's just throw out the book, let's pick what Dota Buff says is the highest win rates, let's just pick the best heroes in the game and just hope for the best. So I think probably they're going to play to just win their lanes, more so than they did the last game, and play their fast, as we said, the Wraith Pack, the Zoo style. I think that's kind of what they're aiming for, just picking really stable lanes all across the board.
Yeah, and I think the one thing as well, it does feel like you don't have as much time to reset in between games, right? It does feel like the turnaround time is rather quick. So it really tests how mentally strong a team is, because you don't have that interim period where you're allowed to pump yourself up a little bit more. And I think that's one of the bigger tests we've seen at TI, maybe contributing to a lot more of those 2-0 series here.
You can also see on the side of Liquid, I think they have a similar read. They're banning up the Visage Beast. They take the Enigma. So a lot of these Zoos, Wraith Pack buyers are kind of getting banned or snatched up. So it's kind of limiting Entity's pool right now for how they want to progress the draft in their way, in their style. Which is, it's pretty interesting. Even the Brood was banned in the first phase. So all these Zoos are kind of out of the pool.
Speaking of Zoo, while we have you, Gunnar, do you miss Necrobook?
I like Necro 1. Okay. And maybe 2. I think the true side of level 3 was a little questionable.
True. Yes.
You're a support player, I assume. You like being able to D-ward for free and have a gem.
You know why I'm a support player, Gunnar? Because Necrobook doesn't exist. I used to be a mid player. I used to be that Brood Mother spammer back in the day. You buy the Necrobook, you buy the Orchid, and you just terrorize everyone in the game. Now they took it away from me, Gunnar. I've got nothing. I've got to play Pulse 5 every game. It's sickening. Oh, we've got a punch in the game.
They actually flex it between both players play it in both lanes. Mickey's played it safe, he's played it mid. Batu also, I don't know if he's played it in mid, but he's played it in the safe lane a lot. So a lot of options right now, which is pretty much Entity has to make the call of, do we think this Pudge is a mid or a carry? And if it's mid, do you want the Flesh versus it? The numbers of the Lesh add up very similar to Fleshy for Edict. So there's 6-7 seconds in the fight where the Pudge is actually invincible for fighting the Lesh. And so do you want this Lesh to be your mid versus the Pudge and have some weird timings? Do you want it to be your safe lane? This is kind of the 16-17, you make the choice in how the draft is playing out, and then after that, it's just filling in the holes.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there's a response sniper coming out instantly, along with the timing once more. So just going back to that, how do you feel about the sniper here? Like, it does feel like you're going to have some good distance here. Your best jump in is probably the Tusk with a snowball. Is it well protected enough to just have that standard sniper game?
Yeah, I think there's actually 3 factors of heroes that make it really cool for the sniper pick. One is it can go safe lane, and it lanes really well versus the Enigma. Shrapnel destroys. He also in the game, he is so far back that it's hard to black hole him, and anytime you black hole your team, you kind of just kill the Enigma. 2, it's that Pudge, he just kind of destroys. Pudge wants to always walk in the fight, and you just kill him. And 3 is that when people pick Pudge, they want to pick a ranged mid that carries the game, such as Shadow Fiend and Lina. And Sniper kind of outranges them and beats them. And Liquid still ends up wanting the Lina. They know that that's what they want for the draft. But Entity's also happy with how this is playing out for them.
Yeah, I like that. I like seeing that Lina come out. Do you think with the Lina now, are we kind of secured and just saying this is the Pudge for Matumbaman, the safe lane now? Okay.
I think so. I think the only flex that they could do right now is seeing the Sniper and the Pudges being a stable laner. They can put the Enigma in the safe lane with the Pudge and pick a new
Sniper sih ini
That's where
bahaya.
it gets a little scary, because when you do a lot of flexes, you kind of
Long range banget.
you're kind of giving them the opportunity that they pick strong heroes, and now your strongest heroes that you're picking really early are going to weaker positions and not being able to get everything that they want out of the game.
PSA to any new players, new viewers thinking about playing the game as well. If you do end up playing Dota, pick Sniper and just go the 6 Perseverance build. That's what everyone does when you first start. If you want the authentic Dota experience, that's what you've got to do.
That was years ago, man. That was years ago.
It's still... Guys, don't show my age, right? We're on the main stage.
That was back when it gave you 10 damage.
Yeah. That's some time ago.
Good old
now.
days.
And that's when, we were all just spam building on those 6 slots anyway. Like, what, 4 Wraith Bands? 6 Wraith Bands?
4 Wraith Bands is even better now. 25 minutes?
Yeah, it could be nice.
Wraith Bands.
There you go. You should have said Wraith Bands, Mike.
No.
Perseverance.
No, I shouldn't have said Wraith
Bands. Yeah, but it's still old school. What do you mean? We just spammed Sanjay and Yasha on every hero. Not as the old days.
Yeah, I'm saying first game, perseverance. It's so much value. You get the HP, you get the... You know what, don't worry. Just go back into the draft.
We see another zoo. I was considering the Lycan as well for Entity, but I think that's what, 4 zoo heroes banned, 1 picked for them. That's 5 out of the pool. Is there even any left? I can't think of any.
Only on like the support positions, right? Like Chen and Ench. But
yeah, and that's...
Doesn't feel great when you already have Undying Tiny.
Brew's probably the closest. They just, everything that has a summon, everything that buys a Wraith Pact has been banned out. Maybe Entity finds one. Doesn't look like one. I think this might be an Undying offlane based off of this Clockwork pick.
Yeah, I think that works out pretty well if you're expecting to push safe lane as well. You can kind of just soften him up, take away a lot of his damage, and punish him when he does come in for the rod. Like, he's not going to have that HP to really play around with, although Flesh Heap's still going to be annoying, but Undying doesn't care too much. I mean, you just sap away strength. Entity with a Clockwork does give them reach into the backline as well, so not only do you have to worry about the snipers you mentioned for Enigma here, even the hook shot's going to be an issue with the BKB on Enigma, not going to matter as much. Lina going to be easier to catch out as well. It does feel like Entity, they've really worked in a really fast draft here.
Yeah, even the Sniper is a very fast hero. They have so much tower push between the Lesh, the Sniper, team fight from Undying. They have a bunch of strength heroes, which anytime you want to be fast, you need 1 to 2 or more because they have health. They don't need the items to buff them up. They just walk at the enemy and are strong.
Snapfire is the final pickup here. Both drafts completed. Boys, I love asking this question. It's the hard question for both of you. We'll start off with you, Jonathan, because you're used to answering the hard question. Who do you think came out with the better draft between these two teams?
I honestly really like Entity's draft. I feel like they've fixed issues from game 1. They've got a very solid way of playing really quick. And if they just play with that aggression this time with just having Stormer contribute a lot more, it does feel like their push potential and their just their early team fights and how active that is going to be maybe overwhelming for Liquid if they're not careful.
On the side of Liquid, I think statistically, they should win. 100% winner in stats never lie, but my only concern with Entity, I like their draft a lot, is the Lesh Sniper. The interaction where both of them kind of want to be slower and farm. He wants to get the Bloodstone on Lesh before really big moves, but Sniper's just a slow hero movement-wise, so he has to walk and waddle away around the map, and everyone knows where he's doing and what's up. And we saw Aster. They had a great run, but
all right, with that, we are going to head over to Slacks.
Welcome to the panel here, my friends. We are here to talk to Metrum Coach Entity. How are the boys feeling? This is the first time I've had an opportunity to talk to you guys on the main stage, especially after a loss. Team morale okay? You feeling good getting into game 2?
I mean, it was a rough game, not gonna lie. Like, they completely destroyed us. But we instantly knew what was the problem in first game, so it's kind of easier to reset when you understand what you actually have to do, rather than reset when you like just don't know what's happening. So, like, we had some speech, we talked a bit, we talked a lot in this tournament already. Yeah, we hug each other. Like, I'm sure we going into this game with the right mindset.
All right, well, we'll see if that right mindset is enough to take us to a game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our boys as we get into the game, and we'll throw it to the casters.
Thank you so much, Lex. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Liquid and Entity. A hell of a draft from both sides. Can't wait to see how this one pans out. Seems like both of you guys were leaning towards Liquid just because of the 100% win rate. You'd like to say stats don't lie. Seems like the safe answer to me. Personally, I love the Entity draft, and I'm going to go against both of you here. What are we expecting? I mean, early level 1 team fights, is there any chance?
There is. Pudge is really strong level 1. Now, ever since they buffed the hook, there's so many times where you'll just smoke up, or you just hook the bounty rune and you'll just get a hero instead, and first blood's a lot more gold than a bounty rune.
Yeah, and you've got the Radiant side as well, so you could always go for the tree cut. If you want to trap someone in, doesn't quite look like Liquid's really prioritizing that. But they are putting themselves in a nice aggressive position. See if they find anything.
We'll see. Toby's going to frontline here on the Undying. Doesn't really want to take too much damage from this Lina, so it does seem like he might back off as Insania. Oh, that's going to be a nice chance. He's trapped 3 of them in there. Boxing with the perfect position. Oh, Toby's going to give away first blood, and that's a dangerous point to try and fight in when you're against a Tusk.
Yeah, they just get the perfect block from coming out, and Matoma, he's got the damage, as Gunnar said. Level 1 hook feels pretty damn good. That does give them a lot. Yeah, so much damage coming out. Just pure damage as well. So they lose a bounty, but they get a lot more in exchange.
Mid lane. I mean, Stormstormer against Mickey. Talk to me about it. Kind of like this mid lane. Do you think one side or the other has an inherent advantage between these two heroes?
I think Lina has a pretty big advantage, but we've seen Lina's kind of fallen off recently in favor, at least in this tournament, because they nerfed her armor a little. I think she lost a little damage, so she's a lot more manageable than she used to be. But just the way these heroes both want to play the lane, it's very Lina favored. A lot of damage. Leshrac can't outrange you. You just get to hit him on and on and on and on, and he just has to sit there.
Yeah, it feels a lot easier for Mika to just work that lane. I mean, Stormstormer can kind of shove out the lane as well, but it's just going to drain his mana a lot more. And once that mana is gone, he can't harass like Lina does.
What about this top lane, boys? I mean, you've got Zai on that 100% win rate Enigma with Boxy on that pos 4 Slaughter, and they get a very nice shots off to block them in by the tier 1 tower. But can they punish Pure? He's taking a fair bit of damage here underneath that tier 1. Fishman, he's going to try and have a run here. Pure still dropping very low as Zai. He'll chase them down. Shrapnel's down to try and slow them up. Who are they going for? Pure, he's the one in danger. Boxy, has he got the shards? Oh, he's got it in 1 second. He should have the angle, and he does. Pure, he's trapped up. Have you